Hello, Abusabo. Abusabo, mechacha mo na mamwajo. Ene, many mabusafo yi nyina ye wo dan twetwopo aketewa bi. Ti ne de, ubada na obetin nsɛm wɔ maso. But Andra, me se me da kakra na masɔre. Sister na sorry o. Ma sorry anto show no so. Ani ti na nra show no ye ango so no. But ene me ye nkomium se pi. Let's start. Well, sir, we ye no na me frɛ mabadwafo. Sɛ wɔ mmra na ye ni nkomo. Ti mo yɛmfa saa mmerɛ no. Yɛn nyinaa yɛmfa nhyɛ show no. Yɛnka ho asɛm kyerɛ nkurɔfoɔ. Na nyame yɛ adom a nipa nyinaa bɛka yɛn sa yɛtumi adi nkɔmmɔ sɛdeɛ ɛsɛ. Ɛnɛ nkɔmmɔ bi a yɛdiiɛ a yɛgya sensɛn hɔ ɛnɛ mepɛ sɛ yɛbɛtoa bi so. We are still on nkɔmmɔ nketenkete bi. Nkɔmmɔ nketenkete no a ɛsɛ sɛ yɛdi a mepɛ sɛ yɛtoa so. We started talking about parenting the other time and I want us to continue the parenting topic. You guys will have to bear with me a little bit. And we will have an open house. It's a no creepy be as a saying as a group of people, Yusniaka. Yusnia no Kureneka. Ebeboa ama niema aye easy. Ama yenye nala. Okay. And then my name is bedmate. We are up close and personal today. We are in a very small hotel apartment back to Nation. But I'd rather we did it that way than we didn't do the show at all. Let me show you some of the little encomiums we've been working on. Whilst I call my bedroom phone and then we click on the show itself. Are you guys enjoying all my little overlays and encomiums? I hope you are. Let's try another one. The chamo. I've declared all my hands. Auntie, the chao, Sister Missy, the chamo, for me, I want it to be one of those days again. If it doesn't pie, it just. But good evening, Sister Angela. It's saying, Mitchell. But your phone, Baba, me didn't come on. But in the meantime, never show intro in Shishaso. Intro no, starting and actually say at the end, you're starting it on a very serious note. Your friend is saying, share in various places so that Nyame Adumo. Whilst I may share in various places, Now, most of you share in all your places. This is Irene to say. Me cheer when you na hear me pa say and come as usual. Mobe share. Now, those who need to come and enjoy the program would have the opportunity to do so. Hands a minute to say. What is this one na ye prepare them movement and also so for the woman in enjoyment and quality for prepare them movement for any after one. No more and let's prepare ourselves. Na ye nyina yɛmfa opportunity yɛmfa nhyɛ ade nti abadwafo ɛbɛba ɛnɛ wo a wopɛ sɛ woba so no mama so to ti a mede we ne beto ha na ye nyina Michael West to say hu wache hu sɛ mu nyina mo twetwe ti Ella it's saying Michelle o me start show no maybe we ne na abadwafo na I hope say Obi it's saying Obi And then Wobaswa na Mobaswa, no Mama Maswati, na Yin Yeshia. I send you a link. Na it's me I enjoy. And then it will be an open house. Into what episode baby, just let me know. No discrimination with the way better so. And start to show.
Hello there. Welcome to the Amma Manson Show. So, hopefully, you are not a stranger here. But what goes on here is education, definitely some empowerment. We add humor, information, and just a good vibe generally. It is not just a talk show, it's a live show. We talk about life, we unpick life, we find solutions to the things that stress us in life, and we make progress together. It is the Amma Manson Show, and my name is Amma, your girl, your educator, your motivator, and I kick your hind wherever we need to. Enjoy, invite other people to join in, and hopefully, you have a wonderful, wonderful experience on today's show. Let's get straight into things.
Let's get straight into things indeed. I am ready. I hope you are. Now we started here about parenting and no crank it and get to be a sassy catcher. To say the na make us about my warrior, me say me come my warrior munokre. I think a lot of you appreciated sad, The reason most people appreciated it is because we don't tell this truth. We like to idealize situations. We romanticize the near. Yɛpɛ sɛ nkurɔfoɔ nyinaa feel sɛ sɛ yɛyɛ good deɛ bɛn sɛ yɛyɛ good deɛ bɛn nti everybody is trying to give an unrealistic rope for nkurɔfoɔ to use as measurements. And ɛduru a in most cases no ɛtumi ma ahokyere ba nti ɛnɛ wɔn yɛnkasa me confession nie me nɔkorɛ ni yɛfrɛ me ama m'ani abaamua baako ɛne ne nua baa ne te ɛna wɔn nyinaa da yɛn nkyɛn nti wobɛte sɛ wɔn nyinaa danedane wɔn ho twɛ wɔn ho nipafoɔ no nyinaa yɛwɔ the same hotel room nti these are some of the realities of parenting. And the 1st of August 2020 happens to be a Kachirino Nawoda. On this day, a Kachirino we're 14. So we are into the crazy parenthood situation. Papa. And quite any teenagers. Say, teenagers, Ebeka no crachrewa, a head throw, a head ding. Because the parenting journey is coming towards its end. Usually, sadeɛ bi a yɛaduru na wie ya ɛna huhu paa no ɛwɔ. Nti ɛnɛ mɛka me nɔkore bi about nkwadaa tete. Me mma no mmienu wɔn nyɛ nkwadaa bɔne because me na mewɔ wɔn. Nti the thought sɛ mɛka sɛ me mma no yɛ nkwadaa bɔne no ɛɛden wɔ me tirim. Sister Adwoa ɛte sɛn mekyia. Eric yɛ da ase of Eric ɔkyena nɔpa. Last baby, sorry, I'm a catcher. No, ɔka ho bi nti deɛ nyinaa asɔre abɛhyɛ hotel room queen ɛwɔ ha no. Mehunu sɛ me baabaa no ɔte sɛ me ama. Ɔnyɛ one who appreciates yɛntena dɛm no. Nyɛ ne talent. Efie ha yi, ne nickname yɛ yɛnkɔ nko ɛnu asabea na wagye so yɛnkɔ nko a. Yɛpɛ yɛnkɔ. Nti yɛnkɔ nko nti ne asɔre abɛtena ha yi. Na nkwadaa ne nyi no ɔmo yɛ duru baabi a it is a struggle. Mama me confession. Nancy me running network. Until during numerous time about 2:33. Omo papa, and then me call shift. Maybe the kind of kakra. No, not senase. And so I'm me so me start to show you or didn't any actually buy one so better kakra. It is a me show no most of the time about 6 o'clock no. Na fe na manikum. Me better. Nkwada no be sorry no na me mada. Afi ya na mada. No ma sorry no me nam efie ho. Omo papa wo ho de. Omo ne papa na ɛyɛ adeɛ de. But I've had say be na twa miɛnsa bosome ni ɛna panyin ni di kan bae. ɛmɛwɔ hotel nti hotel internet no sɛ yɛ a na tie ɛyɛ amansan kabonkuo internet ɛwɔ hɔ a bo nso wate kɔ ɛwɔ hɔ a na wase aba yɛn nyinaa yɛnte yɛn ho ase ɛbɛtaa ate akɔ ɛte kɔ ɛtete kɔ no ɛno a yɛwɔ mu a I don't even know. ɛkɔ na aba na ɛkɔ ɛha yɛ a na yɛwɔ momfa nkyɛ me Franklin ɛte sɛ maadwo afei ano mahu ne sɛ mo pop it up na kyerɛ sɛ network no akakye ne ho I am on standby to try and change it to my mobile friend is saying, but let's see how it goes. Anyway, mekyia mu nyinaa abi akwa aba me to say it's good to see you. Me say me ka me nokore nketenkete. I'm telling you me kokwa mu nokore in the hope say me ka me kokwa mu nokore de kyerɛ wo a. Wo nso so nneɛma bi a wo de akyekyere wo ho. Especially I say these things in the hope sɛ mo a me wɔ m'anim ɛsen mo ɛwɔ saa parenting game yi mu. Mobɛte meme story no. Mo use meme story no ɛde ayɛ afutuo ɛde ahwɛ adeɛ. Ɛde ayɛ adeɛ. So to me use meme story ɛde tu wo ho fo. Wotumi de correct ɛde hyɛ wo ho nkuran a na kyerɛ sɛ me ahokyere a me ho kyerɛ me na mfasoɔ bi yɛ aba so. Sɛ me ma ahokyere no me de hyɛ me ho. Mantimi amfa anyɛ mfutuo, mantimi amfa ammoa wo in any way a na kyerɛ sɛ ayɛ ɔbrɛguo. Saa na me hunu no. Nti na sɛ me hyɛ me nokore nketenkete in the hope sɛ me nokore nketenkete no betumi ahyɛ mo mu bi nkuran, ɛbɛhyɛ mo mu bi kutupa. Mo mu bi wɔ hɔ ɛbɛboa mo ma ahyɛ bɔsɛpɔ mu nsuo. Nsɛmhunu ne nsɛmfo bi a mo mu bi mo agye atom sɛ ɛyɛ nokore no bi wɔ hɔ a mobɛhunu sɛ ɛyɛ nsɛmfo mo yi ato atwene na mo yɛ mo adeɛ. Ɛno ho nkɔmmɔ ɛna nansɛn me ne mo yɛdi. Yɛnkɔ so. Bɛsɛ me wɔ 2 teenagers. Abaamua panyin baako. Sɛ ɔne ne papa kasa wɔ ha a menhunu difference. Na ɔno no ɔyɛ very interesting character. Ɔyɛ m'abakan. Sɛdeɛ fie bia mu ayɛyɛ abakan no. Responsibilities ni gu n'apampam paa and he knows it, he feels it, he accepts it, he lives it. Now the funny thing with saa abaamua yi ne ne responsibility a wagye atom no ɛno ni. Wohunu ne sɛ ne papa ɛne man of the house. Ɛna meyɛ woman of the house. Na mmom, he is the yɛfrɛ ne sɛ prince of the house. Ɔyɛ ne papa na bɛdi akyire. Saa na wohunu no ho. Me na mewoo ne deɛ. Obrume sɛ me na mewoo no. Don't get me wrong. But waduru baabi bi a ne suban mu nso wotumi hunu sɛ ɛyɛ ne sɛ fie ha yi ne dea. Na bɛti soso sen me. Na po soso sen me. N'anim aduru sen me. And in fact, Nancy could have wɔyɛ hunu nyansa sen me in many things. Wɔyɛ hunu nyansa sen me. Na sɛ bɛhwɛ ne sɛdeɛ osi yɛ ne nneɛma no wɔtoto ne nneɛma bi a mea na mewoo no. Hello, daakye hene me nua te sɛ. Mea na mewoo no. Ɔhɔ na mafrɛ ne papa maka kyerɛ sɛ daakye bɛyɛ yie o. Ne papa sɛ han. Daakye bɛyɛ yie ampa. Now, as this boy is becoming at the chrono a ɔredane seesei no, a young man a ɔresua sɛdeɛ yɛsi fa control. Ɔyɛ very authoritative boy. Ɔyɛ me ba. Nti ɔwɔ confidence paa wɔ ne mu. Ɔyɛ very authoritative. Ɔyɛ dominating. Esther Joyce, me nso meha morning o, maakye o, ɛnɛ me nyinaa mo hyɛ. Me ba sapia happy birthday ma me na mo mpaeɛ ma no ma mo wine. Ɛtɔ da wohunu sɛ there is a power struggle There is a power struggle. Waduru baby. And the funny thing is the power struggle no enye wo ne papa na your power struggle no eye me no wo ne me ye. Ohunu ne papa no wa ha. And rightfully so. Ohunu me nso wo ho and rightfully so. But say ope baby ono nso so having the authority. And it's a very funny thing because me manhwɛ me nneɛma bi yie. Mamfa nneɛma bi antoto nneɛma bi ma metumi amoa akoa no ne sunsun. Metumi aka n'ahyɛ. Sɛ mantoto nneɛma bi yie so a metumi ama akoa no ayɛ ahantan. Ɛma no ayɛ egotistical. It is say the balance and the struggle for me is baabi a fine balance ne wɔ. Sɛ memma saa abaamua yi ho kwan watumi anyini. Mema no ho kwan watumi ayɛ atu ne sɛm kakra. Mema no ho kwan wa practice authority. Mema no ho kwan na wanyini ɛwɔ n'adwene mu. Watumi make decisions decisively. Na mmom, ɛsɛ sɛ mede breaks nso gu akwan mu. So that whilst he's becoming all these things, he is still a respectful human being. That's overstepping the mark between me and my papa in any way. Debbie, say, you don't mean I say, may share my struggles. Say, by ya more moon, one, Mubeti. Say, parenting teenagers is not like Moman Fian getting our money on. What the 3-year-old video which you is a terrible 3, terrible 2s where you when every stage every stage when the challenge, every stage. Minimum in the teenage years, these are your final formative years. If you get it wrong, you've got it wrong for life. You will not get a chance to correct. If you get it right, and it is a period of self-doubt because manual now. And the doubt is important. It helps you to self-regulate in one new mistake. Maybe me say, or ye bema. As I said, I'm a boy who nyasa identity as bema. But as I said, the children of so be ye cratch in the mema yono. Me titi bema. But as I said, titi bema, money ye cratch. A jumadin, ahometo. And only a brantian. Nibien, a bayano, oh, rapping yankopon. A bemoane de sana me. Oh, if I bemoe, nana me to say, a baba. Or Saviano pa. Ocas 1 yard dear, the Dulican walk away. Mimi at it one, essy kind. Ocasco, you say, was in a rainy way, and I'm in qua, let me probably send baby. If you have. Now, nobody, because me person women rights, and more women say, and my women rights, we yummy. There be on your second rate citizen with fear to Nimiano. Nimiano ne penny, Nimiano ne the symbol of authority with fear. But one also the right men can share that. I want my daughter to know her voice, to have her voice, and to be able to use her voice. Only make it all with you have that name. Can also say would be NCC name. Da. And I'm raising Olipabia. Assess with me exerting the difficulty is this. We'll build this side in a friend saying Abayanwa or needing the rights or exercising the rights. One of the things you will see. They say the near dean. Total to me or can be rules and queen in your opinion. As I will come and not pray back. Why are you always taking his side? Why are you always taking his side? You say I have not taken his side. Hey. Obi, the link in to screen so clear now. So what's nearby? What person and also join it. If I join in a bra. Obi and a you know so bra. Come and cut see. Come and cut see. You didn't come. As I said, we buy a yapre. We buy the visible buna pray too much. My side, you na me ye wo dwuma kakra girls no woman ne wo my yonkofo so wo parent teenage girl na sɛ w'ani nna hɔ a asɛm ato wo. Bɛyɛ sɛ March hɔ baabi COVID start yɛ a yɛbaa fie hɔ yi ana mebuebue me bɛyɛ phone so na mehu sɛ me yɔnko bi de adeɛ bi asɛnde me sɛ wɔnkɔ check it out. Akwadaa no sɛ check this out. Mekɔeɛ a ɛyɛ chat room. Baabi a pedophile sɛ wɔ asase yi so ha nyinaa wɔ. Ɛhɔ na yɔnko bi ama me baebaeɛ yi sɛ wɔnkɔ na wɔnkɔhwɛ. Ɛnyɛ ne ni a saa website no so nneɛma a mehuuɛ ne yam de me birim. Nti na ɛsɛ sɛ mefrɛ me bɛyi na mede no bɛtena ha. Mbisa sɛ abaeɛ adeɛ na wogye. Ɔso madamfo na sɛ menkɔ check it. Wokɔ hɔ ɔse fɛɛ. Hey, wokɔ hɔ deɛ na wokɔhuuɛ. Ɔse I don't know. There were some strange people. Say hey. Wokɔtoo boys. Ɔse hey, but mom, they are around 16, 18. None of them is too old. They are all around my age. Make them say fear. Meba. Dabi o. Ɛha yɛ Mpataku Central. Saa nkwasiafo yi a ebi si wɔn adi 16, ebi ahan mu adwene nyinaa wɔ hɔ. Saa nkurɔfoɔ yi a ɛwɔ ha yi, ebi wɔ hɔ a wɔn yɛ criminals nko ara. Ɔse saa, mese han. Yeah. Joyce, yɛnka nɔkorɛ, mede Nyame ase sɛ mo nyinaa moka. Me nso m'abakan no, yɛnkasa ne ho twice. In fact, me m'abakan no, in most cases, yɛnkasa ne ho. Sɛ wɔno ne prince of the manor, ne expectations na egu n'apampam, na ɛsɛ sɛ ɔcomport ne ho na ɔcomply to nneɛma. Onim sɛ me o step wrong a ayayayayay. Ebubu aprɛ. Ketewa no, ɛnhyɛ da mfa ne ho te sɛ deɛ fa bɛrima no ho. Dabi, bɛrima no ɔnyɛ baribari wɔ ha. Madam, boy, madam. Madam na yɛasɛnde no link a mpapafoɔ gu so na wɔka sɛ 16-year-old na wɔ hɔ. There's always a power struggle. Yeah, usually the second kids, they have power struggles, not just with omni and parents. Look ready, I grow a new baby. As I said, na me kind of lecturing about Sanya man. Na me give me name and for a example. Na me children and grow for Sanya man prematurely and someone at home. Na me children they say me buy a katasu DSC or say why? We say because we don't want baggage. So what do you mean? Monsieur Bembe Bia, we need to be especially the Obebu tools Bia will beja with baggage. Obeja with baggage. And can 10 years a so a pampany, so what's a baggage in Iguma Minia? Miss Wadden, a moodru, a crisis, Mr. Hi. Timame, baggage you was will be paying. And that is the time you have to put your hand up and say, sister. Maswane poto, Ganina Mason, and you're every time, and Ganina Mason. There's all kind of president. Ɔse saa, me sɛ ha baggage ni bi di deɛ ɛsɛ sɛ woto wo ase na woka nɔkorɛ nketenkete kyerɛ no. Those of us no a ayɛ ana de bi a modaadaa mo ba sɛ mudi first wɔ school no ɔbɛkyew obɛhunu nɔkorɛ. Me respect for you ɛso bɛte ka nɔkorɛ na wowie aka kyerɛ ne sɛ na woso nneɛma kuntan na wowie. Yɛ nti na aweɛ, sɛ nti na meweɛ, deɛ mewɛ fa ahoni na akwadaa ne nhunu wɔ practical examples no bi na ɔmfa bi nyɛ ne guide. Eduru baabi a wobɛka nɔkorɛ wate. Obi akɔ abɛni me ɛte sɛ.
Bɔkɔ na wɛ.
Meka nɔkorɛ mehu yi o but ɛnɛ mene bodyguard ne side guard nyinaa na ebu dɛm ha.
Wɛyɛ eyi entourage.
Front dude n'ankasa da ha ɛna side dude da ha ɛna central guard ɔno so da nkyɛn ha ne mu nyinaa yɛ wɔ ha. All position we are ready for battle. I probably got out today.
Oh, nyame adumo.
See, I can't crank it into the woman himself will better. It's men or may make baby a medal monocre. Say, I say, what's a maybe the now more mat for was it prepare more battleground because you're cocoa. And when you now wish to send your mamunka, it will require a relationship. So we do teenage her. Now when they were money new relationship that nay you say sad time you know will build a relationship at what build.
Yeah.
But nipa no a build relationship me man mo amahwe me ne me man bo se na me ne me man you close papa. Ade ba kwa na me ne me man tie pa ya ade bia na ye fe no duvet time me duvet no kru table so ne yakohyehyɛ ase ana se me de bibi to fam ne nyina ye hyem ne ye kan bibi ana ye hwe bibi say be ya ye beben. Na yempo say ya because ye used to physical proximity no. But say but then you so was saying ye nyina ye ntimi nko couch back mo. O wa represent mo obi. I represent. And they feel that physical disconnect and they almost translate it into emotional disconnect. Me wo ha bon sa ba mi ye huru no abeda me so cool hi se bra. There be wouldn't that me so say because we be pet. See aden na say me be hye wo nchen a na wo dwane. Say papa. Enye se me dwane na wo kume. Wo mu adu. First na me da ho a bo se ba kwa be hye ha na ba kwa be hye o mu mi enu ni nyina da me so. Na ba hye ha na me but now we are changing positions say na no me na tina sigi na me ka chense ba he. Na okuda wo me. Say so obi beda na yonko so ye me na me da wo so because we mu edu say me. Me na say my lighter enti wo mu beda ho na me ma da wo so. Na wo nua ba na hye ha. O say oh so this is the changing of the guard. Na me say it's the changing of the guard. Wo ma me abrewa me yi baton na me dem because na say me ntimi nso a. But even yeah, yes, yeah, name kwala na what proximity no yeah, proximity na duru baby, proximity no kura enye adwuma. I can imagine say sem kwala ni nye enkwala wo mo ne wa bench to that point no. E wo ha na no baby some senti. Okay, and same because we literally when him say normal and normal, me say bi ensem. Also ye maya ho nsem na se ka ko se. Ka ko. Ko papa ho. Ka ko se. Ko se. Ka ko. Wedi na me meta bia mo bi na maka mo asama tero. Ka ko se. On the obi. Focus on the na na ko so. And these conversations, I want us to have them so that obabi enye bi no de bra. Se munni ho nkoma one. Ghana for yem fa yem kuda se mo nko ho nka se wa ya akwara bone. Onye akwara bone.
Yeah.
O whatever. And there no feelings wom. What cast
But
feelings?
my question is okay, sir, uncle no papa no. Okay, no. Ne papa ni this uncommon idea.
Absolutely.
Okay, see that is where most of our parents, well, especially from the Ghanaian background, most of our parents we go wrong. And they say many are willing to speak. But then if it comes from the father, especially if it's the son, if it comes from the father's point of view now, then there's that practicality. But a papa for no fana omon person be se minim say ye fair you say ye den you omon person be into mushuka. Into that is where most of us no we tend to go wrong, especially the men no, because at the end of the day no, it means so hard say papa no fault. To say ni awo mumaye no ebia na ono no enya ne santi no onso wensua emfi ebia external sources either books or other people inteba sana ebeding me say no I think me time ana me a teenager I think I had a combination of the two. So I entered teenage years in Ghana. But now me call a SS in terms of boarding school in Tejama, said I had GMP that time. But then I entered the UK at the age of 15. So Obibe say I'm more or less in my peak of teenageness.
Yeah.
However, because of partly the first of all now say me mama especially, if we once you can read, you start reading courtesy for boys and girls. That's the first thing you start to read. And then, of course, the discipline is already there. We are Christians, so almost a Christosum near there. Me personally, that me said I'm penny was MP in tea. That one is America na and excessive. Marketing TV. But me ba ha no, and back in Ghana no. In na name papa. Obie so papa. Akwada bi oba onye baba betena bia na ebe hwe no for a short period of time whatever na eshom papa because papa obomu ofe ompa udin pa obefre no mpo no esen eyi jata ohu ba wafe o na bia na o brand nsuo nti me say first no pa no me kai say Papa yi bɛfrɛ me na before a mɛdu ne nkyɛn a mɛka yes daddy no, na ma started doing 101 excuses or reasons for anything bad I've done during the day. And it was a fear that was there. Yes, I respected him, don't get me wrong. Part of it was respect out of fear. Part of it was just respect because he's my dad anyway. I respected him and everything, and yeah. But saa fear na ɛwɔ hɔ no, till date, my older brother has still got that fear in him. He's still got that fear in him. Nti time na ɔka sɛ wompɛ sɛ ɔbɛka ɔmo ahyɛ no, ɛhɔ na ɛyɛ me da pii because at the end of the day, no, that's not what you want. You want them to have that cordial relationship so that in times of trouble, no, they can always come to you. Nti mimi say na I had that struggle at the beginning. Nti eba UK na I felt okay, yeah. So then it became others no Ghana, and it was just me, my mom and dad, and that is when I learned to have that relationship with them because at the end of the day, it's just the three of us. My dad, I realized that, oh, massa, empty barrel. Not that I didn't respect him, but I realized that no, that was his voice. That was just how he spoke. You know, that was just his demeanor. Say, or kasa. There's that how do I put it? It's not even confidence. It's authority. There's that authority. Oh, friend me I'm say ada na. So gradually I started to let my guard down. Gradually. It's taking a while, but we are there now. So right now, no, I can go to my dad and say, oh, dad, me here school. I don't need money. I'll go and ask him. Dad, me here school. Ni rough ni biya. Na ye do rough. Na yes. So you can tell. Say now we have that father-son friendship, not relationship, but friendship. Because now we can literally more or less discuss anything, any issues, any little indecisiveness, they can always come to me and ask me, oh, Adrian, then. And then it's like, see, I'm the abusive opinion of the house. Not by default, but because of the respect that they have for me, and they value their opinion. And mommy, so I feel that part of the house, it makes it a lot more worthwhile. Okay,
they know you. They can trust you now because they know you. They can trust you because you reflect their values. But you can only reflect their values when they share their values with you.
Exactly.
If you don't know where they stand, if you don't share their beliefs, if you are contrary to where they want you to be, trust can be very difficult on both ends. Both you can't go to them, and they will also not be able to come to you because
yes. But critical. I think the harm is it's not even them coming to you, but more you not being able to go to them. Because unfortunately,
if you don't go to them, where else do you go?
Well, that is the thing. If you're not able to go to them now, then you end up seeking for answers from outside, from friends who are equally naive or ignorant, or perhaps perverse because they don't know what the truth actually is. Maybe they're not one of the major issues that I always see in a lot of my friends or the young people growing up near there is the loss of trust. The loss of trust between parents and their children. And unfortunately, that is what has led to a lot of issues, such as a gang-related issues, teenage pregnancies that they end up aborting. Because at the end of the day, they've made a mistake. It is not the end of the world. They've made a mistake. It's not the end of the world. If your child gets pregnant at an early stage, is a mistake. What do? Assist them to learn from that mistake and correct it. But one yeah, no ebi out de hu ahye no say adan na wakɔnye say okoyi a ɔbɛba no na ɔdwen sɛ o ma me kwa ebi ano ndɔme nti na ɔma me kɔyɛ say then ɔno nso wayɛ den what or they call next generation also nti ɔno nso ɔwo a ne ba no ba same fear is putting the same fear rather than reason. So instead of reasoning with them, no, you are only putting fear in them. Yes, none of us want our children to, have any early teenage pregnancies and stuff like that. However, it may happen because at the end of the day, no, we do what? We make bad decisions. And as the saying goes, in mental health is a mental capacity, so they act, no. It says what? Somebody is allowed to make unwise decisions. It doesn't mean that you have a mental health issue. No, it means that you are normal. You have the capacity to make that. So if that's the case, then why do we sort of demonize some of our negative decisions that we make? Let us learn from it. Let us teach our kids, our children, and all that how. Okay, you've made that mistake. Now, how do you look to correct that mistake and then move on from there? Because if you don't do that now, then all we'll be doing is we hit that wall and then we don't know what to do. We think, do I jump or do I go back into trouble?
That's the problem with us. And it's because we are not honest about certain things.
Yes.
A lot of us were prepared to be holy when we were teenagers. But very few of us, if any, were holy. And you may be called but maybe you were ashamed of it. Into one country, Wobani said it went on in your own head. And when it starts happening in Wobani Trimwa, the way we behave makes we demonize Sanya man and say ama akwarana aye bed in ama akwarana. Untimi ma wo hone wonko kasa. After one na morning I'm no na yonko for. They start doing things and they start hiding things. They are not able to be open about enyema ekoso, and they are not able to seek senka. I'm glad say abidia beto so me. This week I recorded a brand TB about masturbation. But the so I think I was now me any tree mu me ba no oti enough tree, but me kasa be boom heavy purposefully because me recording no more da. Nti me kasa no me share da pa na me ka tree patwa. It's no one share that. But the funny thing with tree patwa na me kind, as much as one to the me kind no okoshe video no na ohunu comments na nankrofo no, and he knew the topic into no ha no buy. Baby Sam say okay ohunu say video no. He thinks he knows my view, but what person or double check, and I wanted to jump up and down, hug the sky, and thank the Lord.
Yeah.
And say, okay, then I person will double check it. I say, okay, again, problem being panel. Now I'm saying, me problem physically. Uncle for two for uko school why you catch them say, monye nesa because I don't know where ya ema wuhusano. Won't call you movie. Or see ya catch you school. And I'm see you. What they forget to tell you in school is the guilt and the shame that can bring, depending on the construct of your conscience. Not also. He just had a right smile. The guilt and the shame, our conscience, it beats me, bro. No, say Aden. Now say, oh, a conscience, ingo. Depending on how your conscience is constructed, it may or may not agree with even one. Guilt could be an issue. 2, so we you nipa why so we name ma baby kita ever in your life. Now we start this our journey no. We train you wadwen say release will come from wow. Nobody else will be able to give you that release. When you will be in your relationship, the person will emotionally be disconnected from you because one kasa wouldn't say they will see your and then one hour person will. Involving somebody else in the pleasure situation is going to be tricky. Okay, me din no ha no copy baby tina ya chire no buy no say. Winning. Me yonko ne classmate bi twetwe ne ho. Come say sa she many to say the mean TB kurada. I say ne classmate. I'm saying that the classmate teacher what a bad send or catch it. Also, he was struggling with the guilt. Or we boy ye cremony. It was baby I will free no yachire near maybe. But ya catching the same money baby a mao into go for 24. So we ye say no a better since so bepo baby a mao. But okoye ye no no one kasa a good cra ho fin. Akora ni hu ni bi wonye. And we ni or to say me. Then they will sit here and when why uncle for her, they just feel comfortable in sharing woman's with you. Okay, and that's maybe an ama me and I'm saying besides what about you? And also be also in fact, nyame anim ne. The young ne buy and the young ne kasa and he's read a little bit around the subject. And he's come to a conclusion, say it is more if I say of a liability than it is an asset.
Okay.
But don't you have to be open. You have to be willing to let them talk. Because sometimes I do a bit me culture, you might not like it all. Maybe say the young could be but I have to override the Ghana break pro subino.
Yeah.
Defense. No. We yes, I won't be able to be
Yeah.
won't it? And when I
Yeah.
catch it also catch me yema or catch them me yemi shime come yadron so me. And I'm like, hey, somebody has got here before me. Asembeni. But instead, say, we didn't could ask them, let's start yatiatia. Now, coffin sem ediaba. As I said, we said you'll be see override. Wow.
Yeah.
Restrain yourself, hold yourself back, and allow Aquarano to talk so that at least women baby Aquarani Jina.
But you know that skill, no? That skill of withholding yourself, no, what I've come to realize is it starts from the early ages. Like Sisia no maybe stage here before. A lot of the times, no, it's like Akwanani ye bibia. She is maybe discovering and either inventing things or whatever in her head. No, she knows what she's doing. Sometimes she's doing it out of spite. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes she's doing it out of spite. However, because you can tell, so Utumu say yes, sometimes she's doing it out of spite. However, Utumu say, maybe I say, hey, mom, Jai, na adiwe a oye enye na ma twɛn nti me twɛn 2 seconds na maka sɛ o ɔde menhwɛ baby a wode kɔ nti ebi wɔ ha na wayɛ wie na wabɛka sɛ o daddy this is that ebi wɔ ha then she's got her own things that she's very imaginative as you know with most children at this age nti na waba na wabɛka sɛ daddy this na sɛ ɔbaa no aka kyerɛ m sɛ o hey daddy this is this particular food meanwhile no the bowl is full of Legos then the blocks, then they kick out. And then tell me, say, oh, daddy, this is a food. No, I'm so I'm not hungry. So just pretend. Don't eat it. Pretend. But the interhonor I'm doing say, nah, I have to start right from now, no, to start learning how to. What's say?
She's testing your boundaries and she's doing it on purpose. How far you will. Yeah.
Yes. Indeed, sometimes no, I fall for it. And then I either chastise her or whatever. But then at times now I realize no, you're trying it, but also most of the time, no, they never get it at the perfect time. And that is what I realized that is what parenting is. You never get it at the right time. They'll never come to you when you are free. It is when you are busy doing something that is when they want you. So anyway, now if that's I mean there are no tone channel about the masturbation bit, no. The bit that unfortunately people don't realize, which is actually the biological or scientific or anatomical part of it is the more you masturbate, the more you're unfortunately most people when they start to masturbate now, they don't do it maybe once a week or once a day or whatever. They do it maybe 3 times, 4 times, 10 times, some people in a day. And the more you are doing it, it means that what are you doing? You are actually releasing more sperms that the testicles can actually manage to. So you're weakening your testicular function. That will lead to low sperm count. Now, when that happens, that then unfortunately, leads would more than likely, I think maybe, I don't know what the percentage is, where but probably 70% lead to prostate. Nti most of the time, no, mmarima a wɔtanya sisi yareɛ no, it is either they indulge in a lot of sexual activities, which most of it is not to do with the sexual activity between man and woman, but either themselves or maybe a gay partner, most of them. The reason being, when you're having sex with the opposite partner now, the chemicals that you exchange, is very, very vital. Inti last na meeting man being organic, no some of the reason why people get prostate cancer, men get prostate cancer, is because they don't ejaculate inside the vagina. And he said, sir, the reason being, when you ejaculate inside the vagina now, usually the immediate effect is the penis does what? Relaxes. But when you ejaculate outside it now, it is still hard and it is still, erect. So it's like mojano dahujinim. Into that is one of the things. Into one more water masturbate, still a mojano jinim. So it's like you've not had the full effect of the sexual activity. Into that does lead to a lot of back problems, prostate cancer, and yes, low sperm count. One of the footballers, let me say, I think it's Kevin Prince Boateng. No, Obama, was it Portsmouth at the time? Murphy, but I think it was just after one of the World Cup or Korean. He started having injuries, back injuries, nothing else, back injuries. Now, part of the reason why you back injuries is because they have sex almost every day. And for a footballer, you need your strength. I remember, say, Man United, my manager Ekachobia said, the night before, Friday before, the night before any game, nobody should have sex.
That was Fergie.
Yes, nobody should have sex.
Yeah.
So, but the question is, why is that? Once you have sex now, you've released testosterone. So you've released a big part of your energy that you need for the game. And that helped them in most cases. Yes, some other people, some of the other footballers, they can have sex in the morning. Himself, Ronaldinho used to have sex the morning of a game. 4 a.m. He was having sex. Then he would turn up.
I say Jamal say our health perspective. The link is open. You can definitely come and give us your perspective. The bit Obi is coming. This is the first time I'm hearing Sir angles. I will need to go and check them out, but it's very interesting. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Jamal link, and you can use the link, pop into the chat room, and come, let's talk. Obi Mpachokasa.
So yeah, and to me, that is what I know from what partly what I've read, partly what other my friends and health professionals have said. Indeed, that's a need there. It's quite so we should be careful, especially the younger ones. They say, we should be very, very careful. Say, when we are doing certain things now, at times it's for instant gratification. So we do it and then we have it, but we don't think of the long term. Until later in life, wakunya a fine girl na when you low sperm count and say a permanent to mean and now like you're saying. Some of these things and they're very, 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 very dicey issue.
Very. Tokuronini adienini na princess guilty masturbation. Listen, na meka say it is your conscience construct. There are some people depending on who raised them and the moral your friends a fiber they were originally raised with, their conscience are programmed a particular way. And I've been more baby a woofree ya catch us say your bonnet and I told him and would you be who override the crash still sa conscience construct in a war. You will feel guilty. Obi woha oditra and fan hokora. Obi suha oditra egune kra hofi. And that's what I said in that video. The one thing which is a guide on whether it is the right thing for you or not is your conscience, one. And two, whether you intend to interact with a madache. So what the one sa efefa wo be ma ho. Na wo ne oba hia, oba ase ebeye wotro. Emu nye bi te se obi nsem. Oba bia ni wo betimi amia na se te se de wo nsa ebetimi amia wo be ma ho no. It is not possible. It's Ghana for boys no dodo no and it's not tight and it's a manhole and it's one. It's I'm the man dodo no and the fire by free. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a manhole for no.
Yeah.
The utisa obi yeah, it's a manhole, and I stay and okaway or baby any how what na sit a year bibi fufuru because it's actually elastic.
Yeah.
The funny thing a lot of us don't seem to know. It is very common amongst your men, if friend is a lubrication in your because or bar ase a one sa lubrication in koso. Eduna ayana nkofo se etro na patrikotom na deebe no. Saa nkrofo na etaka sa ase no. Enti me ti se obi ka kire ne yire se na se etro. Ana se ne hu yunsu. Ana say the first thing that comes to my mind is a nipa no wode ne nsa ya ade penyana. Because the nipa no de ne nsa ya ade penya wuntimi mfa oba ho tokuro en compare. Because one, oba ho tokuro no ensuo wo ho. It's there for emaye protection. Lubrication is very important for us. It's how there is lubricant and say be any lubricant. Or any link in the screen so the link anytime. The other thing with your friend is saying, oh, so we need it. Now what's in near say? Now we near ma. Aya what can we tell him? The guilt might not be there. But in very young children who are discovering, even without your friend is saying family, and will be telling them it's right or wrong, would discover be a one can say you also wonder. In young children, the guilt is more serious than in adults. So because they are themselves not sure yet at that point. Or any about treatment for prostate, they will back medical personnel.
When unless you go to the hospital or you look for a doctor. Unfortunately, I'm not a doctor at all. Maybe I am saying what I have, partly what I've read and partly what I've heard other medical professionals say about prostate cancer. And like I said, I made a reference. There was a health professional who was talking. No, I saw radio. So, and now making that link, with say when you ejaculate outside the vagina, it can lead to that quite a lot of the time.
I can see a physiologically makes sense in my brain, but it is one, as I said, to me, and that's what we all did. We use soap. Okay, more we use soap, and the nature is a more make lubrication. No, woman we different from one the dry hand. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but say soap no say this is the other thing. Soap no say there are chemicals in the soap. Right?
Oh yeah.
So the more you're using the soap,
but Dr. Jamal Aba. Mami mfano no one kasa. Jamal, it is say.
Now want to say.
Akwaba.
Nyamiadum.
For joining.
Yeah.
We are discussing interesting things, and yeah, the wider the perspectives, the better. I mean, who said our person will kasa about a particular point to be one.
That's true.
The floor is kasa.
Thank you very much. I just closed from work and me who said life we need koso. So I decided to join in, and I realized you are discussing something very interesting. And first of all, I say you are doing a very good job. I really, really admire what you are doing. You are reaching out to a lot of people. You can know it. Now, there's a little bit I just want to add to the discussion.
Please add. Feel free.
Oh, and if there's any correction you need to make, I can make.
Okay.
Yeah.
When we say with respect to masturbation, we have to separate. We have to separate the issues. Yeah, well, we can look at it from the religious perspective.
Yeah.
And then we can look at it from the medical perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Even with the medical perspective, we need to separate the issues again. Yeah, well, the part of it that affects the psyche, that is the psychological component.
Yeah.
And then we
Sure.
have the part of it that has a bearing on the organic component. In other words, body organs, how the body organs react to the whole process of masturbation. Now, in terms of the religious part, you say, see a cohort, and here you sermonize the whole issue to the extent that you put people in the box. But at the end of the day, you will only be saying what people have heard over and over and over. So yeah, they've heard it, but does it make any real big impact? And
Oh,
Oh, oh, Jamal, come back. Please come back. Hey, I like the way you are unpacking it. Oh, Pacho, don't disappear. Come. Use the link. Come.
when
I
I've
like the
sat down
way
properly.
he at mentalizing issues. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
no,
okay. We need to. We are not just talking about masturbation, but I was talking to you about no kitten and me record a video and me ba be mo ane obi bisame and obi bisame. My first instinct, this time the catching is a can't cross it. Then I say you can't. And you have to tackle. Jamal is back.
I'm very sorry about that. I'm very sorry about
Oh,
that.
thank you for coming back.
Carry on.
Into religious components, I'm not an expert in that area. Into me, I've heard a lot about that. In terms of the psychological component, I'm starting free home. First of all, I was say say, idea will be temporary pleasure. No, that thing also has the capacity to lead you into addiction.
Okay.
Yes.
See, you often say, maybe to say, caffeinated drinks. Because of your friend saying caffeine na ewo mu a ebetimi affect the central nervous system no ama osa temporary sense of fullness and satisfaction or temporary quenching of thirst in it no obi a onom coke, anybody who drinks a lot of coke will understand what I'm saying. So come the opa, you drink coke, next time you drink coke, and the more you drink it, the more thirsty you become, because the coke doesn't really quench your thirst, but it gives you some initial euphoric feeling. Say you like, it makes you a bit high. Now, when you talk about sex in general, before I come to masturbation, anytime you have sex, the body releases chemicals. Chemicals no. Ebi wo hɔ a yɛfrɛ no endorphins. In fact, the nature of those chemicals are very similar to a drug I find morphine. I don't know if you've heard of morphine before, but morphine is a very good painkiller, a painkiller. With hospital is top painkillers that we give to numb pain.
But the body can hold on.
Yeah.
Also, morphine a painkiller.
A painkiller.
But me, what I see morphine to be is a very good pain masker, because when the morphine wears off, the person who is in pain still feels the pain. Why is that?
Yeah.
Just quickly.
So the ATN say every painkiller has what we call the half-life. It will be or half-life. It gets into the body, it does what it's supposed to do, and it wears out. And for the period of treating whatever is causing the pain, you have to decide how much to give and how often to give until you are able to take away the underlying cause of the pain before you stop the pain medication. What's the nature?
Why? And so why do we call it painkiller? Why shouldn't we call it maybe pain manager? But you call it painkiller. The only reason I make us say to somebody like me, me unfortunately, I'm a critical thinker, right? So I'm always looking at things beyond the eye level. Let's put it that way. So that's what I say. When you say something, or when I have thought something through, analyzed it, as I mentioned, I said, I did now waka chairman say it's supposed to do and it's not doing it now. I question it. Now I know you probably would not be able to answer this question, because unfortunately, there's something that's been going on for years, and it'll probably carry on going on. Do you get what I mean? But I'm just saying, say the name painkiller, Why don't we substitute
No.
it with pain manager? That's all.
So let me come in here. One say there is a medical language and there is English language. What is the mission I say? When you want to, if you want to go purely medical, you call it an analgesic.
Thank you.
And what goes into the analgesia is much deeper than just saying painkiller. What's the mission I say?
Okay,
But when you use
how
you say painkiller now, it's more understandable to the non-medical.
Yes, that's fine. No, that's fine.
The truth of the matter is that what most painkillers do, they say, so it has to transmit it to the brain. Then the brain will interpret it as pain. And some of what me have to say, a pain. And so what these drugs really do is that they block that pathway. So though the pain is there, but it prevents your brain from interpreting it as pain until you don't feel the pain.
So it's more of a placebo effect.
Yes, not necessarily placebo. It works. With placebo, a fake drug, and in fact the active ingredient nuclear in. But that is besides the point. What I'm trying to say is say during sexual intercourse in itself, the body releases these endorphins.
Yeah.
And one thing about these endorphins, which look like this morphine, is that it will have potential to cause addiction. That's one thing.
Yeah.
It can also cause dependence. It's just like cocaine. It's just like weed.
Yeah.
Well, you see, for somebody who starts masturbating, the reason why they go back to it again and again and again and again, they get that temporary euphoria, that temporary feeling that makes them feel good. It makes them feel light. It makes them, in fact, for some people, in fact, say when they are depressed, they have more sex.
Yeah.
And why do they do that? Because that sexual intercourse gives them that temporary relief, a money high for the meantime. So, in fact, sex in itself has a way of dealing with stress, regardless of what kind of stress it is. And then because chemicals now, body release, very similar to some of the American ones. Sex shouldn't cause additional pain. Rather, it should relieve the pain. Just that the relief pain is temporary. It's not something that will last too long. On the aperture, that is the basis for people's addiction to masturbation.
So that's why you use the analogy of the painkiller. Good.
Very good. That's why I'm using the analogy of the painkiller. It doesn't last, but though it doesn't last, the initial euphoria is good. The feeling is good. It gives you temporary relief from whatever is stressing your life. Yes, it makes you happy. It might be, so you find out that Nipano, they keep going back to it again and again and again. And that is the part I mean per se we should sermonize it, because the moment you sermonize it, you make people feel that evil spirits are pursuing them, when in fact it is just biology that is playing on their system. I am not saying in fact, I'm a Christian. I'm a staunch believer of Christ. I believe that evil spirits exist. I believe that evil spirits torment people. But I was say, careful so that we don't lump it all in one thing. With this understanding, when we are counseling people who are addicted to masturbation, the process is just the same as trying to get someone to stop smoking or to stop drinking or to stop a habit that is toxic, let me put it this way, and addictive. Now, two, when I get to the medical bit of it, the part of it that is linked to diseases here and there and so on and so forth, the truth of the matter is that sex in itself has a lot of benefits to the human body. In fact, research rather shows say men who have sex regularly hardly get prostate issues.
But wait, when you say regularly, say there's regularly and there's too much, because I know, sir.
Okay.
I know, sir. Just what you've said, that one I do know that, sir. If you have sex regularly, you limit it. I know that. But Nameka said there's always moderate and there's always too much, and anything in excess, is bad. I lie.
Correct.
Okay, so
say a baby to say body weight. What imagine scale so na scale na cash say be our weight 20 and now 50. But there are some things that cannot be measured. There is no device that can measure how much pain anyone is going through. There is no
Yeah.
device that can measure how much sex is too much sex. On the
Yeah.
bachelor, into
You're
that line
saying you're
where
individualistic.
sex now we're having too much or too little. Where do we draw the line from? We are all different. The things that
Yes.
stimulate us are different.
Mm-hmm.
Into for someone, having sex 2 times in a month is too much. Obedience
Yeah.
no. Another person having sex 7 times in a week is they see it to be
It's
moderate. And so
it's
no.
less.
You know,
Yes. And so, to say now, no. You see, what I like about your assertion here, no, is that
Yeah. Yes.
you are not generalizing it,
nope.
right?
No,
Which
no.
is one of the things that a lot of doctors, which is one thing I always argue with, a lot of the doctors tend to generalize things. So what works for one person would not work for the other, and that's always my
Very
argument. Everything
excellent.
has to be individualistic. So
Yes.
that is why I once I make no maybe then make no try say excess, too much of it. Into too much of it, no, it's up to you. Just like you're saying, obi oha, obi tumanum coke, the whole, shenya no, onya diabetes, onya she, no, nothing. Obi nso oha, onum coke, 1, 2, 3, bam, maybe I will konya diabetes, we konya way. Into we
Mhm.
have to know ourselves. That's one, and then,
Correct.
but to also with the medical bits.
Yes. So I was making a point. Say there is evidence rather to support. Say we're having more sex. Okay. It is rather beneficial to the prostate in that there is an observed decreased frequency of prostate cancer in people who have regular sex as compared to those who do not have sex at all.
Mhm.
Are you getting what I'm trying to say? Because I say anytime a man is ejaculating, fluid na air no is made up of several elements. First one no sperm cell nankasa, and that sperm cell is produced by the testes. But those ones
Mhm.
are cells. We can't even see them with our naked eyes. Then from the testis, no, whilst it rises and is coming down, the prostate itself releases certain fluids to out of it. Wow. And then that is what comes together to form what we call the semen. Into the air back out, that whitish, thick, slimy thing
Yeah.
that comes out as a semen
Mixture.
is actually made up of fluids from the
Yeah.
prostate, sperm cells from the testicles, and then some other few glands it contribute to. So it's made up of there's protein inside, there's carbohydrates, glucose, a lot of glucose in semen and all those things. Wow. But the bit about it that protects and I say protective to the prostate and say the more you put the prostate in action, oh, the more it has to squeeze cells to release, squeeze to release, the healthier it becomes. But when it is left alone, the truth of the matter is there might be already 40 years, from 40 years going, every man begins to experience some level of prostate enlargement. Ebema wo junso asesa kakra. So
Mm.
the evidence is rather contrary that into sex and masturbation. What is masturbation? Masturbation is just self-aggrandizement. Say why you are having sex with your own self. But at the end of the day, from the medical perspective, the end result is the same. Is the
Mhm.
psychological bit now? Where we have problems is the psychological bit where people go into addiction to the extent that it begins to become harmful to their daily lives. Say when masturbate, they cannot actually, carry on with their day-to-day activities. That is the bit that I think that we should discuss. But as for sex and masturbation in itself, health-wise, it is actually beneficial to the body. But on say health a holistic thing. Yentimi enka no in terms of medical body nankasa alone without talking about the effect that it has on the mind because they say a healthy mind has to a healthy body in a healthy mind and all those things. And a health nankasa no is not just limited to the absence of disease or infirmity as enshrined in the definition, but you say it is a state of complete social, physical, mental, psychological, spiritual well-being of an individual. So
Mm.
with masturbation, I think say yeah, the big deal has to do more with the psyche, more with the person's mental state, rather than
Exactly.
say a physical harm to the body.
Mm, that's the
Inti
side had taken. That's the view I had taken, and that's the one I always express with Nkrofo. In this conversation I was having with my son. Me catch and say, and maybe I was in every human interaction you have thresholds. And in your early stage, the way you do things sets your threshold. And in it more you have 20 times a day, a threshold because and that's where your brain sets. Obisu once a year and a threshold because I know a year. And it's the formation of the thresholds, the establishment of your norms, and that's the important thing because woman be normal. After deviating from it becomes an issue for you psychologically.
That's true.
And now I was explaining the hand. What the ones that dry hand a friend is saying masturbation. That's the wukushia baya bia. It would be very alien to you because abaya into kuruano lubrication. Your brain to lubrication being part of this process at all. You will struggle. You will. And at your own pace, at your own tempo, you control a lot of the things on your own. And also release, control it. But when you engage with another person, you don't control release. The other person is also part of the thing. It will be our programming getting release. And bringing a second person in is a big
it actually makes you selfish. It doesn't make you selfish in the sense that you are interested more in getting to that max, that peak. You just want to peak. That is all. And see how your partner feels or doesn't feel doesn't really matter to you. And you say you just want to peak. So once you peak, that is it.
And you will never.
You are you so and yes, psychological bit na also yes,
never peak because the partner
yeah. And then, in fact, natural sexual intercourse not
absolutely. So when taking care of partner, this gentleman said, if you ever intend to engage with a woman, you tread cautiously when it comes to this area because woko solo no going well is going to be tricky. One kasa winim wadie ya, you do it and you are done. You're mechanical. Where you and you will romance the whole day. Only ajwa you will have to engage in ajwa's thoughts. It's just so ajwa. Na ajwa ba, na ajwa body is not feeling it. Na that's patience. No, you will not have it because you have not used that in your threshold settings. No. Oh dear, no. Now for baby.
To say senior, yeah, can say a psychological. No, I think maybe a few weeks ago, if you're I can't say, oh no, on your bema da, she doesn't care what the man does because at the end of the day, during the sexual intercourse, she is doing what masturbating and pleasing herself. So to her, you can do whatever you want, whether you ejaculate quick or not. She doesn't care because she's pleasing herself, and that is the I think the threshold that we are talking about. Say because pleasing she knows what she needs to do for her to be pleased. She does it. She doesn't really care. And see that psychological effect in there. It is a major deal, and that in itself, most of the time, we don't realize that bit becomes the longer term effect of the masturbation as well. Because masturbation, yes, you've gotten the short term, which is the but for now you see a doctor.
Gratification.
Self gratification, and no, there, but psychologically, it becomes the long term effect, and that is where which Dr. Candida then the addiction starts to come in. Then you fighting that in itself, it becomes more of okay, Cecilia, and also go psychologist. And also go doctor or no assume a counseling near do bit to so you know why you wait near then how now after the time that you could have been using to do something else, maybe making more money, doing something, spending time with your partner or whatever, you're using to go and see a doctor or a psychologist.
And if you don't go and see a doctor or psychologist, and also one of the issues, I would say
Yes.
that we're talking about you brought the Ajwa Odo.
Yes, it has its own
If
issues.
you're the, yeah.
We have to talk about it because the partner of Efia Odo is also going to have his own psychological issues. So when you will be there, now you are just a physical body to the person is not emotionally connected to you, and the person is doing their own
Yes.
thing. You're just here as an accessory. And also, so one issues. There are many things around at a topic where it goes into many things in your interactions, And talk about baby, why you who are our don't want to by new.
Yep.
Ghana for our no ya kontokwa abruni
Yeah.
abruni ya ye niema ya dodo no ha ne wo obi ani
Yes.
nko
So okay, sister. Yeah.
Casadok.
Yeah. Say, our in terms of marriage, yeah, a lot of the problems are our most of them. Yeah, most of the problems people have in marriages, most people cannot come out and talk about, but it's significant. In fact, we share most marital issues. If it doesn't run around, either one party is not sexually satisfied, and I said there is something just off. And like you are saying, most of it goes around these masturbations that people do over time. You get to that point where you are the only one who can satisfy your own self. Is inadequate. You can never get to that point where you are really, really satisfied until you start fighting the person. Then within a short while, you are increasing your stress levels. Until in the short term, the beneficial effect of masturbation is there. But what effects in the longer term now, your stress levels are going to increase and you're going to start having marital problems. You're going to start having psychological problems because at the point you begin to think, say, one person we are inadequate. Because why is it causing problems here and there? So as for masturbation, say, see, when we want to talk about it, and I'm hoping that before the show ends, we will look at how to get out of it if you feel you are, your friend is saying, addicted. Because your problem be nobody will walk into a doctor's office and say, doctor, Maya addicted to masturbation, so I need help. In my entire practice, I've never had anyone walk up to me to tell me, say, or masturbating. It's just a few times when I meet some teenagers. Now I try to push them. I try to push them in that direction, and sometimes they open up, and you see, say, people are really masturbating. People are really doing it. And when you and when you open up the discussion, they are able to talk with you. They are able to share with you, and you can see that you are helping them out of it. I'm just hoping that towards the end, you become awesome.
I'm so glad we are going here. These are the taboos of our community, but they are not taboos because they are things people practice. And idea way, it is said, will be Pandora's box. So when you first see Pandora's box, it looks like an innocent box. It looks like a harmless box. It is very exciting to see what's inside the box. But it's only when you've opened the box and the contents have exhibited themselves and they scare you, they freak you. Now, baby, I won't find you want to shut the box, but you can't. Once the box is open, it's open. And it's one of those things that, as I said, maybe say that's what I was saying to my son. And maybe you don't even want to find out. And maybe in the long-term interest, no, it is better.
It's difficult.
So why you doing so when you oba better ever? Who be a boxes were December. It will make it very difficult for you to engage. And to one Kasani, you know thyself, you understand the name of it.
Okay. The big deal we are having and
let me have the freezer now. Jamal, I want to freeze it.
General.
General.
I think it's a transmission.
I think it's from a Jamal on the side.
Oh, okay.
That's in my freezer.
But what about Kasa?
Okay. I be fun person of Kasa.
Jamal Kasa. And we are by for the Pacho Kasa. Please talk.
Okay. Okay. So what I'm trying to see and say, I didn't know. I was say yes, in a more But say, me say, asem no. I was say yeka ho asem in a multi-dimensional fashion. Point number one. I will say people are battling between religion and ecology. Now, the religious bit no actually say when you masturbate, you have sinned. Because even the Bible says lustfully. And so people feel guilty about the fact that they are offending God, they feel guilty about the fact that they are sinning. Until a sana, you hello. Oh,
Hi, Jemma Mewaha. I can hear you.
hello.
There's a little bit of a delay, but I can hear you.
Yeah, in and out.
So
But
we need to balance messages. We need to balance. I don't know what's happening. In terms my network too is quite stable. I don't know why. MCC there. I'm trying to
maybe also
say,
your handstand.
in bringing up young boys and girls, we have to carefully. I was saying, yet me a balance spiritual messages or the religious with the psychological or medical aspect of it. Okay.
Yeah.
When you go too spiritual, when you go too religious, you put people in a cage. When they hear you, they understand you, they know what they know they are sinning if they do it. But at the same time, Nipa, and he knows that he's getting some gratification, short-term gratification from it. Until two keep conflicting, ideas keep conflicting, and the end result in a say, when you go too religious, Nipa no or masturbate on cancer. They will not open up and tell you that I am masturbating because it's tantamount to telling you say Odibole.
Yeah.
Yeah. So people would rather keep it to themselves. Some try to stop on their own, but it doesn't work. Masturbation, yeah. If you want to stop, you will need external help. You must talk to someone who is good at a gradual desensitization. The person will guide you through how to stop it gradually because you didn't start at once. It started free baby before it got to where it got to. So the person must be able to take you through that therapy. And so I would suggest to say when we are talking to people who are masturbating or who are thinking of masturbating, let's tone down on the religious bit. Now, say, it is okay, it is normal, especially for we boys. Hey, you realize, say, one of the first signs of adolescence, a wet dream. So every boy who grows up and goes into adolescence knows how an orgasm feels. Or no about nada. But because of the nature of the wet dreams we have, we know exactly how an orgasm feels. We know that it feels good. And sometimes we start our wet dreams, you enjoy it and you want it to continue. But people need to understand that a stage of development is just a manifestation of your initiation into puberty. And I say adolescence, into our wet dreams. Now, because we have tasted ejaculation before in our wet dreams, anytime we masturbate, it mimics our enjoyment now, and I say our pleasure now you derive during your friend is saying wet dreams. And so you notice that young boys in particular will want to do it again and again and again. You see that? So when we are talking to them, we need to let them understand, say, I don't know, it's biology, it's your body that is responding. However, I was saying with me exerting some level of self-control. You won't get to that point where you are addicted, and because of that addiction, I think that this is how we should begin to talk about these issues. Yes, I will call religious. People hide things. People will hide.
But won't say just like you are saying, Mimi say if especially something like sexual immorality, right? When I take the topic of sexual immorality and I'm explaining it to especially non-Christians, this is what I say to them. One, Bible talks about against sexual immorality. And when you take the whole thing about sexual immorality, if you engage in sexual immorality, what could happen? First of all, there could be pregnancy, which 9 times out of 10 is unplanned pregnancy. And that has its own consequences that it comes with. Child care. 2, there could be diseases. Into sexually transmitted diseases. If you get them, people who have got them know what it's like. People who haven't got them, thank God. Mhm. Those are some of the two things that, like you're saying, Doc, say, when you're talking about stuff now, don't dwell too much on the religious aspect or the spiritual aspect, because at the end of the day, yes, we've got the spiritual aspect, but the spiritual aspect manifests itself into the physicality. Until when that is happening now, what is the effect that the person is having in the physical aspect? If it is a medical effect, then you explain to them from a medical point of view. If it is not a medical and it's maybe financial, you explain to them on a financial point of view. It talks about maybe, if you don't gamble, why shouldn't you gamble? If you gamble, one, you end up spending all your money. So then you become responsible with your finances. Then kick out. So it's how we sort of explain to people
practicality over theory. It's where you are going. It's practicality over theory. Listen.
Yes.
The psychological implications and all these things were known. And in the Bible say enkoho enkoho. But I don't set it in any say enkoho no ubejedi, but say the nipa tienti. It says practical examples. Me baba abranche say I know say one will say. Am I ahoye nanika? It's be catcher and say woko ha dachi. When I could see. Say when I made that point, it had connected with the brain. Oh Jamal, Pacho will say bro enko. Bra. I used to link in Ebra. I would say the practicality of what we do, and that's one of the things as Ghana for we are horrible at. We give Enquire blanket statements. They are blanket threats. Enquire there be Tobo as a catcher and some bronsem gem. No, before you will get there is the psychological onslaught and some word subject. Catcher will ban on one thing and say ansana ubedru hell hono na you have suffered physically or earth ha hell ho de yenim de ekoso ho ba earth ha de yenyina yenim de ekoso if use relationship examples to show them the hell you will experience here, the frustrations you will experience here, the difficulties in engagement you will experience here, a bit connected with enkrofo brain. The problem with for saying is instead say you be explaining, we hide behind the Bible says don't do it. No, that's not enough. Yeah. Give me practical reasons why the Bible says don't do it. There's a reason why the Bible says don't do it. Give me actually
and most of the time, the reasons are clear. They are nothing that is hidden. It's not all spiritual. And like I gave the example of sexual immorality. It is there. We all know, Samasa, if you engage in sex, there are two things that will come out of it: pregnancy or sexually transmitted diseases, depending on faithfulness. I'm trying to get to the simplest of minds.
She was great with graphic explanations. Me mama say, "Ya wo penny amount basket na eswa pampam." So also basket na your basket is light. It is easy to carry. Which means if you pampam na dia show much because it contains nothing. Yeah. When your basket is filled with a nyema, it has to remain on your head. And every encounter with everybody you have, especially sexual encounters, it leaves you an imprint. It leaves you an experience. It leaves you a yardstick of measurement.
Yeah.
And it is said the Obiafa rock, no dia to basket. It is because Jamal. Now Jamal is a skilled lover. Now Jamal was so many we're given a yardstick of measurement. Every level I will encounter at that point, will be measured against
Jamal's performance.
So the chronic meet Jamal threshold. Yeah. Nipa na Andrew threshold it's by engaging with Jamal, all my future sexual partners will, whether they have met Jamal or not, they are living and walking in his shadows.
Yeah.
Many Jamal di Asia Oyukushini and also Akuma Pampam. Every future lover is now going to have to battle to overcome Akushino and to convince me say they are different from Jamal and to show me if you're Juma Makopato. Nipa no amapa Juma man and so cry with him Jamalo. Men are many Jamal could ye Jamai. But one who say ono no amako share ne later no ono na ebe ye ho adwuma. Eti nipa koro no so ba.
One say to say a koshi example ye say I want me say no. Me say no. Tama me share me at the time my girlfriend or fiancé. No. One of the things that I was looking for from her was trust.
Yeah.
That is all I wanted from her, trust. Because in previous relationships, they've either cheated or they've lied about something or whatever. So all I wanted from her, me personally, was trust. And she proved herself more than
But imagine how difficult it is to prove yourself, bruh.
Yeah, but she didn't know. So the thing is,
she didn't know, but she would have guessed when you are working to baby na so obi ama kwa maybe obi asese ko do no say ma yeah ube hu ade a ube ko bia ni o ti ase and these are the funny things. And when you go to biblical principles and look at who bintini say train na wari ansa no.
Exactly.
Because obema bia na so obebia woni di benya nkitahudie before you marry, it becomes a yardstick for the potential no. The person is long gone, but their legacy remains for Seni Pakro.
Don't even.
Oh yes.
Let me just add. My main say this is how I like to explain it. Say, anytime you have sexual intercourse with someone, it is for instance, a spiritual exercise. Yeah. In other words, you are telling the person, say, I inherit your blessings. I also inherit your curses. I share blessings with you. I share my with you. I share my whatever curses, whatever burdens I'm carrying from once I'm in, you will share with me. If you go and sleep with another person, you're telling the person, say, I share your curses, I share your troubles, I share your, and you keep carrying people's curses and burdens from one point to another. I hear your own identity. Yes, your own identity will be lost. That's a one casano you cannot even trace where your own starts before the ones you inherited from people.
Yeah. Very accurate.
That spiritual bit is there. But maybe problem, let's say. I think that the church has done so much. The messages have gone is that why are we not playing game? Why are we not practicing? And it boils down to the fact that I kind of earlier on say sometimes, and this is what I always see. Nipa, this is flesh and blood. I'm a physical being, and then there is the spiritual component. In fact, it's very easy to understand my physical being than my spiritual being.
Now you see the physical.
So the approach, if you start from the physical point of view and get people to understand what they can see, what they can touch. Yes, approach, a failure. Then you take to a spiritual solution for it. Obi is a question. Where does they say be a spiritual marriage? I think I saw something that just flashed in a minute. They said what do you call it? Wet dreams near spiritual marriage and those things. Of course, I cannot dispute the fact. Say there are no spiritual marriages as in this thing talking about, but we cannot lump it all together and say Obi awenya wet dreams beyond spiritual marriage. Because scientifically, we know that it's part of the adolescence, whatever the developmental package. But of course, the devil can also whatever God has made good and beautiful. The devil can mimic it, spoil it, and make it into something else. Into me and really out say if saying spiritual marriage anyway. But let's start from somewhere. Otherwise, somebody will be walking around. Nipano only possession. So every time we are pouring oil on this person, we are fasting and praying for this person when the solution is actually physical. So you see, you make a big ridicule of God when you go and assess a spiritual solution. Then you come to my office as a doctor, then I give you paracetamol, then it will work. Does that make me bigger than God? It creates confusion. I always suggest to say, go for a more physical, palpable, understandable solution. You can see, you can touch, you can feel. If that one fits,
then you know that the physical one has failed. Until when you are going to God, full vim, your faith is 100%. You are not shaking. You are sure, say, once you go to God, it will be, what they call it, solved. But we have made people to fast and pray. We have poured oil on people, on more conventions, more conventions. Still, assembly not just a problem. I say it's not going away. And sometimes it's because approach na the way, no. It's not
let me give you an example of
the best. And I say, whilst we are dealing with a spiritual solution, let's also add a physical one. Say, maybe me handle me no concurrently.
That is my style. Multi-pronged approach. Always.
Always. Say no. Me make catch me say me and with him. I think she passed away in 2014 thereabouts. No, she was a very, very strong Christian. A very, very strong Christian. She unfortunately onya a cancer of both breasts. Onya cancer of both breasts no. Obi a obo mpaye sin no. Me who be yet. Not even my brother who I know is a strong Christian. Me who be yet. But this woman, yes, she got diagnosed of cancer. She still went for all her chemos. She was given 6 months to live. She went for all her chemos and she continued to pray. My mom told me, sir, my aunt prayed, I think either before or after she was diagnosed. I can't tell of the timeline. But she prayed to God that she wanted to see God. According to my mom, while she was praying, there was this great light that shone in her room. She couldn't even watch. Blah blah blah. So that told me how strong her faith was, right? Now, of a woman with such faith, she never missed one chemotherapy or one hospital appointment, irrespective of her faith. Now, that's in a sense to make who said, nah, if, say for instance, she had just gone on the spiritual element, which yes, it does work for most people, and for others it doesn't, depending on your belief and all that. If she had gone on just the spiritual element, could she have lived up to the 10 years? If she had gone on just the medical element, could she have lived on the 10 years? For us, no, she combined the two. As to whether they were actually supposed to work hand in hand for her, no, of course, we do not know. Because at the end of the day, medically, it could work and it could fail. But for her, her belief was, I'll still believe in God and also believe in perhaps maybe there was a direction that God gave to her. I don't know. I cannot say for definite that she should still go for a chemo. Maybe, but she did. So we shouldn't neglect, just as Dr. Kano, we shouldn't neglect the medical bits, the medical intelligence. That's Nyankopon nonsense and all their mind.
Yeah, and confirm now when we are medical, no. Okay, so we feel space in the by.
Nyankopon, of course, because also I think was it Minkai which part of the scripture where it talks about
I have to leave a bit. Me one night cover. I'm offering for some emergency. I'll join you.
Matty Jamal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it with the information.
That's it.
Sure.
That's it.
I'll definitely come back if you're still here.
Please do. Please do. I would say Obi. We are going.
Yeah, so Menkai which bit of the passage it says, but God sent the angels to come onto earth to do what? To teach men of how to make medicines, how to use the natural resources on earth. And unfortunately, the angels perverse things and then they slept with the women and blah blah blah, all giants, Nephilim, and the kick out. So this in itself now, yes, we have that divine element, we have that divine direction. Then in kick out the inventions, most of them. Some of them too, it might not be. We don't know for definite because things of the spirit in there, and the noise of the spirit.
No worries, Matty. Me mute one until we are one.
Hi.
Really?
And the happy. I want to say.
I'm telling you, Bibi Aboko, Mafio, I have paid you. Edra, me say me da kakra na ma sorry. Echia me hotel hono. Papa them so here said they never see that and he didn't have the heart to meet me and he
Well,
let
that's a good thing. When you tire, you tire. You need to rest.
sorry na about and they say net as I say you do. But that kakra no nya no but then they know themselves when he says so nya no me to nya no no mu no mother.
Aw,
Yeah into what and nobody say deeper for near that intimate so be your door so. We're in a hotel room, so and then they're up close and personal. There isn't many places I can run to.
Hey. Brother, Obi, you were freezing, Anna.
I think so he's taking the call. Yeah.
Brother Obi, I promise to say,
Oh, nyame adom o.
yeah, that you who I say, why see name Kolan swear?
Nyame adom.
Yeah, say.
Ajo, and then what my highest shit.
Oh, hey,
Don't say ni bebre.
can you mark more?
You
Eh,
see,
there's more of them now. Mobile, I'm the one to 10 on.
Obi, wait me about Kutia, yam faho. We don't care. We don't give a thought. Wait me about
Yeah, hello.
Now I started the show with Nokrenk in KTBSS and I was telling them about Nokribia. Or money near Drew baby beer SS worker. Now I know baby I'm not calling Drew ni say this a call chess me who baby I'm a dancing with a be easier. Maybe I'm a name hey now you're fanfa. Oh now questions they come and you don't know what to do. And the first thing you want to do is do the very Ghanaian thing of ducking. And where you say you were a clown. It won't go in.
We are cramponic.
And I make it. But oh, your concert party.
Yeah, sister Obaya Denise.
Denise says it's to say. Oh, your concerts. Oh,
you were asking about me and then take it off, but I went to do grocery shopping and it wasn't easy. Pandemic, you know. Oh, stop it. Pandemic, you know, say now near my mother 6 feet. You did not want to for some time. I'm not going in my sister, my dad.
Okay.
Me dream pandemic cry here can wasem.
Oh, wait here, the real one, the real COVID-19 pandemic issue.
Guilty be na ya kan wasem na bi new.
No, but it's not like oh, to say what party actually not be easy. And say what nice,
Media make COVID-19 means another one be about us about them ever seen.
So I dream Braham.
We just COVID-19 we are Kwabena 20.
How was that? Greetings, so Welcome. It's tricky. The topic is dicey. But we still have to have it. I was sharing me, baby, I made
you still okay? Listen. Media to say I don't know my mean fence you make out some my it is a munjimi near. Let me show you guys. Maybe this way, no.
Hey, you see, I have practical so.
The lady
practical, because we have to go to practicals.
Study protesting too much. The lady does protest too much.
They are practical. You know. Hey, look at son, I'm a Danino. What is this? You see this stuff?
It's here for this is a typical example of peer pressure.
You see this stuff?
Please do not succumb to peer pressure.
You see this stuff?
Don't try this at home.
Imre. Marshmallow. Corn. You see all this stuff?
Don't try this at home. Mm-hmm.
Don't try this at home. Don't try this.
But don't be say peer pressure.
Peer
About obvious committees are peer pressure.
Oh, that's my yes or copy my made the mecca. My because my renting, I don't have to hide it.
I mean, Nadia Koye Mammy.
Oh, media. I took off today because that means
Koye Mammy because and then Asabia birthday until you said the Adena Kone say we let's go away for a little bit. Going away, no, a very good idea until no crab back daddy. Osha Habo said bodyguard back at this area. Oh, Danny the other side about no store located when Nadia mini 1 minute to crash up the Danny.
Me practicing it with me poggy.
Hey sister, I don't need him.
Me practice it. Brother,
warm up.
Line.
Oh, here warm up. In fact, we are cool down, not warm up.
I don't know about any of these things. Give me a whole Daniel man kitty when you minimum
the laundry cramming yo Charlie. I have to
want our filler or take filler or do more shit.
Me practice it. Tell me buy me yeah, what the ashamin to say
yeah, the dear na show. Oh,
I moved you no me say brother Hansen leave me be.
I was sharing my teenage journey. I was hoping first I share my struggles with my teenagers now. Those of you one who haven't got to that age will become a little bit more realistic of the journey ahead. You will stop beating yourself because you will see when it gets to you and your kids, and you won't go on it. It is what happens to teenagers in what you say. And they will discover and they will start discovering feelings.
Yeah.
And my knows be home, ya one say no society more almost best started discover near my way. Say, I will phone in ya, embre. Now when you engage a one no cream, now what can no crutch the wobanoa. What empower wobano money make better decisions.
No correct.
Make I pass some time. May hold me home. Na me am say ed na me come mame ho. I'm go catch mame say na me hold her na say ya ye do so hwe. Debi. Aha nye do. Wo hohora ese so to obo ase hohora ha nko aha de eye flower no. Papa ba depend ese so beti sa flower ne ko. Wo de flower ni di agora flower ne ko mu bebu ni wura ne beba ne na awu. Na de ye hwie nye. And it's one of the things that has always been said you see can and na me bought flower who buy mani wura me try say ni wura bi bekwa kwate. Ti bo he bi gugu flowers so me do flowers ho, we chafa flowers ho, me mfa me sanka flower because yes flower no. Just a betray my papa bi. Wo ba no abetite flowers no. And when I grew up I realized that she was working on sensitization. Na on person be di agro na me desensitizing no. Na won pese mea me ho edi agro na daachi bi mi hia papa bi amantimi involve no. I want to say where nya wo bi anka sa ade na nkyere na accidentally udi kodi agro ebe ye ode. Ti de bia wo hohora na we what discovered you hotspot. Ube hu na you are on a slippery journey towards baby bia one tiasie. Baby bia one kasa wani naso. And it's this honesty which allows enkwara to come to a point to be on one casati near Massey.
No,
na casa asem na nchire obi am prepare wa dwen for saade no one kasa wo nenam ne mu abo se patriko to mu akota asem bim. E bi sa
o kan wa bo o baba ne de no so say no. Me say no say currently mo baba o kofo na o jaria na person who na say hon. I'm saying yes, that's good. But then on the odd occasion, you might catch her ABR scratching. In Tinama catching say, don't scratch. And I'll take your hands out, don't scratch. No, be something. Why? Inti that's why no. This is where I think it's quite important for me to start building that relationship and trust and the truth. Inti obisa why Makachen said because if you scratch now it's going to hurt. And if it hurts, you end up going to the hospital. So that is the first element. And of course, ohono, the way a hot no, scratch a beku. A yekua, a helia, you want to itch more. So then the more you itch, the more it hurts. Indeed, that is the first truth. Now, hopefully, no, when we get to the next stage, no sooner, Oba, no, I'll give her the next truth. But it is the gradual process. It is where you start from with the truth. If Ebi Oba na Mekachen said, you say your men found Sancho and Quadabonisema and
This is your kakai.
Exactly.
There's a demon.
No, that's not the reason why she's doing it. She's not doing it because there's a reason why she's scratching.
Because on our wing parabonism man at 4. And your response and a bemana coho or not.
Brain freeze. Sorry, guys. My brain just froze a minute. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
If your husband will permit me, I love you. You are just amazing.
Good illustrations.
But I have to say, you need to find something that you lick. You need to practice licking, not sucking.
Yeah,
that's true. You know how you can get it because you gotta suck sometimes, so that's fine. Go get it.
Ajwa, are we having the same kind of conversation?
Okay, sorry, me pam chop. Just for me, sorry, I'm going to behave. I'm going to behave.
On the subject of behavior, I was explaining my struggles with the teenagers. I was explaining the changing of a near maybe, especially when it comes to emotional connectivity.
This is woman, 14 and 15, right?
Yeah.
And okay.
14 and Abrantene is pushing towards 16.
Wow.
And then Madam AD 14.
Wow.
And these are all some of the struggles. Oh no, or ye kitwa. And I won't pass to see it. And because oye oba na me pese ohunu ne rights na me pese obi asisi no ma kire ne saa de no from the very beginning. Enti ni nua be ma no challenge ni nua ma tu enya asem kitwa wo area ha. She really does give ni nua no a push. And saa ne ma ni nyina no sometimes Dr. Jamalaba yenya ho ho hwe. We have a ho.
Hi.
Jamal, welcome back. Oh, we're mute too.
Oh, Doc.
Yeah. We're mute. Aha. Debbie, what's your mute?
Oh, Doc, come back. Unmute yourself.
Am I back?
Yes. You back. Don't touch anything.
Yes. What?
Wow, what you have a very unique voice, and I mean, my message so much.
I'm done with what I was doing.
My goodness gracious, Brother Obi, calm down. It's all innocent, eh? It's a compliment. It's a compliment. Me pamuchoe a compliment. Right? Me pachobi and petri and country case say na adwa bet na ha say no be compliment. This is a compliment.
Well, many people product here. Obi yere won't many papa be answering. O se any am money.
Doc, I promise to say, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing very well, thank you. How about you?
Now, or explaining any about masturbation.
And I'm a missing in a dog mpacho to
position.
Oh, Missy, my parents once a quantum juice plus Nina early today. And now, Mama, you're so hyped up, no.
I just have any.
Normally, I am a number one Panama number, but for some reason, then me planning you now boom at once.
And then they may walk out to the wedding.
Ah,
Why?
and then me catch your sister Irene. I won't fed you, so I know a one day. I mean, here to a mammy and answer sister money here to a man.
Me nim hoshi adu away the wodia. Who the cap fits? Let them wear it. So Obi card and the side eye you're more dangerous than you.
I kid you not.
I know I can't say wodia. Take
Oh,
out.
I am media pa. Hey, now then, why do you all pick on me all the time? I don't know if they won't pick you or no.
It is not picking. Oh, it's not
It's not
picking.
picking,
It
because
is showing
Jamal,
love. It is showing love.
I was a very
That
good-
is Irene. I'm offended.
I will aqua by me say, Doctor Baye,
Hey,
or better
Sister Ajua.
Hey, what day? I won't record you day.
Dr. Jamal ne Ajua or the second combination, and I just a fireworks.
Oh my God. And then they remember Dr. Afani, you know, because I'm so very hyper. And some come and not to kakra, me come and what
Nse,
to
Doc, na woka earlier no. Ebi ni ebiani. Nti we say na yehu hyperness no. Na say ebia nyame anchade na ochina nso. Yesa so kofa another one of the same dosage. Na ede kekamba.
Kale.
addiction.
Hey, say, okay, I see. Say you all like say man who's a moon working with Sister Ama. Everybody's coming at
Ajua jai and you bring Amadia Wayan Wahu. Amadia Wayan Wahu. Jai.
Mame Tion. And all the best. Hey.
The Oye in an person the show said to Wagner.
Oh,
mental one blow. Ama. Hey, Obama Krupa Casami attention seek Bisano. Hey, Ama.
Nana Poku has made a critical point. I would tell you, remember Dr. Jamal and I mean him so we busy.
Dr. Jamal answer no be call mami misa no question back na. Dr. Jamal, the patrol na ye kan about say sex no ebi wo ho anu why addicted no ho no. Then say it me for so because according to no there is no measure. Obi dey 1 week, obi dey 2 weeks, you know. And as a doctor, no, ofo say how many times I was say because if you are not addicted by any how many times? Oh, I don't know.
That depends on your mood.
Oh, I do a jai and that bomb will be a Dr. Jamal ya to honor. You need to go
for sure.
Okay, mommy, also, like I still maintain say, in terms of say air too much and I say air too little. It doesn't depend on you. It depends on nipa na woni no air involved.
Oh, okay.
The sexuality, ebi mo ha say, na ebi mo ha. If you are here, na say or partner ewo ha say. Gap now in between in terms of your sexuality, your sexual energy, and I say in terms of your libido, it will let your partner feel say, oh no, he's having less. And I want you feel like you are having too much.
Okay.
And that is what usually breeds the conflict. I just want to maintain, say, in terms of sex, there is no such thing like too much, and there's no such thing like too little. Senipa mienu ekabomwa. They will have to work each other out for some time, understand each other, and find a common ground where it is neither too much or too little for each of them. But I told us our process is very tedious, is very long. It doesn't produce instant results. And people are not patient enough to go through with it. But if two people can understand, say, now we're born with different sexual energies, and based on our experiences, some of us are hypersexual, others are hyposexual. We'll be able to work something out where one person will.
Ama is hypersexual. Adwa is hypersexual.
There will definitely be conflict.
All the way.
So that is it. Demi can watch us.
Watch us. Yes, doctor. You can just a virgin for me in the which me a bassa a now. Bra is on no times where Jamuka crowns and Rabesia there. Mitana, that's a frequency, not a praca.
It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Earlier on, or make a very important point to be said. What do you call it? Okay, let me just make this point. So two virgins mean Asia. There is no guarantee say homosexual energies never at the same level because it's a compound issue. Experience just one of it. Say Nipano, you were born with a certain level of sexual energy. Then your experience will come to add to it. Even two virgins, most start here. You might start off as two people who are not really into it, but after a few days or after some small period, will be assuming real level.
Even that day, because yes. Before I even did the do, I was experienced in my head. I haven't done it practically, but just I was that woman quite romantic.
Okay, Councilor to the same semi virgins of one of them.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we haven't laid the lay, but your friend is a principals needed. They are there. Yes, yeah. Practical. No, na your friend theory test certificate. It's not really to do with whether we're a virgin or not. It's to do with onipano the way you are programmed. And I don't remember.
Sanity.
Doc, Mpacho, met me up so awesome. Met me.
Go ahead.
And say, couples to be or honor. Libido no back there was through back there or form. But Eshan say they don't have effective communication, you know. And I say and almost if you new come cramp. Now to say DNA in the libido was through no. Eshan say they them no say some have sex. DNA they were form no. On your forthcoming with that because no one shall then atinka na no ebe mano etimi edieshia ne ho kafo no. In terms of couples no was a problem no. And the advice now the mom because couples be or no they struggle with that. Omuni mu kwan on be fa so a ebe communicate and I said to say even to encourage the other one to go see their doctor.
Na idea so ko doctor ho say dey.
Oh, I will be on my medical.
First of
yes, so either say we be twentwen so ansa na o we yaba. And I say, obey you, and also Doctor Bay, I said, in America for
some of us think the other way, but a bit away is serious.
Yes.
1 minute of one
we want to understand this. I didn't was say. And anytime be my clients, but this is what I tell them. The catch will say, sex is not in the genitals. Sex is in the head.
That's
Thank
right.
you.
What I say. So the genitals, no, me say, sex is not in the genitals. Sex is in the mind.
That's right.
And the mind, you know, is so powerful to the extent that obit meets nothing. Now, our dream sex, you can imagine yourself having sex with someone to the extent that you climax and have an orgasm.
No correct.
And you haven't been touched, count, but by pure wild imagination, you can climax.
No correct.
One thing I tell my clients and say, with this understanding, says sex is here now. And most of the time, whatever we have here is known to us only. Just say, you can never read through it no matter what you do.
No correct.
With purpose, no, the first thing I tell them to say, there has to be communication. And you should be able to open up a discussion. There has to be a culture of talking about things. It doesn't have to start from sex. Hey, say we are couple. Now you cannot even agree on whether you are sticking to Milo or you are sticking to Lipton, or you can't agree on we are having 3 children or 2 children. Some misunderstanding, you will carry it to your sexuality. So first, you have to develop the attitude of communicating on any issue at all that confronts you. Before I ever do sex component, you would have had an understanding, a baseline. I can say, look, we need to talk about the way our sexual life is going. That is the first thing. The second thing they say, and that is one thing most of us forget, and they say, people are sick. People walk around with a lot of ailments.
Oh, yes.
There are a lot of ailments that have a huge bearing on our sexuality. Take, for example, or hypertension. In fact, we know, say, every hypertensive drug you know in this world today can cause sexual weakness in men. He can go 1 full year without an erection.
Hey,
antihypertensives, I think person me cannot. Patients need be what do you do no because they are aware. If you are living with your partner who is hypertensive, not on antihypertensive medications, I also be careful because that person is likely to suffer from a low sexual drive. Number 2, diabetes.
Wait. But if, say, for instance, somebody has hypertension, right? Is there an alternative remedy to it rather than that drug? Because that drug will do things.
Like what?
That drug could become our new juice plus high.
It will do things like what?
Do you know something? In my experience, I've met a lot of clients every month they come to collect the drug, but the truth is that pressure very, very high, to the extent that you actually fear that this person will have a stroke any minute. The sad thing is, because of such side effects, and the fact that people are not taking it, amount for it take advantage to introduce other things with the claim say it's me Emma pressure a buffer. And the truth is that so far we don't have such effective remedies. As at now, it is just the effective remedies to high blood pressure is the current antihypertensives we have. But it cannot bring it down to a safe level.
No, correct.
You can only combine the drugs with those things. But then you stand the risk of getting a stroke, you stand the risk of getting a heart failure, you stand the risk of getting kidney failure, and then never be brave. As it is right now, for hypertensives, one thing I tell them to say, sexual weakness now. Anytime you visit your physician and I say your doctor, open up a discussion and tell him, say, doctor, I don't know what the man is bringing me problems. My wife is not tolerating these things. So, and then we can find some other drug be adjusted to add to the antihypertensive so that it will take care of that sexual problem. But say one can, the doctor will not. Sometimes so many clients are busy, you don't remember to open that discussion up. Into every hypertensive, I advise say when you go, side effects be a adrenal be say you are not getting erection, and I say you have lost total interest in sex, you have to tell your doctor. There are alternatives, and yes, alternative to the hypertensive drug, but you won't draw a bit to take care of that component. And apart from hypertension, you are already so many illnesses that have a bearing on our sexuality. And so that is what I'm saying. When we are handling this topic, I will say, yeah, careful, kakra, because people are really sick and they need help. And in most cases, when you treat the illness, the sexuality comes back and they bounce back very strong. Let me what I say.
Yeah. And then I say couples be on especially like when it comes to medication. Now there are some medications it limits one's sexual drive. So most of the time, they don't go back to talk to their doctors. Some of them are shy. They don't know how to approach it because they feel like, okay, this is a mass medication. But there are some sickness now. The medication that is prescribed for you, that's the only medication you have to take. But they can reduce the dosage for you in order for you to get your sexual arousal back. But some people, they don't talk about it because they feel like if they go and talk about it with their doctor now, the the dosage will increase. So because they don't want to do that, then they will stop taking the medication, which will have a negative effect, because then your sickness is going to get worse than before, right? So it's always important, especially
I'm a very important question. Be say whether sex or death. In fact, sometimes that is the your friend is saying two poles to this issue. In fact, I've several times my clients who come to tell me say, "Pass no pressure drono. Now when timia won't pass there, and it's better for him to die." The truth of the matter is that men, especially when it comes to sexuality, our ego is very high. For him to go to bed and not be able to perform party, then he would rather die of that stroke. And that is the general feeling I get from almost all the hypertensive clients I see. Say,
isn't that sad? Yeah. I mean, you intentionally harming yourself because there are some medication that can prevent you from getting sicker, but because of because of sex,
Juice plus. Juice plus hotel se brake. Na hypertension adokro anaa diabetes adokro na Mr. Obo going to mention the ho yira. It is sometimes let's be empathetic. Menka say omo nko no enyo. But the American say when doctor is saying that their egos mema obema say hiano na ne bema ye adwuma kro prefer no say say ade no ebewu na onista eno na man ye bema. And when it comes to that thing now, as psychologically, what's say your psyche ni panadrin only bear matter. Now, this is where we look out for each other. This is where we look out for each other. Say, me I'm no aduane no, and you maybe what I met it so that you have good health. Men one me di bia e be ma wo watna siache. Me when my husband hit 50, I say klache, awade ya be wade ache. Me mesusa ma wontem enti me ma no e wo sa wotena se ne nyina yehwe won eniema bi wo ho e wo se metete so nipa no e bia openam ana o lifestyle bi e wo se ojai e bi wo ho a ye kasa de any abotre ne the way a wo beka no na the person will come in line with you especially obema bi wa me no bia wakọ Ghana no e diabetic na ade na komuni na hwe wo ho no 37 you drew ho. We are diabetes papa is there bi. We are diabetes because I can get be no ne share dem ho na ade ne ba ye no. On person ba yan be hu say o wasi chire mu yare. Can you imagine that?
Wow.
Can you imagine
Ego.
that? Ego. Wahu na saa de ban we obedru Ghana me obedru abrochira na se oyewukunu a ne girlfriend po no ntimi ganje na wa ye Mrs. Minimo bi ade bia ni kunu so de a na wa fa aduranom sister na ansha da anko school nti ase na as time goes on no the woman was curious and of fa aduro ni bi ebe adwuma mu se na sister we nso e me hwe aduro na je se eye pressure aduro o se de bia papa no me bisa na o se enye hwe but e wo bi ma me am tu hu se ade enko yi nso da papa se enye hwe nti no eno ane se me ho eye vitamins ade nso nya vitamins wahu enti nipa we wo be ye ne den age se ye kasade ene akrokro na wo ma na ate ase se wo tena ase chema me amepe wo tena ase che wo di aduane pa wo ye de wo se wo ya ebe wo ye mienu abrabo na ye ebo no na ama nipa na tena ase ache enti we nye time a wo be ye wo be ka so de wani edin ko hu da bi o we ye time a wo krokro no na wo pa asem bi me ka won wa genuinely oyare ebi o diabetic ni maami wo bi ene onu so anya bi by default awo mu no wanya genetics wahu benye de ebi akobo adwama ya che na de beto mu keke enti no se wo wo awadwem na sa de ban na eba ebi wo ho when you are getting to your 40s and 50 that's when sa na na bi wo tie show mampo brabo no be 10 years 15 years no na sa medical na no ya na epule up mumma yenya abotre ne ne won ka enne na ebi ye be ma no tine betumi aye wo ba no kra betumi anya diabetes na wutiri hu tutu e ma bebre ase wo ntiri hu achemfo yare ba na agu ye pressure duro na atutu wa mutiri nwi no wutiri nwi tutu a ya wukunu jaawo wo di wig butu so na abrabo no ye kọ enti mumma ye nsua se eduru mema no so a we be very empathetic with them.
Say enu bia na I think say not Doc Oka said there is no necessarily say it's too much or but it's not being too much. No, it doesn't mean that there isn't a limit for you because dependent on your health, nankasano will determine say you need too much. Yeah, because see baby oh yeah, that's one more that particular day. No, why it to be that day already. Okay, extra na and no no view no and you have to know your body. You have to know your body. You have to listen to your doctor. Know what your doctor is saying. Once you know that, no, and you listen to your doctor, you work in coherent with your health, needs near there, no. It helps. No, not to say one general say, oh, and that there or some me go to and some country. Well, but who say, oh, me go to me country, I'm a home so there the it's also me train break.
That's the problem. That's the problem with women and men, society and community. And your dog can to say when it comes to DNA, any a genital, and we trim because you how the things that you think and the things that you want to do, no, and not generating certain things. And our really relationship, no, I'm sorry to say, there are other important components with besides sex. Sex is one of the components. A dear point me our real and answer relationship. Like I think say and sometimes you don't know be and answer partner maybe as a mom back and me ma ne hoka for bema ne bema no it means sorry and you notice that yano kasa the way we speak to our partners and I even say we can play action because anything can happen. We shouldn't just use our words to bring them down. I think say many people home no it's a win but because of them be and I send the hook in the partner catch no and I'm maybe abasa because we treat emotionally when you are emotionally abused now by your partner now and also to me equals to dysfunctionalness and sometimes and money be and a cause problems Emma ye me mani bi. Until we have to be mindful because any nkwana atenka wa ye ho. And nye mema and nkwana atenka wa. Una debi won so na the way we do certain things or we assume certain things, you know. And no my mani be enya this kind of dysfunctional mindset to say me bear many one no ma I'm useless or like I'm a shameful person. It shouldn't have to be. I don't even know why we do that to ourselves. It's not right.
Dog, how many black people and colored people and omura or surgery ho and answer for appointment ni kunu eka ho. One who says sad divine way, you know, yeah no ye obroni any airco appointment at doctor surgery near the won't send ni kunu ka ho. He is not ashamed, he or she is not ashamed to ni kunu to ho. Now ye can medical a yachre no. Why? Because some no one na airbo brana. I was say I said before you come into line say me name kunuti. Now me what doctor's appointment to be a. If you were where was some name partner ko. Now my partner would be a cost of my sister mu because say oh yeah diabetic. I was so be an idiot Mosesa. Oh yeah pressure. I was so be an idiot Mosesa. Who cook the food? Most of the time, who is at home? Oh, when you nan, I was say incorporate a relationship, a good relationship. I don't see why. Maybe some so won't doctor's appointment. Yeah, they don't know. Unya stroke, I want to make kasa. A better day na wukuno who dear will probably what to the moon. Yen na ye kita. Na Elizabeth.
Me pacho me ho kekam. Please pause. I will pause, please. Pause. I will jang. Nyabotre. I will yes them we are walking. I hope so will be called the other side because a bar worry more. Why would they more transparent? Because as a war by shame, ma, when the member do the ma. One more jam ma. The other side. Every bed the anto maswa. A man in Krunum Tifio Moon Nimpote Bribi how more.
Yeah.
What about the other Ukro? Who could have no heart attack when in the no. I will check none in row. A shanem passing. And a shababy, I won't question you, ma'am. And a gunicam, when you mamma do. I did a man go through sign my way. I say, my baby,
up to young communication and the kind of marriage we people are marrying. Now boils up to that thing. So, mean to me, near my air coso. Psychologically, I will be trim me yare, mako GP, and yet the be a me kunu call doctor and a medinechi. Mamenka, I hint us in Binchram. Me, time a doctor say me, Menkwana me call yan ye catch me. Me bear fear pet and I me catch me. My husband took it upon himself who says it's a because I need to know exactly what is happening, how I will handle it. There was some ye biara. And pray bebre ya de adwuma ahata yani and pray bebre ya adwene say my ye busy me ye wait and say me ye wait there be me. It took a long time for me to learn that. I didn't just start doing it. And to me I know what I'm doing it ever since that I also took it upon myself to say and was say me who be bia about papa no na bribiba not se sabe ni kuna to the mumu no me to me answer me hudie me kunu pe. And the reason why my husband did that, I've never regretted it. There are times you wish to say na de kwa waka, but you must come into a level say yare dom ebemu be transparent. Ahanmu na ye kunu mudi for o prescription esha o kamu a minimum prescription no dosage krokra wasa wofa. Say one nom, okoya yesi diabetes, so the asha wo ho, nka nkyere me, minsu mi nim, bra, wo da twene so an wam na to say tim, bra, bebre na mu no, eno an yekumu. But let me tell you, say, asitna na wo ne ma menete no, eye papa, anka you are not ashamed to tell him, tell her, sa asitna na wo ne awuraba nete no, eye correct. Adrena only pa minute will fear on a papa. You are not ashamed. You are not ashamed. Make a way as a footwa mobi. Not saying say obi krunya papa na mema nya correct. But from my own experience, you see I can correct ya. Mena menkwana miko. die time a mommy diagnosis enya papa no. No krenya mianim. I myself went once at a point I know say I need somebody. Me best ye na mbeka na me kunu se hwe Ewuraba minim say ye nyesika. Minim say there are other things to do, but henceforth I will make appointment be na onim anwanwasem because papa no onemeko na onim the kind of things at the point medically I was even written off. No more operation now. They knew say Nyama air common. Bisa Mikunu say, what do you think we have to do? Adia Mikunu agree ye a sign mom ye, you know. Akoshi has a number nigusu and one a meye. Why? Because for about 4 months, you know, to the time, you know, menene ba he asked the right question because emotionally, as at that time, Nyama Mikomuno, and yet Nyama Ninanam Tibi Bisa. Na ono a enye ono netua ne ho no otimi bisa questions bia doctor still need choice and I say otimi opin na apochere no and they say young man you need to help your wife, you need to do this Ghana na ebi wo ho a bebia ye free ba nyankere yensa ben ne nyame adom we had the opportunity. Let us change the status quo. Mama yensesan nyema bi ye ba ya obroni ukose adwabo so ni kunu awura ho adientia. I want to know him. Me person me who the ekoso. And then I doctors, most powers normal doctors. You don't even know the name of the doctor who look after your husband. Prescription at Yama Ukunu ni madiko. It is a pleading call for tonight. Our platform is what TB. Ghana Krana wa who give continental make time because a woman some doors. In some dinner, doctors and a catcher man. The hormones is all over the place. The woman cannot absorb some of the things you are telling him or her. Wada ye nyama to kan. Otu anfa. Okwa wosu a obewu a wuni ma de ku no.
Enye enti na nurses ni bi ton eye bi mo minim enya Ghana nka minim so obi timi woni e kasa akora na wu na bad na yira.
Enti mo ma ye nhwe saa de ban no. Abrochefo tituru. Abrochefo mema ni bi ye wicked. Wako hospital. Doctor say when your cancer of the testicles. Who fair draw. On can't me. Debia bre yi ayakuso. Only sister isha dem. Why yakuso? And so say na cancer show. A rabane wo sister say hot girl nadune. Unsu nim say you under cancer treatment. What kind of wickedness is that? Some of the men mo yidemo na enwo no infections bi ikoso wo hwu amu ho. Wa papa no nim. Uko school no bicycle bi a wotena so doctor make can wa woni mebu betena tena wani bra ni nim say wo ko school no ono a twetwetwe na ade no spends ni nyina agene enya ade abra ni betumi awu biem ya de awu tete sister no enso say e bra ni beka no kore a kire sister no say me doctor say na eye me no doctor is bound by professional code of conduct. Nurse ni oye adwuma is bound by it. Me kunu a ono me da na chi na ye nyina ye se ye peba no enimu se ne sperms na agene ono a wo ho a no me ware me no twetwe ade no ama ade na ayi papa ne ntafo ni nyina besenko enso ono oye oba no society e the problem blame ni nyina e mo oba no sa nyama nketinketi we nyina emwa wo ye community ni mu na ye students our platform no so atie bi diabetes enye leprosy, diabetes enye HIV. Diabetes no obi na ewo mu say bi mu wo ho a lifestyle choices na deba but ebi wo ho a eye genetic ye de awo o maame enya bi o grandmother wo bi o suwa bi wo bi e na wo nso anya bi ana papa wo kura wo bi e na wo nso anya bi enti mo ma enya indicate ye ho wo saa de ban no ho na eya ye dodo ube hu ayesi wu na hwe enya no wa collapse dribi wo ho a na eye no dribi wo
what two punchlines na my fa be my doc no so responded to punchlines maybe. The first question you asked was how many before couples especially when I want omone obohoka for a back consultation together. I would like to know.
Question is some way. The truth of the matter is saying we share spousal support in terms of yare and I say in terms of say Nipaneba hospital. It's a big problem in this part of the world. And now Obagana Hakrano, there's still a big gap between the north and the south. And for me, no, I think say it's more of a cultural thing. Culture be honoma. Men are trained to support women. And in terms of a juma, I was some you will feel that the man is supportive. And but say Obanabeko hospital, the man doesn't need to think about it, and also he doesn't struggle to make that decision. Say, "Mamine me and go hospital." But in other cultures, no, person me budding what I say. In other cultures, the upbringing of men is such that they assume this pompous superior position there to the extent that Ben Matimika shall say Obuana area, it's a sign of weakness, just on
Woman.
a man from a culture like that, you know, for you to get him to go to the hospital with Nair Paddy, it's not going to happen. In fact, I have had several times where a market shop say, "Oh, next time we'll reviewer." That's what we can say. In fact, he will never come. Most of the time, sometimes I have to go to the extent of talking to them on phone. Say it's important. Say, consulting room now. Many needing come and I say, in fact, it's a very difficult thing. For me, no, a more of a cultural issue rather than an individual issue. So I bring no ends. My own supporting ma. You don't see women as women. You don't see the need to help women now. It will translate into all these things.
Good point.
But the truth, generally generally in Ghana, spousal support in terms of Yariano are very low. Most of the time, Obano Kwana Beba and I say Bema Kwana Beba, when in fact the two of them should be around. Very, very low.
I'm sure they're going to put it on culture or tradition.
Well, they wouldn't tell you say a culture and not say tradition, but sometimes we can be free banner. You can see that the person hasn't been brought up to support women in that manner.
Yeah.
These cultural issues need to be addressed from the home level, where the man needs to understand, say, though you marry a woman, you know, to come and support you and help you, but in fact, the truth of the matter is that most of the time, not all the time, most of the time, the woman is at the receiving end on the weaker vessel, and there's a need for you to support her in every step of the way. The men need to get to that point. It will say a that point in a way we understand that it is okay to support a woman and still be called a man. But in this part of the country, it's not easy. And easy.
Hands natural to hand. Emmanuel G.
Education, it hasn't gone down well with everybody.
When you tell the woman your sickness, she will run.
Let the woman run. The one who is for you will stay.
Hello.
And not true. I think say this is where the church have a lot of work to do. Say yeah, where they now HIV test and they are interested in it. Obia the bear 30-40 or you're diabetic or you're hypertensive. I mean that takes you what takes a team improvement. And I am baby a free bano. Baby I mean me a free bano. And yen and senya and Kolebukra will be a year a wa. We are map a panacra men and yen apart from private hospitals, government hospital, and still your mamma no ebiraho. And they don't know the importance of say Obemejina who said the yere war etia. Omo befia even said we treating a yere crescessa.
But say can say the church no about our dia. I don't think the church has anything to do with it. I think it's more to do with the families, because at the end of the day, when you're going to marry in the church now, they ask you to go and do the customary marriage before you come to the church. So where the problem starts is from the home. Once I will catch on my no papa say, oh, person worry, and also time also say, obi be then if you don't do it, they should be doing that research. Say, and also at least prompting you to go and do all those research. Indeed, to me, I think the church has, in a way, sort of taken over some of these basic things that are supposed to be done from the home or taught from the home. Most of the churches, unfortunately, are misleading people, because at the end of the day, the churches don't really know. most of them now don't really know. Most of them have not been to a proper counseling or medical lectures or lessons or anything of that sort, so they don't really know. If your parents or ebusiano or man can't just say, oh, then you don't know. Your pastor too might not know. Maybe first thing I did was to find out what genotype my wife was, because I was concerned that with me possibly being an AC, if she's anything than AA, there might be problems. So that was the first thing I found out. But I knew because of my mommy being a nurse and me learning certain things. But these things, when we went for counseling with the church, they never mentioned it. I think when it comes to some of these things,
because it's a say and sorry has changed. I don't know, but big churches, the set Lighthouse, Pentecost, Presby, Methodist, compound names.
It was Methodist, Methodist, call you. Methodist, Assembly America.
But so far as I am concerned, as far back as 20-something, I wanted to marry somebody at Lighthouse Chapel. Those times, meaning someone was want to say my story about something. The first time, Abranti and me call, you say we want to marry first week in our pay. Adiomo kan na say yen konko ye test na and sana counseling time kroma she date. And the reason is they wanted to know what kind of blood group we are, whether we also have HIV, that kind of thing. I think said the test ended HIV and the kind of blood group we are. But the American says someone to me should share a blood group dear.
Yeah.
I didn't say nipa kono diabetic. Say nipa kono hypertension and no dear young to men ka ho asem. But they are limited. Yeah. What I'm saying is you have gone out there. I was saying you go all the way out. Because no, I say no, it's no but there are other things because this will be a diabetic, and I say will be a diabetes for life, and also for life. Yadi asem yeking, life idea. Ain't was a me make worry or you're diabetic. So that I will be sure some men so many diabetic and be me fee. Now you na say diabetes are docroying. And yet by the time you people are in your 40s, we are yare for one and number. So what you say? 8 na yesh. 8 pen na moko share. But man just some me and diabetic. No, but what's up with diabetes for one like 18 and then will be a detective now 20. That is the reality of life. Way and no could I was say you catch that as you said diabetes is all right because but when you obia on your beer or lifespan more you better than say you me you fee as a see ye try your home. So what you say? I say ye try your home or where diabetes, where hypertension, yabesia, and ye for no wonder say be self-diagnosed was maybe the form because at the stage I wish no be at 20s no yet you were better down. And I have been what 30s near worry. So just imagine back on this web jamua. And it's a woman I do 40s never. Would you want to same with you? One baby, I mean free back. But baby, I'm never coming why I answer my baby. I know what I was talking about. Our concentration was on the HIV and other things where we neglected the other things. Medically, baby, are you free banner? You didn't pay attention to certain things. Some of our parents, the reason why they are so angry and they are so bitter is not bibia or papaya. But the fact to say, when you say nimudiano, and you all babenino, time was or enjoying the life, no, papa no, I am not for nothing. Papa into me so at the end to me into your mother is frustrated. And the people who are the abro and sa teacher be or best school or bebro was a quansu uncle yentia. Madam, you are why but one more winning Kasuku Muda. Ning in a no. I know us of mammy be why on your sorry maya qua. Ning answer papa's off will come praise the Lord in papa's off to me and call cold road. And quay ye. My made software doing the prime, the picker, and Cassam, the reaching so the work. And then I didn't get you, sister. Oh, I didn't get you, man. because what an HIV test even though say or blood blood and any why didn't they look at that angle? So for my what is of Papa Santos Hatanani were just signs of Diana to hope. Time of my me won the mafoni in a papa software in Ahoda. Only to mamma bana one and a channel. It's the echoes of my with the moon in a papa and tiasie because he carries something, or your software, or your Pentecost, or your elder, or your wine, and then say, young pastors, I carry something, my friend, shut up. You carry something, you also carry signs. Oh, my young can no couldn't your home was angle because a sad no couldn't get yanking, and no need ye yabasis family. Now, because we won't say, my minute in the 40s. No one can mem and you jam man pa one papa would be some on your life insurance. Why? Because young Casa no crana and no buy or coffee and diabetes will be fee. It's yemi and yada one and insurance money young come offending. Side being we the water. Side being we the box.
I would say there are several angles to it. The first thing they say, you will be in medical practice, and you'll be ethical. There are ethical principles. Be I also with this one, where there has to be confidentiality between the doctor and the client. Inti yafan say nipa mienu ba for premarital lab test, say whatever it is. Ethically, no, the man is supposed to have his results separate, and then the woman will have her results separate. The decision to declare to the other person lies with the two of them, the two individuals who ask them to go and do the test, because prevent that problem now the condition now or out the person can sue and they will win big time. So as it's very true. The only thing I can say, you should be truthful enough to give full disclosure. Say, me wo yare si anase si anase mabusuamu ye wo yare si. Because say one must have full disclosure now. You are being disingenuous. You are being disingenuous in the sense that say me warewa tomorrow if you are sick, that burden is on me. Inti e was what me catch me na me deciding whether say this is something I can live with or it's something I cannot live with. Only encourage people to
I go enter.
The thing is frozen.
Yeah,
The thing is frozen.
I'm the doctor.
Yo, good evening.
Wow, you look fabulous.
Anyway, good evening. I'm so tired. I just got home. My brain rock. Is Doctor back? Everybody listening. Good evening.
Now, sister, I'm just sister. I'm away here. Okay.
Am I?
I'm not having that.
Wait,
Oh, yeah, preparations.
Okay. With what you were saying,
Make an watch as here. So there are ethical issues.
Okay,
disappearing out of Sister Amma. We are not taking it.
What he's saying, I think that Nancy and I may realize that we have a long way to go as a community.
Yes.
It's quite sad. I remember saying me last born. We went to the pediatrician and me say she has traits. And sometimes that made me feel maybe who has sickle cell. Me say it's not me.
which because I know why, because my mom has been a nurse into midwifery for 40 years. My mom tells a lot to teach you who you are, what you're allergic to. She knows all those things. Me guys tell me bed control that so you're allergic to this, that, and you don't do this one, do this. But she tells me everything. And then I know my blood, group that type. So I knew what, and I mean, my granddad died out of diabetes. My only uncle died out of diabetes. So I know, say, it's in my home. Okay, my mom doesn't have it. I think my grandmother had it. I can't tell you anything about it. I don't know what they have. In the hospital, then these doctors were still telling me every time I could be say, make sure your daughter does not marry anybody with the traits or even is a sickle cell or whatever. Remember that. And I'm saying, Mate. And it's here. So I'm just praying, say, met now where she's going and make her train. And I said, come had the opportunity, definitely hospital be maybe as she keeps going for checkup, they will tell her what she has and what she shouldn't do and don't, But as Ghanaians, and it goes a long way. And I would say, yemie ya dwene mu kakra. Na tabi yensua de. Na yenye the right things. Or don't ye blind, like we all believed. It's not. The choice.
True that.
If I meet you and you didn't come obi, na wamia, as I said, me Timmy who say this is not going to help. You are not maybe my kind. Mean to me handle say, me handle say, but knowing who you are, and those are very important. Because obi oha on to me share for on your caregiver naturally on your that type. Now, if your husband happens to have some yariabi and now ukunu, it was yariabi no. I mean your wife, how are you going to handle it? Once an adult who can be business society, be money culture, be no. The mentality of the man is say, in this way, nothing concerns him. It's yari and funny. Then and funny. But people also not opening up to their spouses about yari no. Imagine I think say I'm not a bit more hormone person with the bed in better with so. The panic, the fear of knowing say you might leave them soon might prevent somebody from telling. Apart from that, some people are just selfish. They are just self-centered people who don't care about anybody's feelings but theirs. I had a client before. Me started to me share no. I realized every time I'm in a bit jarry, catch him saying close the door, then there will be blood on the floor. She kept it from Nikununu for years. Ne money, almost who be that, but they didn't pay attention. Not knowing this woman had breast cancer or DSC all these years. And I didn't anyone affecting the bone or footstairs or both from. That one didn't call hospital, no. And a doctor said, no cancer. On your who be my minister on yet, Uncle MRI on yet. But then she passed on within a few months. Bema needs to yet to sabofra. No, see, that is wickedness. The kids didn't know, the woman didn't know. She was so upset and so say and fun and phobia. She wants to die and leave. Or I mean, she doesn't care. But as people, young and before in particular, I think we can do better. We should do better. And it all boils back to the kind of relationships we have in our homes. Where a man has been taught to say, you see, these are the things, the kind of someone society And these problems brain no you move brain no pay attention to ebini. Yes, it's okay. Don't worry. Ukru phone, me fan sanka, or your phone, and found sanka. Yet yawariemu, ubi am fan and sanka in yonku phone. Aha, but me body the ultimate on saka. Me wa. You can have access to my body and sleep with me or whatever, but your phone is a problem. Me can say, Edia Kusti say, sometimes people have stuff on their phone. You don't know. When you marry and you put limitation to certain places now, there are people who abuse it. Or the better baby. Yeah? Or the better baby are etino or ya diope. Yet ya wari asi uni mukru sika waje. Uni yari e hano. Before that one, you see me pan tanka. Respect it. Yet ya si obi amuobi. But what are you hiding? What is it? Couples cannot bed together. Never. Obi or never. That's why not? Why not? It is okay to have privacy in marriage, but to a certain extent. Yeah, overdo things and it's costing us. Because minim say who diabetes and answer minim say who hypertension. Min we duane am no one normal. Min obet na ho so adi. Ba na mi ku. I'm killing you. Softly. I don't know because you have something that you're keeping from me. Or also the same way. Before even to get into marriage, there should be a lot of communication. We should dig deeper and find out what is inside that person or their home so you can relate to it. So you can tell us, okay, Papa we in your heart attack, no, Papa who out of what? Umami who out of what? Umami then that kind of thing. Then, like doctor, you were saying, so I can decide whether I want to go on with you, marry you, or our compatibility. Now I can't want them. No, way so it's part of it. It's very important. It's very, very important. Say yes, and you're my way. Yes, one more banner. Say, I'm going to dig a bit deeper before you say I do, because love is not that blind. Okay, love and you're blind, sir. It's not that craziness. Now you can't want them. It's not. Because why go in there and then cry later or suffer a long-term BB? Why do that? Is that we are sensible to do such a thing? So yes, is that a smart move? No. When your partner dies, you don't go with them. So it's okay to let people go. It's okay. It's okay to let people go and then find somebody I want to move it to me in your peaceful life. And you must see what Brabo more right. But they wouldn't name so bit me preventing. Please do your best to prevent that than that long-term stuff. And doc, hypertensive for no woman on Sunday at the end almost a bell. They be no see young crocodile. I woke up a crocodile. Swording. Oh, people was here. How could I be free day? And maybe I need you back. They don't want to case. They are sick. They're sick. You talk to them. Don't do this. Don't do that. Hey, no, we are no way. It's a more swording spirit. I
saw this coming.
Bobby, we are suspect. Is it the nature of men to just we are hypertensive? Sabi kakra kura ode ma madam kura wo fie kura your problem. Oni pass so still ogutu pe wa bonten.
Hypertensive.
Yes, edi asema.
Hey. Hypertensive.
Doc, I have a question for you. Sister Akusia.
Untreated. Now, let me tell you guys this. And Doc, please continue from there after Ajwa. I have learned because me be I read some I made in a hospital ma no. Untreated blood pressure leads to kidney failure and stuff. It's more than one son and why you say and family.
And it's sex in tea.
Man, do one among and some why I say family because it leads to many things and it gets bigger.
Okay, doc, the question me want to say. Ye Ghana for me ma bebre MP doctors woko. Na to say no minim say ehu ne wo mu nti na omo pet omo pet on baba ko hu doctor ana say che say edi afutuo na abetimi di ama ye mema no because sometimes you know I na ye concerning. I have a mema no bi a omo no to say over 5 years kra me ni say omo akohu omo doctor ena metibi nso wo fie ha mikun me say last time grandpa de me see so person me son nsa I would do that to bring him to the hospital because I was no after the to do a follow up no it's a different story but it's a I said more we a bema and I a doctor until you know because sometimes I feel say man kasache man na be brain tie but say free bema honum and especially we sign doctor can on I think say more of our male will be more inclined to listen to the things that you say. Oh, doc was saying full vibium.
Network.
Yeah, oba maybe san a question. A brother Obi, who you be a annual appointment. What are answer so to
Me generally, no. It depends what it is, to be honest. It depends what the appointment would be because half of the time, no. If I'm going to the doctor now, I call doctor no, with my problem. Okay, yeah, until me call doctor no with my problem. Let's say, for instance, I'll give you an example. I've got ankle injuries, right? And then aside the ankle injuries, I may have maybe niggling muscle injury. Now, here in the UK, if you go to see your GP, you've only got 10 minutes. That's what they say. And I went to the doctor. I hardly go to the doctor. So if I go to the doctor once in a year, I'm going with all the problems that I'm going with. And the doctor turns around to tell me that if I have another issue, I should rebook to come and see the doctor. Now, that is why most men, I'm talking from, let's say, people in the UK, no, probably do not like going to the doctor. Not because they don't want to go and see the doctor about their diagnosis or about their health issue, but because of some of these little restrictions or little stumbling blocks that is put in our way. Because like you say, no, half of the time, time you needed that. So if you're taking time out of work to go and see your doctor, you're going to see your doctor with a problem. For your doctor to maybe turn around and tell you, say, oh, you go and take paracetamol for 2 weeks, and then after that, come back and see me again. We don't want that. This is the problem. One of my issue is if somebody doesn't see you a lot, it means that the issue potentially is dire. So what do? Do a thorough investigation and then eliminate any issues or any concerns that the person may have. But if I come and then you're telling me that it might be stress, so you go and rest for 2 weeks and then come back if it persists.
No prepper.
It might be whatever. So you're doing a guessing game. I don't want guessing games. The fortunate bit about a medical
and brother Bafu a champion the atu
so the best bit about Ghana when I went to Ghana, no, and went to the hospital and went to see a doctor about an issue, the first thing they did was request for a blood test to try and find out if this could be the issue, or maybe request for a urine sample test or whatever. So that is the difference between, for me, my experience, going to the hospital or going to the doctor in Ghana and going to the hospital or going to the GP here in the UK. And see, for me, what is stopping me from going to the GP is because I don't want to go to the doctor for the doctor to tell me that it might be stress related. Maybe you're not sleeping well. Yeah, it might be a factor, but for the fact that I've come to see you, it means that I am really struggling with it. So
yeah,
that's my say.
But my dear, sometimes a simple headache, and doc, correct me if I'm wrong, having a simple headache continuously may not be headache. It could be a tumor or some sort of.
That is my point. So don't tell me to go and rest for 2 weeks. It's what I'm trying to say. So if you're telling me to go and rest for 2 weeks now, that's my point. Yeah, doc.
Issue now reason it's not straightforward. Approach in any straightforward. That is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Dr. Bia no. First, he has to listen to what you have to say.
Correct.
Now, after listening to your complaint, say he will physically examine you, or he will examine you, and then following the examination, or there's the need to carry out lab tests to either confirm his suspicion or to refute it. Now, I'm more collab.
Okay, doctor, hold on.
Now,
wait.
Wait,
hold that thought, right? Now, I went to the doctor, right?
Okay.
I think it was early this year before COVID hit. And I've forgotten what the issue was that I went to the doctor with. This is what the doctor said. No, not in Ghana. This is UK. I live in the UK. Ghana is different. Like that's what I said. For me, my experiences, I have two experiences: UK experience and Ghana experience. When I went to Ghana, the experience I had was I went with the issue. They listened, just like you're saying, did a possible diagnosis, and then asked me to go and do a lab test on that same day. Here in the UK, you go, they look at me. To me, this is how I see it. They look at their tick boxes, and then they'll say to you, it's stress related, or it could be this. So go and rest for 2 weeks, or go and take paracetamol for 2 weeks, or whatever. Right now, I went to the doctor early this year. This is what the doctor asked me: what would you want me to do? That's what the doctor asked me. So basically, the doctor is asking if I'm looking to request for maybe an X-ray. This was to do with my ankle. An X-ray. Oh no, it wasn't my ankle. It was actually I was coughing for a prolonged period of time. It was over a month, and it was quite persistent cough, right? So I went to the doctor and said, "Look, I've been doing this. I've been coughing. I even had to exaggerate. So I've been coughing for 2 months, and it's not shifting. And I've taken all sorts, Lemsip, whatever, and it's not shifting." Then the doctor asked me, "What do you want me to do?" And I said, "Look, I just want to make sure that it is not." So then, there and then, what the doctor has done is the doctor has led me to now mention all sorts of different diagnoses. So I said, "Look, I just want to make sure it is not either a pneumonia or whatever." Do you get what I mean? And then the doctor requested for an X-ray. So my point is, if in the UK, this is the UK, like I said, Ghana, the experience I had in Ghana was totally different. So to me, to date, I respect Ghanaian doctors more than I respect UK doctors. Yes, the UK have got more equipment and all that, but the way things are done here, for me, unfortunately, it's more of a reactive practice rather than a proactive practice. Anyway, so because of that, why would I then have to waste my time? You see, this is where the problem is. Why would I want to waste my time? Go to see the doctor for you to tell me to rest when I can rest already. Or I can go and buy the paracetamol and take already. Do you get what I mean? Now, if I'd gone to the doctor and the doctor had said, "Oh, okay, this could be the possibilities," right? However, let's just make sure it is not stress. That's not how they put it. So I'm telling you, if they had put it this way, I probably would have said, "Okay, that's cool. let's just look. This could be the potential possibilities, but just make sure that we eliminate some of these menial issues first, and then we look at the severe ones. But no, so maybe communication is another issue, perhaps.
Yeah.
But in Ghana, when I went, like I said, and I'm praising Ghanaian doctors here, I was literally, they listened to me, did everything. So they said, oh, okay, right, go and do maybe a blood test for kidney or whatever it was. I've forgotten the exact thing. So go and do the lab test. So he wrote the prescription for the lab test, and I went to do it. 2 days later, I went, bam. Okay, so if you eliminated, there's no issue with maybe the liver or the kidney or the lungs or whatever it was, right? That in itself, no. If whatever illness it was, no, my dream was clear. So you've partly healed my issue anyway. 2, if there was an underlying issue, you would have found it there and then we can start treating it. So this to me, no, from my experience, is why I believe a lot of men, especially in the UK, no, do not want to go to the GP to go and see their doctors, because it was literally a waste of time.
And many being so slow, Panny and Tian fan to one of them.
Oh, but I said, Panya dear, okay, UK Hana especially, no, town what Panya. Tablets, prescriptions now usually.
America had the aqua, no nice, so yeah, no, I sign up, but didn't
but yeah, and doc, but to us why.
Let me come in here. That's not our point. Yes.
Oh.
In terms of the two systems, no here, the system in Europe and as a US, as compared to what we have here in Ghana or Africa, there's a bit of a difference. In Ghana, we have a gross shortage of doctors. That's one. And apart from having a shortage of doctors now, there were even a bigger problem of severe shortage of specialized doctors. So majority of us here in Ghana are general practitioners. We see everyone, we do everything, we are all the way around. Comparatively, no, we call Europe and I say US, the doctors you are most likely going to meet are specialists.
No.
In other words, Nipano are specializing in one particular area of medical practice.
Doc, no, hold on.
No, I'm coming. Just a minute.
Wait.
Money making.
Let me. So the doctor that you always have to go more or less go and see is the general practitioner before you go to the specialist. Here in the UK, I'm talking about where I know. So here in the UK, you go and see your general practitioner before you go and see the specialist, who will then refer you to the specialist. But you see, one of the major issues here is to do with cost rather than anything else. So it's generally, and this one came from a relative of mine who has actually come from Ghana to come and study here. I think a specialist course here, and he said, "Sir, it's partly cost, which I do understand that it's partly cost because the NHS is paying for it." Now, Bafo is saying that you can change your primary care. Bafo, I have changed my primary care at least twice or 3 times. I think, 3 times, and it's still the same thing.
Any within it.
Ebia, me feel for being fun na am.
Meti taban for so cry. Me feel so much me fancy only soon to I on say most of the time, when I see my GP now, I tend to ask a lot of questions. Okay,
I do it too.
Because it's like, when it comes to my family now, there's a lot of doctors, nurses there. And I'm familiar with, some of the nurses field. Me and me too sweet to like just not go further with that. And but on the doctors nibi or honoma, intern, right? So most of the time you have to be very mindful. Said the doctor might assign you to know, and you have to watch practice has it. But you're more like they been there for some time. Sometimes they do that. A new fresh one from graduation, and that is so like one the amount, just make sure say. And I mentioned my GP, it was a recommendation from one of my me papa nua penny and a recommendation and he's really a good doctor. Like me like the questions I will ask, and then he also will ask me for stuff. And on say ye me mani ye mani bi no si ko hu ye doctors a ebi wo ho no ma yentimi enka enuma happen inside, right? For me, I speak of everything from head to toe. I
exactly.
have to
I'm the same.
because if you once say you self-diagnose ourselves, right?
Yep.
And it's not good to self-diagnose yourself. Like
exactly,
me, I prefer Droby, and I say, yeah, it can kill you.
Yep.
Like when you go now, you have to make sure say you give every single details, even like a week ago, how you were feeling, and the day that you went to see your doctor, how you are, because you may not be feeling the same way. But yes, some people cannot connect.
But when you said you are right too. But here's the case, right? I work part-time sometimes as a support worker, right? And I think was it 2018 back then. There was a gentleman who had been hospitalized that I was supporting. As in his record, in his medical records, in his medical records, it's been written say he needs to have a catheter stretch every week. Now, whenever I don't go now, he doesn't have it done. And when I go, I have to literally fight with the doctors for them to do it, even though it's if anything written down. To the point, say, getting to, I think it was maybe a couple of weeks before he got discharged, one of the doctors came to me and profusely apologized for them not following it. But that's me arguing with it. So to the point, say, since I was arguing, they thought I was a manager, but I wasn't. But because that is how I am. Wherever I go, if I know what I know, I will express. So that if I need to learn more, I learn more. So that's what I say. And see, if I go, I will always do what? Go and say what it is. That is me. Doc, about now.
What's up, present na me? I mean, I am a cast of Casa Manning Cassensi because the internet, it's not steady. Yeah. Oh, okay, brother Richard. Reject residents 1 or I. And I say I know the Abesha one by intern. I need an intern, or what does the I stand for? Let me know. Okay. Because to say US has say say bia Debbie or Honoma Miko Humi GPA. Now say bia they have a new intern doctor, but brother Richard said you reject reject resident, but he said me no normally I doctor doctor Neka say this is so and so, like they doing this and this and that. It make because show them the rope for a little bit, but kakra no na ankasa nyomo your friend is saying patients they said they're not going to be a shadow of another doctor all the time because they went to school for that, right?
Doc about
Doc.
As
something I can patch out to us. Why I know say your internet is like giving you problems.
So far, no, I think we are trying to discuss the issue say we should encourage people to go for their routine medical checkups.
Yes, especially the men.
And Mema.
Yes,
Yeah. So I was just trying to draw the line between the two systems. In fact, back here in Ghana, no, I was talking about shortages, and I was trying to use the shortages to.
Oh, so doc internet no dey a big problem. I had brother Naseka, brother Richard Matimeda say sometimes I hope any Jamawukita iPhone no iPhone is this answer no. Ampo try dia winim to watch throw ade kama no ube send be na ade fufuro bi nso abehye won. Nwanwa say but say on say your friend is saying ye mema ni bi wo hwa mi kun osuro pane ankasa. So maybe or call check up. That's a doctor no eka say okay in 3 months time no I want to see you Obeka say anu ho 3 months time will 10 to 2 years. Doc mpachoka sawai.
Yeah. So now let me patch and say Oba Ghana ha due to shortages no. Once the medical checkup also most of the time you are a healthy individual who walks into your hospital. You want to find out how your state of health is. Now, say your shortages, our focus is so much on those who are sick to the extent that now you are a healthy individual, you just want to know how far you are going. Sometimes we are forced to prioritize in such a way that we can't get enough attention for you. Because when I say oxygen, no one is supposed to be on oxygen or something, and then I leave this person to be struggling with his life whilst I come to deal with you who just wants to know your blood group and I say with sickling status. I say it doesn't hold. Most men who are very busy going about their duties or but first time now reception no and sheda nye good, and I say the expectations are all the banner or the banner those expectations are not met. Next time he's he's less likely going to make an attempt to come to the hospital.
No, correct.
So, one thing I'm encouraging to say, whoever you are now, try as much as possible to get a family physician. Maybe this is what I always recommend.
Yeah.
Per Dr. Bakubi, for you, your spouse, and your family, your immediate family, such that, in fact, if you discuss very well, it should not cost you so much. Such that this doctor should be your primary physician. So will be a problem. He is the first point of call because he should know everyone's medical history. He should know what everyone is susceptible to. He should just, in fact, or that now he should be able to tell what to expect and what not to expect. And that is very good. That is very critical. Anytime at all you have an issue and you call him, immediately he'll be able to tell whether it's something he can handle or not. So with me, now I handle then he will find you an appropriate specialist or someone who can handle the condition. So the issue of having checkups is effective in places that have good numbers, and I say designated for such purposes. In Ghana, it's not something that is going to be easy unless it's say maybe a doctor or family physician, or family doctor, for him to be able to have that time to do all those things. But we'll buy into the mainstream public health system, you are not likely going to get the kind of attention you deserve.
But also, if the person is healthy and going for, like, let's say, a general checkup now, then your focus is not so much on them because the person is healthy, right? Now, me, what I'm saying is, and most of the time now, I think a few people are saying, say, annual checkups. Annual checkups are annual checkups. And no, they are routinely booked in anyway. So me, if I have an annual checkup, I go. I don't miss appointments. I've never missed any medical appointments, right? But my point is, it is where I am going because of, let's say, how do I put it? Maybe if let's say it's a spontaneous illness that has come, right, and that is why I'm going. So, and the reason why I would go to the hospital or go to my GP is because it is severe. In TM say, like we're talking about maybe headaches or maybe like I'm saying my ankles is what I've got issues with mainly, right? So my ankles or a headaches or something like that. If I'm going to see the GP, it means that I'm in excruciating pain. Not because I am just going for a blood a sample check or anything like that. No, but that is the reason. So if I go for such a reason, and you are telling me that it is stress when I know for a fact. So listen, the reason why let me give you probably it might be part of the reason why I'm thinking this way anyway. When I first got an ankle sprain, I went to the GP. The GP said, "Oh, it's just a sprain." Now I know, yes, a sprain could have small minor fractures. Fair enough. But when I went to the GP, he said, "It's just a sprain, so I should rest it." Okay, so I listened to the GP and I went to rest it. After that, my ankle is never been the same until I actually fractured it, and then I was taken for an X-ray for it to be put in cast and blah blah blah. Then they saw say I had chipped part of my bone, my ankle bones, joints in be. It's been chipped and it's actually re-healed itself in a different place, and that is part of what has been causing me that stress in my ankle with the pain.
So with the ankle sprain, they didn't take X-ray because that's the first thing they need to do. They need to take X-ray.
This is see, you see, you are literally saying what I said earlier. But you see, a sprain itself, you don't necessarily need an X-ray depending on the severity of it, which that I understand. If it's just a minor sprain, you don't need an X-ray. But if it's a major sprain or so, then yes, you do need an X-ray to make sure that everything is intact.
Brother Obi, listen. That my former job, right? Now, baby, I'm here, Metani and Kolana, I'm here, Juman basketball, and I sprained my ankles multiple times. Each sprain that I had, they took an X-ray. The reason why they took the X-ray, they said the first time I went, they took an X-ray. They saw a little tear, right? So they wrapped it for me, and they told me that I had to be off my ankle for 2 weeks to 3 weeks. And I did exactly that. So I was out of work for 2 to 3 weeks. And then the second time I sprained my ankle, I wasn't actually playing any ball. I sat down, and we have to be mindful, and I crossed my legs. When I crossed my leg, I stopped the blood circulating from my knee down. So I got up to go put then before there was no Netflix and all that. So you have to go put the CD in to play the movie. So one of the kids was like, "Oh, can you put in a movie?" So I got up to go put in the movie. And when I stood up, I crashed on the ground. I just fell on the ground just like that. And I heard a click when I went down. So I thought I actually broke my ankle. So when they called for support, the lady came and she tried to take off the sneakers I was wearing. And I told her, I was like, "You cannot take it. You need to actually take off my shoelace and tie it, put it tighter because
secure it." Yeah,
exactly. If I have sprained it or broken it, we need to secure it before we go to the emergency room and everything. And that day, I thought I had broken it for sure. Nothing was affected. So most times, they will look at your foot or ankle and they say, "Okay, it's not a big deal," but it is a big deal. Each time you sprain your ankle, for me, even if they tell me, I tell them, "Listen, just to be on the safe side, I want X-ray." Because I'm not messing with that.
But that's the fight that a lot of people do not want to have, unfortunately. But Doc, come inside.
No, so what we need to understand. So what we need to understand is that medical practice, no, there's some flexibility for the client.
Mm-hmm.
If you feel that one physician is restricting you in a way you don't feel satisfied, it's actually in the patient charter that you can opt for another physician.
Mm-hmm.
You can go for a second opinion if you feel that you're not satisfied with what the first physician has done. But like you can seek a second opinion. So you can say that, okay, fine, this physician has seen me. I don't feel satisfied with the way I've been treated. I want another physician. You have the right to request anywhere in the world. And the hospital has a responsibility to get you another physician. All right. So I think that in such cases, you should explore. Yeah. So in such cases, you should explore that avenue so that you can get yourself. But in some places, what call now you tell them say you want an X-ray. Some of them will not be too happy with the fact that you are requesting for an X-ray because they would actually want to know exactly what is going on with you before they help you to decide whether the X-ray is necessary or not.
Yeah.
So walking in to request for a particular test will make anyone think like, yeah, why do you want to have it? Because X-ray, for example, because we are mentioning X-ray, let me go there. X-ray, for example, is not exactly as safe as we think it is. You are going to be you're going to be exposed to a high dose of radiation. And you're going to be exposed to a high dose of radiation. And if you, in a year, you go having about 3, 4, 5 X-rays, you'll be exposing yourself to a high risk of developing some, cancer later or something. So, as much as possible, we want to limit people's exposure to radiation. And so, if I feel as a physician that what you have, I could manage it without exposing you to that radiation, away the benefits of being exposed to that radiation with the risks of being exposed. And I think that the risk is too much. Let me err on the side of caution. I might take a certain line of treatment, but with that one, make sure I say, I'll give you a time to come back and see me. And the idea is to see whether it has worked or not. And if you come back the next time and you tell me it hasn't worked, then now I know that I have no option but to expose you to that risk, to expose you to that high dose of radiation, and tell myself that it is worth it.
Which is sound. Which is sound. But this what we are talking about.
But again, we have some doctors. The truth of the matter is that we are different in our practices.
Yeah.
We have some doctors who are not patient enough to even listen to what you have to say.
That's right.
By the time you are halfway saying what you want to say, he has jumped into conclusions and he either wants to prescribe and get rid of you, or he just wants to get rid of you.
Yeah.
We have some people like that.
Let me give you a perfect example. Let me give you a perfect example. Mishia Miku answer ni ebe ware no. Me bread try at once. Normally about bread now right? I wasn't pregnant, but I was in my monthly. So me kohu doctor B. Doctor and me kohu me describe everything to him. And okatra me say me diet. It's my diet. Aduane a me di no because me pebenku ni nkruma for you to tell me pro. Or say me diet no and I'm see wait a minute because I've been having my period. But then just around this month, it just stopped coming. And prior to that, to say, and my inside, you knew how the blood is, right? But the last one I had, it didn't look right to me. And
the quality wasn't good. No.
Yeah, something was not a good inside. But you know what? Even with everything I told him, Okachem said I need to change my diet. And to me, and I'm so okay. Can he refer me to a specialist because I need to see? Okachem said one doctor, no only doctor now, and I said many doctor, and I'm so okay. That's fine. It me or discharge him and I'm a call nurse and one of me request for a GP change because I know myself. I don't want to go off into me request for a different doctor. Me request for a different doctor and me call the first thing he did after I told him everything, he was like, you know what? we need to get an X-ray. And then he went and took the X-ray. The next day, and no frame into a frame and no say, I have to come back because so or refer me to take in MRI because someone solid mass be what me right over in him, but because X-ray no doesn't give
ultrasound scan and X-ray. Ultrasound scan on.
Yes, it me quiet MRI. It me quiet. Also, normally they will wait for some time, but this one the same day now me quiet, and they have me go and take the MRI. It me quite take MRI. No, best 2 days normal frame into normal frame. No, me quiet normal. So okay, there is a big solid mass on me right over. Now the way it is, I damaging me right over into I need to have a surgery. Me cancel na I say they told me the man me send me surgery not just say after 20 days na me worry into to say me na for ni be so so postponed wa worry na me say apu me fear me come you crash for part I'm not going to do that. May yes my worry like and surgery to say doctor now a specialist no yes surgery catch him say Omukona say I affected the left ovary now. They have to take both my ovary and over my dead body because I will get pregnant and have my own child. Also, you can adopt master won't free me chrome because I can adopt. But because more people catch or say won't so yeah now. Ain't I don't want that. Ain't like me doctor and me catch and say omukwana say affected left one they should leave it because take it both out now. I will sue the whole hospital. And I told him that. Ain't me surgery TV no a different doctor. The doctor came and I was in such pain. And he knows it. I'm in pain. Me see which ovary did he take out? Or see, I don't know. And I'm then find out. Or Fred or PG doctor best almost 2 hours. I was in pain. I refused to take any pain medication until I find out. Say, Bia, me almost take it out both ovary and I said just the right one. Into a train and doctor pray. So friend or catching, so it was only the right one. It was damaged. And the doctor and said, if I did not insist on having a different doctor and that doctor's recommending the X-ray no na nkedi be sabosumia anka chese me 2 ovaries ni na condemn. And sometimes some of the doctors when you go to them and you give them a yes and your cancer will be doctors need they don't have the patience to listen to you. This is what happened to me. And sometimes as ourselves and the patients say be a doctor no can no match or can some you need to overthink that and request for a different doctor. And I say, have them refer you to somebody because if it wasn't for the second doctor now, I wouldn't have been able to have children because both my ovaries will have been taken out. And it's because of human error,
But once this is the thing. So going back to the first question, why men or most men do not like going to the GPs, these are some of the reasons behind it because most men, first of all, especially in the UK and maybe in most of the Western culture, first of all, you are thinking about money, so you are thinking about work. If you take time off work, the more time you take off, it goes against you, right?
Yeah.
So if you are to be doing, I'll go to a doctor today, take time off, go to a doctor today. The doctor will refer you or might misdiagnose you, and then you have to chase another doctor and all that kind of stuff. Now, this is what usually I think tends to put a lot of men off from going to see the GP because on person na wakache say BB, let's say for instance, or no name that. To say now doctor catch us with diet, I know if I need to change my diet now, half of the time I know I need to change my diet, but because I like what I'm eating, I continue to eat what I'm eating. Do you get what I mean? Unless you, the doctor, give me, let's say, a medical evidence report to say what I'm eating is actually causing me harm, no, I will, most of the time, no, most people will not change their mind. So that's my view. The question again is, which I think we still not necessarily answered, how can we then, if this is the case, how can we encourage us men, especially here in the West, Ghana, no, there generally, no, from my experience, if you go to see a doctor, they tend to take you through pretty much, let's say, most of the lab tests near there. They'll request for you to go do them. Most of the doctors, right? But in the West or in UK near there, no, in Europe and probably in America, so I'm not too sure. In UK, there definitely, the last thing they do is send you for a test because it costs money. It's usually looking at the cost. It's what they're looking at. And I can say that with authority for most.
So that should
we don't do insurance. We don't. No. No. It's national insurance, NI. We don't do individual insurance like the American system. No, it's some people have got money, so they've got private insurance or private doctors, or would go to a private practitioner. Fair enough, but for majority of the people, we rely on the NHS.
Oh wow, yeah, we have I mean to say Juma mu say Juma omuti to say medical dentist any your primary care physician omuti says and at the and me I make sure say at the end every year I do my annual checkup because I'm paying for it, so it's like it's coming from my paycheck, so I need to make sure okay. I just don't want to feel any certain way. And also we need to recognize our body when our body goes through changes, especially women, but a man the same man so who say and so no atu na adwi mother because ebi betimi cancer it can be anything. And many being check genital area and my no ye mubi no cry nim send ye check ye nofo so to look for lumps how you rotate, you go around to check to make sure say you don't feel any lump. We don't know how to self-check ourselves. And I'm also now you refuse to go see a doctor because your money be no one would insane cure myself. If something is happening now, no one no one sounds I lomo bitters and I said then na and sunny be doing the same.
But only say
which is bad because in Sasa no one excessively as a man now with sperm count would decrease,
It can also say I could be wrong, but I know that a gentleman had dementia from alcohol. I think is it vascular dementia? I think it's called. And he had dementia at the age of 40. He was working for BAE Systems, a very, very brilliant engineer. He had vascular dementia, I think is what it was. At the age of 40, he couldn't remember anything past. I don't know if anything past the hour. He couldn't remember. He would have the same conversation with you on trophy. As when you have dementia, he's not sure what's going on there. So he literally, so he would ask you the same question literally 10 times within an hour or so. But these are some of the issues behind excessive drinking and kikahon. That if you don't know,
I will leave and so to say, yeah, money be no.
Well, well, I think so. I think so. The essence of Adina you're discussing say we want to see how best we can get men to participate in
to stay healthy,
regular to stay healthy and all of those things. And
I think that this discussion, for example, is just one of the ways I encouraging them. I think so we have discussed extensively the importance, the reason why these checks need to be done. And when we say the odds are there, the downsides are there. And the truth of the matter is that one day when you get really, really, really sick, those downsides wouldn't matter anymore. Sometimes we just need to overlook the petty inconveniences. No, not yet hospital. Get yourself checked. One or two things, and then
the downside.
Yes. So, but to make it easy for people, especially on more Ghana, I will continue to encourage people. See, sometimes I remember saying Michelle Obi, and she gave me certain complaints, and I told her that the truth is that with her kind of condition, she will need one particular doctor to treat and monitor. Otherwise, and then whether Dr. A is treating you, or say Brian a week for review, I'll call. The following week you are back. When you come, you don't meet Dr. A. Oh, by Dr. X netting.
Oh wow.
Rather, and maybe the documentation done by Dr. A is not enough to give him an idea of what happened during the last visit. Over here, now, as if the doctors are playing with your life.
Wow.
So for people in Ghana, I have always recommended saying, talk to a doctor. Sometimes among of you say when they talk to a doctor, it will be too expensive. It will be too expensive. But you should understand something, especially in Africa, we understand that, of course, healthcare is expensive. We also understand that in most instances, the economy is not good. And we understand that our primary responsibility is to save lives. And then in the process of saving lives, sometimes we make money. You'll be surprised, say you talk to a doctor, and the amount of money he will ask you to pay for that consultancy is so small, ridiculously small, that you wouldn't even believe it. And there are instances where we are actually willing in Ghana to offer free services.
Wow.
They say, I think I have about 5 or 6 families that I offer free services to. I don't charge them for anything. Anytime they are sick, they give me a call.
God bless you.
Yeah, I talk with them. If there's a need for them to visit my office, I ask them to come. We run tests, we do that, and we do all those things. And I know every single member of those families. I have a file containing their record. For be from here, I know what to do at no cost. And I'm sure there are some other doctors out there who will be willing to do things like that. But if you can afford, this is what I'll say. If you can afford, get yourself a physician, especially in Ghana. Get yourself someone. As a way area, you can call on the person. It's important one person is able to know your condition, treat you, monitor you at all times. So on to me, then he will get you somebody and even still follow up to be sure about what the person is doing for you or what the person is not doing for you. Well, I think that this is the future direction I was taking in this country. As for those of you living in US and UK, I think the system is a bit more organized. You are, from your paycheck, they keep taking money. And so there's this mandatory. Someone was even telling me, say, if you don't go for that mandatory check, your insurance, whatever, might not pay something. I'm not too sure. But if you are
insurance you have to pay out of pocket. Omoji Medicaid, a government assistance, insurance, and you do you have to pay out of your pocket. But because you're free where you remember you like but and also crampono
that one you have to access it
on the downs. And you maybe will have so and you have no more crampons and it's a lot.
No, you have to access it. And one other disadvantage we have in Ghana is saying, you see, health system is so unregulated. What did I mention? I say, you're so unregulated. Obia to miss or drugstore. Now I got it drew some dangerous. What we say a draw way as an individual, you shouldn't be playing with it. But all non-take drugstores is here or me yama or me trauma. Unlike in UK or US where it's regulated, you cannot get it without a doctor's prescription. Well, most of the men, when they are not feeling well, the first thing they do is say, "Call drugstore," and also call pharmacy. No, Okoya was me Pedrusi, na yaman. So by the time you be seeing them at the doctor, no, not condition na bad, so bad.
I don't
yes,
understand.
self-medication is killing people. And apart from going to yes, yes. And it's killing them. Apart from that, in Ghana, we also have unregulated herbal practice where people can just go and buy any herb and drink. And by the time you realize that that herb could not help, then they have liver damage, terminal liver damage or something. By the time they come, the kidney is fried, is gone. There's basically nothing you can do about it. So we need to talk to people, and I'm happy that this platform is giving us that. If anything, that opportunity to talk to people. Say where we are going as a generation, we have to be very careful. You notice that as time goes on, we are becoming less healthier than our parents, than our ancestors. And that is because we are not paying attention to our health. We are taking things into our own hands. In fact, I've been seeing say one of the idea everybody thinks they can practice is medicine. People think medical practice is so easy. Okay, we take pie on, compare paradigm, and now compare brushing. Oh, okay, we more compare plasticity to be. Oh, everyone is will be a doctor in one way or the other.
Doc, me, like I'm saying, from my experience, once again, sometimes no more doctors no more why. Sometimes it says sometimes, and they say I've generalized it. I'm not saying everybody. I've just generalized it, so it's a general speech. What you need you, right? It's you are now the so basically, no, most of the time, no, more doctors, no, most of you, no, because just like you're saying, if somebody comes to you with a headache, right, and like you're saying now, I understand the diagnosis process, no, because I've worked in the health sector, in the health field. I've worked as a healthcare assistant and all that, so I understand the system. I'm able to speak and I'm able to challenge the doctors. Plus, my mom's a nurse, so what did the doctor say anyway? Do you get what I mean? So first of all, when I'm going with my questions and I'm going with my challenges because I know how most of these doctors are. Now, I'm making into Obiaba. No, I can say headaches. And once again, this is most men. You see, maybe some people are not understanding my bets. It's not to do with me personally. I'm not speaking for me because me, I can fight my fight, but most men will not do it. So most men will not do it because of some of these challenges. Because funny enough, like we are saying, we've already established that most men don't want to go in the first place, right? So if they don't want to go in the first place, and they are going and you are putting some of these niggling obstacles in front of them now, they don't want to deal with these obstacles. So they will sit there in their office and do whatever and carry on and all that kind of stuff. That is the thing. Now, Oka says self-medication. Self-medication, CCR, no? And I'm saying, once again, I'm talking about the UK. When I speak about the UK now, it's to do with me when I'm speaking right now. So in the UK, or any experiences I have had. So basically, you go to the doctor, and if it is to do with, just like you're saying, headache, and the doctor will tell you, go and take paracetamol for 2 weeks. And I say to the doctor, I've already been taking paracetamol, it's not working. Okay, take ibuprofen. I've already been taking that, it's not working. Okay, then take something a little bit stronger. Maybe try Nurofen, a different type of ibuprofen. And then if I don't say that, then it means that I'm going to then go and take that for the next 2 weeks, right? So in my head, I've gone to the doctor. He's asked me to take painkillers. I could have done that myself. So why don't I, next time I see similar symptoms, then I do what? If rather than waste my time, because sometimes you go to a GP, you have to sit for maybe an hour or so or more. Linear time consuming. And here in the UK, time is money. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit there for hours just to be told, go and rest. Yes, it may be stress related, but me personally, I know when I'm stressed, my manager even attests to it whenever we do our supervisions or appraisal. I know when I'm stressed and I know how to relieve my stress. But personally, if I'm going to see the doctor, it's not stress related. It's more of a serious issue. It may be to do with a severe headache that is continuous. If it is continuous, it means that there's something underlying it. It may be that there's maybe a different part of my body that's struggling, that's causing me headache.
Okay, so let me come in this way. Every doctor be an when you start talking, you will be sending signals to the doctor. Apart from what you are saying, your body language and you see, we try to read everything inside out. And sometimes we've had instances where the body language and other things you are putting together, other signals you are picking, contradict what the person is telling you. We've also had instances where clients feel say when they talk about their condition and make it look serious, it will make the doctor act quick, and I say it will make the doctor attach some seriousness to it. You see, so sometimes yes, you have a headache, you have a cough, but when you exaggerate it or when you understate it, it will take a doctor who is so perceptive to calm you down and tell you that, look, just tell me exactly what you feel and let me see how I can help you. But will be open baby. The moment you start talking, he won't have the time to listen to you and to do the things that are required of him. But what I'm trying to say, what I want to say is, doctors in general are not immune to what do you call it? Errors. Yes, we are not immune to errors. Sometimes, yeah, doctors are not immune to errors. Gone are the days where doctors felt like we were demigods. What you say? Me, I'm a doctor. I am saying this, so don't say some. Those days are past. Our generation is more enlightened, and so there's a need for us to engage people. Let me say, when you come to me, I don't know, maybe, but that's what I'm saying, that we have our individual differences. But I try to engage you to that point, make you feel like you are part of the solution. Because you see, I cannot even understand your sickness more than you, the one feeling the thing. I'm not going to pretend, say, Yarena Ekuta, I understand it better than you. So I would rely on you, I would depend on you to be able to get me to that point where I am close enough to try to feel what you feel, exactly what you feel, so that I can make. But the moment you begin to exaggerate, when we conclude, say, maybe you just need that you are here to waste my time, so let me just send you away with some paracetamol and then have my peace. Wow. And that is where you get some of those things. And sometimes we end up missing very serious conditions. Hey? And so I'm okay. If I am going to start telling you one by one my experiences and how some people have even lost their lives because we downplayed some of the things they come to hospital with, it's terrible, it's serious. But over time, I think that we will get there. If we want to go into medical practice, malpractice, now that they not say see I'm telling you that we will not get away from here. The issues are plenty. Maybe we can find another time and discuss issues of malpractice so that we can have the time to go into them. But the truth is that medical practice in same baby, it's the same doors. The issues are plenty.
Yeah.
The doctor, no, it's not every doctor. You see, we have different levels of training. We have different levels of training. Doctors they don't acknowledge their level of training. So when you throw something at them, instead of accepting, say, hey, yeah, okay, I can't help you because it's above me. Let me get you someone who can help you. They will still try to do something. That is where sometimes someone can tell you stress. Go and take paracetamol and try and sleep. But you could have just admitted simply that, look, what you are telling me, there could be more, but I cannot do anything about it. Get someone who can help you. So sometimes, and we should cut the
Doc, you throw in a lot of punches and really great information. Being a doctor in terms of stress, high blood pressure, diabetes, and other sicknesses, to say, let's just say hypothetically, you know, there might be some people listening, and they may have either one or something. What advices can you give to people who have preconditions? You know, things that they can do to limit their risk. You know, their risk of, like, you know, making it worse than it needs to be, because they say when it comes to a families now, say when who can for and stress wa wabusuani bi be stress o. So wabusuani bi and stress wa na so who can for and stress wa wo nkola, one or two of them will stress you out. So to say advice there now the be ma would general.
Before you come in, let me just respond to Emmanuel. So Emmanuel, like you're saying, you've lived in the UK for 20 years, right? Now, just like the doctor have said, every practice is different. Even in the UK, just I think was it?
Yeah, brother.
Either last. Oh, wait. Let me finish. I think it was 2 weeks, last 2 weeks or so. No, they were just talking about an NHS hospital who caused a lot of deaths, a lot of maternal deaths. Indeed, what you're saying, no, yes, that is you. I'm not saying say everywhere is like my experience. No, what I'm saying is from my experience, this is what has happened, and that is why I made those ones personal. I didn't generalize it. And with what the doctor said, which I didn't dispute at all, is every doctor works slightly different. So what one doctor might do, the other might not. Equally, just like the doctor said, a lot of medical doctors make a lot of mistakes. And that is why these days, especially in the UK, there's been a lot of lawsuits against a lot of medical doctors and NHS and stuff like that. I know a friend who was going through, he had a medical issue, which was in pain. And they cannulized him, but they didn't put the cannula in correctly. So when they inserted the morphine, it didn't hit. Now he knows his pain. And because he didn't hit, he was still in pain. He then was able to ring the pain management team. And when they came, they were furious with the doctor because they didn't listen to him. And they said to him, you should have listened to the patient because he knows his body and he knows his pain. And we are not saying, say, what's my experience, what I went through is everywhere. No. What we're saying is we're trying to encourage more men to go to the doctors, but we're trying to highlight some of the issues why men are not going. Doc,
okay. I think said the issue was for me to give a general overview for people who want to, for people to know about certain conditions, right?
Yeah. Well, not certain, like, yeah, something like that, yeah. Oh, Doc. And you. Oh, I can't hear anything. I'm going to come back.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, okay, I can hear now.
You can hear now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right. So I'm saying, for most of these conditions, these chronic conditions that are non-communicable, diabetes, hypertension, and what do you call them? Asthma, sickle cell, those conditions. One of the things I want to share with us is that these conditions are as a result of an interplay between enema. The first one is genetic factors. And the second one is environmental factors. Genetic factors, it means to say the thing is in your family line. There are things that you are born with. There are genes that you inherit from your forefathers, from your fathers, that predispose you to certain conditions. But such genetic factors do not play alone.
there's an interplay between such genetic factors and environmental factors. Environmental factors, saying, the kind of habits you create, whether you drink alcohol, whether you exercise less, you are always sitting at one place, you eat a lot of unhealthy foods and those things. Those are the environmental factors. Now, what we know up to now is that say we are genetically predisposed. In other words, in terms of your family line, there are a lot of hypertensives or a lot of diabetics. Now, ultimately, a controlling environment and such that you don't allow the environment to contribute to that genetic predisposition to manifest that. You are likely going to live your life fully without exhibiting any diabetes or hypertension. I don't know whether you get the point I'm trying to make. Yeah. In other words, you cannot modify your genes, but you can modify your habits. Yeah. In this, papa diabetes and now mommy with diabetes. You are now growing up. As at now, we don't need diabetes, but also we say we are genetically predisposed. Also, we are very careful about your environment. If you are genetically predisposed and you are drinking alcohol, you will develop diabetes early. If you are smoking, you will develop diabetes early. If you are exercising less, you develop diabetes early. If you eat excess sugar, too much sugar, you are most likely going to develop diabetes. And so we need to control the environmental factors. Not the INTM and control, we leave that one to God. I get in the point. Yeah. So that is the little that is the general advice I would like to give. Know your family history and know how your family history predisposes you to developing what. And then try to practice things that will not let you develop that particular condition. I hope I hope you are getting the general overview I'm giving you. Oh yeah. So I don't expect Obia or family history of diabetes. Not the beer, sugar, sir, and how you develop diabetes.
The ice cream. No, the pokey.
That is all I have to say. That is a general thing that I have to say now.
Doc, quick question. So where do you practice then?
I practice in Ghana. I'm currently at Techiman.
Techiman, okay.
Yes, I'm Techiman.
Okay, cool.
I think your microphone is muted. Your friend, the microphone are coming. Yeah.
Yes, I did. One thing I could say is there are some Ghanaians doctor, Ghana Kruma, Ghana Memoir. They are really good because Mrs. My baby sister crisscross Ghana no. Na doctor bi wo Accra me free baby kon na owo no. Sa doctor no. No matter where your level of sickness is, he was awesome. I mean, he knows his job. And there are other doctors now. I have cousins and other family members, so we are doctors and family friends, and other doctors are I haven't come upon them minimum good. But your doctors who are more fragile for doctors they are killers. The same thing so America has
everywhere.
America has said doctors need they know their job, they know exactly what they're doing. If you are no crampo now, residents, if you coming fresh, they know they haven't even established themselves yet, but they know exactly what they're doing. Yeah, what doctors or my child will be sometimes they be too much and they miss some little things that it can kill their patients. And it's a mixture.
I like that.
Doctors be America.
So
they're not good at all. The only and I'm sure all over the world. To say we just have to be mindful. And our brother Richard Kwame Asare in Soka no. I mean, he's a doctor as well. So he works with different doctors and he knows what is up, right? But to say sometimes nothing say majority of the time, most of us condemn Ghanaians doctors a lot.
Which is
But
wrong.
that we have some bad ones. You know, when you have a bad apple, you don't take it out. It infects a whole bunch of them. And a Ghana system then she says, hey, call hospital now kita sika. Wono, yeah, if you would say, so maybe I wanna woo, which is something that's disturbing. Send ni pay wu pa was say, okay, uni sikentino. Unya sika and san aba and san macho. That is a really bad
but on say and yes I may doctors for you. But based on what a Doc Jamal Ekayan, basically, you know, and yes, a beer, unis cantino penu. But equally, no, you can say be a wako. Na Dr. Jamal was serious patient to be a ocean data, right? Now once waba, and you too know you have a serious issue. But unfortunately, no, let's say you've not paid. So let's say the nurse who is supposed to send you to Dr. Jamal, no, is not doing that, and he might not know, say, this is the situation going on. And sometimes, no, we are quick to, call out the doctors, but at times, no, they might not know. That's from my perspective. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm thinking.
I know, and brother, some interns comes with new technologies and research. And brother Emmanuel, I mean, sometimes, some of these doctors, some of them, they move from one patient to another. They have to take it easy because they already stressed, and then they performing surgeries they're not supposed to be performing. But in America, has say, ABS, but be a surgical tools,
Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, it happens. It happens everywhere. Everywhere.
But it's not as much. Me in Ghana, and I haven't have experience in the hospital, so I cannot speak for them and I cannot speak against them. The hospital system, all I know is abroad. And I mean, to send me all Ghana, up to age 10 and a half, me a nurse, and to say, we home fire, no, or what panier, she was able to like take care of us, man. Call hospital, say, me bow down and I me call clinic and the clinic cry me quite me ba broche has say panny or more the war me to know a panny or my use dia will be
wow
man it be better me has me tobacco I can see us in the other one.
Wow.
It's my man no say nothing I want to me washing myself and I won't hurt it, but I didn't pay any money. I was 16 and a half. It hurts a little bit, but I feel so okay. Panya me war, ebia a drone se panya bi wo a drone no yeah.
Yeah.
And to me, my mean recognizing says say me jina ho a me to no baako akosoro pa na baako so yeah. Enti na say me papa nua panyo ye doctor wa ha say me call no na wo twa e honom hwe na ahora hyem enya sumo I me to pro. Oh,
yeah, that's a message.
That was a bad experience I got. Me and no man called Ghana hospital clinics in Libya. And I move through down quota so I want to me call opinion. But it was really bad. That left a bad taste in my mouth. Say, how can that happen? Say, Modi the same needle, Modia wobi. Na man, Modia Mube used to cry mon way. Eh? Now, my side is the same needle, not some besimeto. Eh? Why?
No, but issues no.
It does.
Oh, you don't can you not sign freezer? I know, right? But say panel the mom say I did on the panel be where some war to if you was but this one there send me war me to and uncle messy up me to know. Eh?
But I won't say in that sense, no, yes, it's medical negligence, don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But what the issue there was the fact that there's lack of resources rather than the expertise. So at my if that is actually what happened, they could have told you as an here, but as to whether that is actually what happened, no, we might not be able to tell. But me, I know, sir. I think a while back I was listening to the radio, and a doctor called in, a retired doctor called in and said, sir, doctors, no, most of them tend to make a lot of mistakes most of the time, but they covered it up. So they cover their mistakes
very bad, because if a doctor makes that mistake now, they need to be investigated and making sure that never happens again. But I mean, like, sometimes I feel like the law in place is not effective where it needs to be, because some of the doctors, ebi mo no monsa. Doctor bi kura mpa betimi aba one time na me hwe documentary bi. Doctor no obi obey surgery, oba na he was drunk. Nurse no and preventing him from doing the surgery. Na be hwe on nurse no. Oyi nurse no rough na nurse no say, you know what? I need to report this in, because you cannot put your hands on that patient. You're gonna kill that patient. But say my friend say, "Hey, baby, ye nyina ye nimu a, ye bem you nurse ne nka hwe, obehwe because enye na ebusani bi na da ho no ma doctor ni kotwitwa no. So ho. And America has said, so we have had situation your friend is saying doctors nibi oba enya breast cancer no wo ne nufu benkum no akwa nifa no.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
It happened.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, I heard about that.
Sometimes
I think it happened in the UK as well.
It's crazy. And I was like, and then there was another one the night. Omucha the good leg, you know, and a bad leg in Momuja. And you know, there some they make mistakes, fine, you know, to say, but to say as a nurses, you know, someone who said a doctor no na ye jumache. Now who's a doctor no that day no buy and they not themselves no na say be say or yes surgery big
yes. This issue of
it's very bad. They have to say something. You can't say so. Me and me bushi need your baby. I want you. No, that's human life. You can't play human life like that. I mean, doctors, you know, they are meant to save life, not to take life. But sometimes some surgery people no matter so it is a doctor one by hospital not one no more sample because doctors is only a human being. Some of them drink. And I mean, it's a whole lot.
Right, Doc, bring.
Yeah. So, yeah. Maybe I can't assimilate Emmanuel question now beside.
Yeah.
How some doctors can leave towel in patient's stomach during surgery. The truth of the matter is our problem is not just in Ghana. All over the world, it happens. Yep. It happens in the US, it happens in the UK, it happens everywhere. Yep. And as doctors, at the we have come to realize and say some of those things from afar. You can criticize, you can say whatever you want, but if you're not lucky, if you're not careful enough, it can happen to you. Now, the ATN say. And I'll just use this one to make you understand.
Yeah.
Uko theater say uko surgery. Uko theater say uko surgery. Your pre-operative procedures be also with this one. There's something we call a checklist. There's a checklist from WHO. And basically what that checklist does is that it's supposed to help us to avoid some of these errors you are describing, leaving things in people's stomachs and all those things. Just like an error, they will run some checks. ABR brakes, check, flaps, check, this check, all those things, they check the systems. Now, in the operation theater, your checklist be at WHO, say, answer now best surgery, you check. So the name of the patient is the right patient? Are you dealing with the right part of the body? Now, if you say some now narrate here, they can leave the damage and go and cut the healthy leg. Checklist has all those things, and at the bottom of the checklist, instruments that you have placed on the table, you are supposed to count them one by one. Into surgical blade, 2 of them now natural. A abdominal towel now natural. Gauze now natural. Scissors now natural. Artery forceps. You write a number. The idea is that at the end of the surgery, you have to administer the checklist again, so that you will count the number of items left on the table to be sure, say, number quantity now with the bar at the beginning of the operation, and no one the operation, so that if you count and where else could it have gone? Not just say, mind you, which will be the person will bleed. So red, towel color no, any and son, nipa no son, and I say no organs no, it will camouflage it, so you will see that you are retaining a towel inside. The person will go later on and come back and see that, yay, I left something inside. And that one, and not dear, it is pure negligence. It means that doctor no, and I said doctor no, theater nurses no, or man to and go through the pre-operative steps now, also take and sometimes they avoid it because it's very long. So started say we administer our checklist from the beginning to the end now. It can take about 10, 15 to 20 minutes of your time. Until you can imagine that for about 10, 15, 20 minutes, you are just reading one checklist and you are check before you start the main operation. So now I go through to be sure. But that is a safety checklist. And as I say, some doctors don't have the time and the patience to go through it. It's a two down swap. Sometimes you go to theater and the operation you need to do is so urgent, such that we need our luxury. No, you don't have the luxury of time to stand there and be checking A, B, C, D. The person is bleeding internally. You need to move quick. You have just about 3 to 5 minutes before the person gets brain damage. And you cannot go through the checklist. So you start the surgery because you want to save the person's life. And sometimes now you don't even know how much material you brought out and how much is left at the end of the day. And so you'll be able to determine, say, some are missing. And these are some of the things that we do that result in people leaving towels in people's abdomens. Yeah, we don't do it intentionally. They are purely accidental. But the reason why they're accidental is because sometimes we don't check, we don't use the checklist. But say, see a D checklist, no, so they are strictly. I don't think that will ever leave anything inside anybody. I hope you are getting me.
Yeah. Well, definitely. Prior to me coming on, I think that I'm more talking about I will phone. I'm not clear on that. Is that I will phone quite on better on better teenagers when it comes to sexual sexual.
Okay, yeah. So I think when we started, now we're saying, especially if the child is a teenager,
masturbation,
then usually, but I said it led to masturbation. So it led to masturbation, but prior to that, it's more to do with being able to tell your child the truth. And I think for me, I gave the example, say, my 3-year-old, if my 3-year-old is scratching vaginal area near there, then it's not because of a sexual pleasure. No, never. But it's because maybe it's itchy, or for whatever reason she's scratching there. So for me to then be able to divulge the appropriate, I think somebody put it that the appropriate information at that age, but still telling her the truth, which was, if you scratch, it's gonna be sore. If it's sore, we're gonna go to the hospital. Now she understood that, and then she stops. Equally, if you're then dealing with your teenage As a teenager no ebia waba Esther maka say ebia ono no say no tamoya o chichi o washi honna start say ne da ka chen mame no na no mame ka chen say o enye honna also oyede ohoho no che no say bia ohoho na honne de ko ho pa dia enye wo na also ho na obi na also be de better flower no. Indeed, it's all about being able to tell your child the truth, but of course it has to be appropriate dependent on the age. And see, if it's a teenager now, then that led to masturbation, for instance, from and it started off with a male where nebano I'm saying nebano baby sano posti that video about masturbation na nebano baby sano no cheche mu say if he's looking to maybe have female interaction and have a satisfactory sexual life with a female partner there, then mon koho because okoha SMP. Then he explained.
It will affect him later on in life.
Yes. So then she explained, and then he went, and then he later came back and asked and said, I think a friend of his has started, and he's feeling the guilt because she mentioned the guilt in when you masturbate, and so the psychological effect. Into Honna, Doc Bim, I think I mentioned about even the medical effects and all that. So that's when Doc came in and sort of gave a little bit of a lecture about it, and I think he dissected the thing and spoke mainly about the psychological and then the medical side of things. So yeah, I think you may have to watch the video to understand Doc's points because he did say quite a lot. We did discuss quite a lot about it from that. The early onset. I don't know what time it might have been from minute 30 onwards. Not Dr. Bim.
Okay. I mean, like I think that when it comes to parents, most parents having conversation with their children about sexual activities, or their bodies, the children's teenagers' body changing. Some of them find it difficult. I mean, in some cases, you have some parents who would choose to bring, use their children's PCP, primary care physician, to help them be able to speak to them about such topics, right? Because some parents are not so good with it. I remember Ejuma na me ye first, and only a name cry na ye Ejuma, me name cry from age 6 up to 18, depending, say, normally 16, no, me free one, but obi o ya nya placement in manintino, omutimi equal up to 18, nomniade. Now, the one thing I may recognize it what one say, and Kulani be or honoma or teenage years, almost shall say have a sexual edges, Now, fe acquire say, ebi mu nso wɔ roommate room ni bi wɔ hɔ a mmiɛnsa na dɛm ebi nso wɔ hɔnom a wɔyɛ mmienu wɔyɛ mmienu no ebi mu yɛ wɔn adwene sɛ so wɔn nya saa urges, sexual urges na ɔno ne roommate no wɔn hyɛ aseɛ ɛsosɔ wɔn mu so ɛho eti no te sɛ one time na me yɛ adwuma late na nkwadaa ne laundry na ebi wɔ hɔ a mɛboa wɔn na wɔyɛ na luckily no. Akwadaa ne baako ɔwɔ the same room no na ɔno ne laundry na meyɛ nti me wura hɔnom no na afe na kyɛ sɛ boy ne baako atwe ne shorts ne nika aba fam a ɔne bɛrima anka kyɛ sɛ ɔde bɛhyɛ akwadaa baako ne to eti ɔno hu me first because deɛ wabutu hɔ no wɔahu me. Eti deɛ wayi ne bɛrima anka ɔde bɛhyɛ akwadaa ne to no ohun mia na ɔsa ka ne bɛrima hyɛ ne shorts ne mu eti ɛna ɔtale ban no eti no boy na wakoa ne mu no etwa n'ani bebusa ne sɛ why you stop eti otwa n'ani no ɛna ohun sɛ me gyina hɔnom ɛna ɔno nso sɔre pulu na ayi no ne pants no up. Enti no me separate omo. Me mama port na office honom na me frɛ support because na me nkwa na me wo me ntimi enja ho nti no baako wɔ ɔmo dem ho na baako wɔ office na mabɛtena hallway honom sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a metimi a manage environment no kɔpem sɛ obi foforɔ baa nti nipa korɔ ne baayɛ no we had to process with them na nkɔla ne bi kɔ fie nti no ɛdan na ɛyɛ empty no nneɛma baako kɔ da empty no staff ɔbaa anadwo no ɔyɛ overnight no yɛ prompt ɔmo ɛna overnight supervisor no nso yɛ frɛ no ka kyerɛ sɛ this is what happened incident esi nti no saa akwaraa no deɛ anka ɔno na ɔbɛ penetrate another child no ɔno ne dan no sɛ ɔmo pɛ staff baako na ɔtena ne dan na no because ɔno no sɛ wabɛyɛ predator so ɛho enti no sɛ nkwaraa ne bi wɔ hɔ nom a nti no with that incident na esi yɛ no some of the social worker which I felt say it was wrong ɔmo ɛhyɛ aseɛ ne nkwaraa ne kasae about masturbation say bi omunya saa edges na there are other ways and means that they can get their satisfaction without touching somebody else. And you know, I think that within that environment, you know, that was the other alternative that they can teach to the kids. Say, okay, you can do this by yourself without getting yourself in trouble because you can go to prison for raping someone or like having sex with a minor.
Yeah, and I think that's what I think a lady cited said this is being taught in school. Masturbation is being taught in school. That it's okay to do, just like you said, a social worker did, and that also led to us then having to discuss masturbation. And like I said, with masturbation, there's a whole lot that is involved, and Doc did mention quite a bit. And he in a nutshell, he basically said when we're trying to explain some of these things to people now, we should not take it as a holistic thing, but try to specify the angles that we're using, and where possible, not dwell so much on the religious aspect. And see, I think we all came to a conclusion that it has to be done from the practical point of view. So if you do this, these are going to be the consequences, of which I think the majority of it is psychological, where it affects your psychological your psychological mindset. So
I mean,
so it affects your mental health in a way.
Psychological.
Exactly. With that being the case, that can then lead to a poor sexual, poor sexual satisfactory for any other partner that you have, especially the female partner that you have in future, in that sense, those are some of the things that we spoke about in the early on, so just before you came.
Oh, okay. But that, I mean, to say like masturbation, I think is a choice. I mean, people can learn about it, or someone can, a shrink or whoever can talk to you about it. But I just feel that it's not a solution to sexual urges, because most
that
of
is,
us,
yes.
with a child, a teenager, if we're teaching teenagers, boys, young boys, to start masturbating, right? By, just playing with your little ding dong, it gets to a point now they become isolated. They're going to isolate themselves. Their interaction with people, their age group is going to be less and less, right? And every time that they get stressed or frustrated or being bullied, what do you think they're going to resort to? That they're going to resort to masturbation, because that's the only time that they will be able to release themselves and feel good, right? We need to teach our children, and a man, so to say, like, they can masturbate because they can play with their
The
stuff.
flower.
Their flower. And then, and also have their orgasm. But to say, I see a tray and say, would you in fear, you going to be having this type of sexual urges. That is norm, right? That's normal. And then, from that age, because I mean, on social media, our kids can type in anything and learn from it. I'll rather teach my teenage son and my almost teenage daughter about these things. I would like for them to hear from me, for me to go into details with them. That is something that's going to keep building up. But when they get to certain age now, and having boyfriend, girlfriend, making the decision to start having sex, you need to learn how to protect yourself, having protective sex instead of just going and do whatever. So a lot of Ghana for parents need a brave parent to say when they will back or maka a deal say no. We have to empower our children because me can't say to certify themselves masturbate because nimpna twe mu na ware semu but because me mano have it all that little enjoyment and then when you panyimu ana afede wabe dysfunctional wontimi te say on ne yire ana say ne girlfriend wo hono kra no akosha bathroom mu masturbate. I mean, that's sick. So
well, I gave the example of Ifeada who went on a live program and said she knows how to get satisfaction, so she doesn't care who she's sleeping with. During the sexual acts, she pleases herself and then she's all right. So, Opa, do 1 minute, 2 minutes, whatever. She's still gonna have her satisfaction because she masturbates, basically. And for her, you, the man coming in, no matter what you do, you're not going to satisfy her because that high that she's looking for, you're not gonna give her. So that was the examples that we were citing, for instance, in the sense that the psychological effect of people masturbating can cause some of these issues, for instance, and you've mentioned.
I mean, in so many cases, to say, and nneɛma bebree wɔ hɔnom a I think say humanity, we making our own rules no ne ade. Masturbation yɛ adeɛ bi a I mean ɛnyɛ bɔne sɛ ɔbɛ masturbate, but
is it not?
Like once you start now, and it becomes addictive now, your relationship is not going to be normal because ebi mo de magazines and omo de masturbate, ebi mo nso hwɛ porno and omo de masturbate, ebi mo nso no te say ebi mo nso kra use pp tom obi wɔ hɔ no ma ne neighbor bi a maame bi a ne ho ɔfɛ a onim sɛ oyi ne ho a ya ne windows no ne curtains no ɔkwan kakra da ho na wakwa akwata hɔ no na ɔtɔ obi ntokua akyi na ogyina hɔ masturbate. Look how sick this is. So and like some of them they take to the next level no me ɛho nkorɔ but sometimes it's a lot, and as a family we need to do better.
I think for us,
yes, like in first because we already established akora bi wɔ hɔnom kɔ ɔbɛwɔ 8 years old and nneɛma a wɔnim ne nsɛm a obi panyimu kura mpo nim saa de no enti no te sɛ akora na dɔ saa no ntumi mɛka nkyɛn sɛ vagina yɛ vagina. What are you talking about?
Me at the age of 10, I knew pretty much everything to do with sex theoretically because I'd read books, right? Now, at the age of 10, back then I was in Ghana. and I think I was JSS1. I was 11. Into me call class, and I was a class prefect back then. To me call class very early. Then I'll go and draw the female genitalia system and label it and put it on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not going to find out who did it. I knew. Oh, but I knew everything from that perspective, no. At the age of 10, I had read newspapers, then times PMP, if you're I'm reading, I'll see things, I'll read things. So I was very, very much knowledgeable in that age. So I knew a lot theoretically. When I went to senior secondary school, when the boys were talking about sex, I was a virgin. I'd never done it before, never seen a girl naked, but I could speak as if I had had sex. So they never knew because I had knowledge. So I was all I was doing was pouring out theory, basically. And then what I've read, stories I'd read, and see, people thought, say, oh, my guy, there, we need one. No, I was actually the youngest among them back then.
But when my dear, me 17 and a half, no, say me taking health class or high school. Now health class now you be taking, first of all, no, my form be say I will for sign to give permission for your child to be part of that class, because they say no, they say obey money, obey shiano, obey anyma, obey winning. We have to watch all that. What scared me the most was you drew baby obey woman. They can't tell me who say, oh, hell to the no. Matum, because this woman and the one that they show, Obano was like, it was crazy to say, man in the call a maternity ward, just all call no. Now, say, be our shall say, a year. What's it? No, I shall say, yeah, Bemano. It's your fault that I'm here. I don't want you no more. You are so ugly. But how can you do this to me? Oh my gosh. I want a divorce. Just say, no, Bemani was get the hell out of here. Bemani is of course. Where the fuck you going? And then Bemani was son inside. Omia, Bemani inside to say Bemani I red. And soon sorry, honey. I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry. Oh my God.
You've got to tell the truth, right? You've got to tell the truth. Most of you ladies use that time to literally take revenge on your husband. Most of you ladies literally take that time, that particular moment, to take revenge on your husbands. Into be or her, long time ago. Hodun himself, Ushina Suma, Kai Obi and Hobe prosecute now, baby. Exactly. It's most of you know, you use that and you exaggerate. No, I'm not talking about the pain, no, not the pain. I'm talking about no. Say pain there. Me, the pain. My wife is giving birth, so at least I have knowledge of it. I don't know the experience itself, but I have knowledge of how painful it is when you need labor. So I'm not talking about the pain, but it's the reactions that I'm on about. The way people react to the pain and then use that to insult their husbands and slap them and beat them and they kick out. Fana, I use it as an opportunity. And the Moncano
Oh, I mean, to say I haven't gotten to that point because first of all, our 11-year-old, me by honoma, but to say last minute nurse or Bessie because na so you on me mama me papa mo Bessie because they induced my pregnancy me for over 2 weeks. They have to induce my pregnancy, not still no almost see me mentality to where I can bring the baby to the world. It's the doctors no catch me concern their own breathy now. If anything should anything changes now obey tama a 11-year-old no bad this world no not my family member be any honor until like there was 3 nurses and 2 doctors in there, and they brought the 3rd nurse over there for a reason, and it was good because me catch a nurse and they say once he comes out now, I want to know what time it is because it was very close to Sunday, right?
Okay.
They introduced me on Friday, and then like he came out Sunday morning, midnight, 5 past midnight. It did not just say so adequacy and your kwame. Nipa didn't pay no, Nipa didn't to know the kwame and I'm so you miss it by 5 minutes into my and you know to say and onami kuni honum he wasn't present. And your 9-year-old no and also no I think said something. And Mrs. Apani, Mrs. Amidina, no no call labor room honum with me. And no dear, I had a family member in the room with me when I had the 9-year-old.
But did you insult your? My point is,
I did not
whether
insult my sister.
no, not to your sister, not to your sister. What I'm trying to say is, if it's your husband's fault and pa, irrespective of whether he's there or not, no, insults I'll be Nibia should still be present with him or without him there. Is my point. But you, when he is there now, is when the insults becomes more or the beat it. In America, say partly, but America say most of women no, tend to use that time no as an opportunity to discipline their husbands because they'll get away with it.
They pain because I remember I said, "A Drew baby, me catch a nurse and they say I need to poop." Was it do not push? I say, no, I have to poop. Was it do not push? Hey, challenge, no be smart thing, but to say, I think that obia you're different. Say,
oh yeah, of course.
I think that we all experience pain in different form and different
definitely.
And a man if you were no more almost brepa serious matter.
Yeah.
You know, I think that it depends on whichever. Because to say, Mrs. Can you say Niku no Mrs. No what was say why you used to Ghana system, no, you know. He didn't go in the room, me mama in the call, with my sister's last born. It's like sometimes no maybe man I have a friend or no one in the year in a quay but I cranity peer free in the year no 20
oh
you want a camera in a phone say jassa and I'm saying, oh my goodness gracious.
Okay, so in America you're allowed to have a camera there.
Oh yeah, you can bring it. And I want to person video everything now because who or ban new kuno. You guys more than 2% or you but most of them normal video for more personal use.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think water bath no so but we won't so many sometimes Discovery Channel. I say ID channel. They have a Discovery Channel alone instead of ID. Almost some of those things, you know, near you. But me health, you know, me sa or ban or and I think say teachers, you know, they purposely show that part.
Yeah.
Because after there. You to say, ma'am, girl be a no boyfriend and a boy anything will happen where you need that. I'm saying, who be you won't start for real. They say no lovey dovey. And because hey, Obano Brayo after that, now I almost have planning to bleach to say the night and a was here
but
they have to do something like turn the child and. It was crazy, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, that is so scary!" And then when the baby, they got the baby for the head to come out. We were like, "Oh my gosh, that thing can get that big!"
Yeah.
And so it was like, Yes, sister. Sheila said, was it please? I have a friend whose husband has been masturbating, and as a result of that, it sometimes take him 4 months or sometimes once in 3 months to have sex with the wife, and is a worried. What can she do to help?
First of all, Bible. And then no, but seriously, no, in Bible, not yet. And then he has to go see a psychologist or a doctor, whichever. Ideally, I think this is more of an addiction, so probably be a psychologist. That is the only advice. I cannot say anything else because I don't have that expertise. No.
I mean to say I love prayers. You know, in everything you have to put in prayers.
Yeah.
But to say and you maybe prayers is not the answer. This guy,
no, prayers alone is not the
prayers
answer.
alone, yeah, you're right. Prayers alone is not the answer. This guy is evident that he's addicted to masturbation. And I'm not sure how long he started, but because for him to not touch his wife 3 to 4 months and only one time, this woman is suffering. Charlie, that is like crazy. I can't imagine. Like I'm like, what? That is a no.
You can't think far.
It's a no. Many obana, many obana. Try to send a brado be kind. I say he needs to seek counseling because so and I said go through some steps. It will start little by little because if you want a bit me about say okay, try not to masturbate for the next 1 month to 2 months, which is going to be which is going to be difficult for him because I'm sure say he's probably almost masturbating every 2 to 3 days. So he's certified, he's releasing himself. So he's not having any sexual attraction towards his wife, and probably he thinks that having sex with her once every 3 months to 4 months, he's doing her a favor because he's just trying to be the husband and stuff. But like he needs to get professional counseling. But many obana anaduna wadano mehuri atnaso. Metnaso papa.
Na say o kase sese bi no bia ade na sorry ma oba.
That's that you can play with it.
Oh, I think say when okay. But well, it depends. It depends on also. It will depend on who the friend is saying who or the way the husband is. Say husband no. The husband near light sleeper there. Maybe a night in talk about.
I mean, so you're light sleeper. And they also have to have a conversation because to me say this. I'm not certified with this.
I think they both need to see either a psychologist or a counselor, both of them at the same time.
Most definitely, and because expressing itself because it's because the problem is then now. I mean to say I know say I worry for you near but we keep you on normal. It's like back to back. You feeling it. I do. A week or two. No, I sign some. If you also had the whole month, hey, non-stop. Now we can't tell himself every 3 months to 4 months. I beg, Oga.
No lie.
We will talk. We will have serious talk about Debbie. And the people say, okay, because normally say or when the bear ma will honor. the first thing you think say also, but this lady, her case is different. Bema no masturbate, on cheating, but even masturbation, if you have masturbating, it's some for that's like, that's kind of like you're not being fair and faithful to your wife. I mean, Tonga da honum was the who kwatina baby no to bema sa. What nonsense is that? And
then America said both of them need to seek counseling.
Yeah,
or some sort of psychological aid.
We're talking about feelings,
because
Richard.
At the end of the day, it could be, sir, yes, it's just solely the man who is addicted to masturbation. It could be said the genesis of the masturbation may be something that perhaps the wife did. It might be that it has nothing to do with the wife. It's just him. So that is what I'm saying, that both of them have to seek counseling. Because at the end of the day, we need to know the genesis of it. And then, to say, then we can look at, some sort of a prognosis to it.
Yeah.
But it's only a psychologist or a counselor who can deal with such an issue.
Yeah, and I mean, to resolve the problem, sometimes, and you may be cause why I worry ma, the you can't free one. You have to go start from beginning. How did that came about?
Yep.
When did he started masturbating? Was it prior to getting married or during the marriage, or like around what time? What prompted that? Because you have to get to the root of the problem in order for you to resolve it. And to say with professionals, they will give you tasks to do. And to be I have seen stuff like that. I like watching certain things, right? And then to say be crampona or counselor need to make us okay, then you I'm a person when they were say I want you guys to go have a romantic dinner. So because they're trying to get you back around and re-energize whatever has been broken between the two of you. Because I mean adding obem or that or worry for when you to one na wukun emfa ne ho count for some months. I mean to see our maybe or honoma what the man of crampo almost every day open miensa any nine. Hey, many be more your horse so ain't to say not to say tinting way. Maybe I can't think foul. Hey, now come on, job and come on, no. Oh, and yes, may just one of my share. If my husband is not able to certify me now, there's going to be problems and troubles. And I make sure say once he certifies me, I certify him and get him excited. This way, the next time I want, he won't refuse me because even though Krempo no one now sometimes purposefully and planning what the other so no kwa has mitimi a restroom eko yi me ni free one me ba ha say anama me be koto anama sheda pajama tade na man who say I have nothing underneath. Yes, come around, I'm here. And to say like that is like really sad. I mean, I feel bad for your friend, Sister Sheila, and I hope to God they will be able to resolve this problem because sexual dysfunctionalness in marriages, etimima awarie because it is said
please return your face.
Then one also come masturbate because men na person touch home. And men no person touch but it's any wadan for no man vibrator. With the vibrator. No, but the husband is able to come to his
because if she uses a vibrator now, then she's just compounding the issue because then what will happen is the husband will not be able to vibrate when he comes back. That's the other thing. If she's using a vibrator now.
Oh, I beg, come back. Come back and go back to the original topic, because I asked you to come back and you haven't. I even have to go off because I'm supposed to be I'm supposed to be doing another program, and that's what he has said to say the new person. Yeah. It's been an hour and 15 minutes. And this time you want to get to the original topic, I beg, come back on and let's take it back on.
But like I was saying,
horse back. I like horsing from the back. Oh, me see me many be more horse part. Say, mudia mumrega. And once after another. Hey, Charlie.
One thing your dog can. Each person and their capacity. Beyond the capacity.
I know the but to say me many be on one. I mean, to say one thing I can say is say. Our real no se oba wukun edo no opel na uhu hia no value a onni wo nkwase adie da every time bia no edi a mu bedi bia no obeye no with care and lots of love, but to say empna twie no eno kwase adie do also same with care. Empratching bebre no emem na so obema bi wo hon mo no wo de asi ni tirimu dada firifiti asese nya ade obeware o enti wo groom keke enti emi we bia no no obebusa wan ye enti no to say like we have the ability to like make a lot of things happen and not make a lot of things happen, but to say I am adding say Oba worry bema na bema no intimi certify to your fullest. And as a bema worry oba no de bia no ato ni anda kanu mu credo. And also no emwa and also to me my dysfunctionalness ba aware mu. I mean aware no most of us have already established say enye die enema aware gina enye die nko a edie is one of the components, and edie nso no me who say something extraordinary, because when you do it and you do it well now, it makes you feel really good. And you know to say obia nanim na aware mu die wonya ni wonya enti no ya adesua ne adekere na when it say ba empemu agro di na say anase mpem nkomodie na se enuoma enkoyi a there has to be some type of a assistance both oyire ni okun no mubetimi akosiki just to help you guys get back to where you started. I'm wondering, like, you know, I mean, sometimes you see say obi o horse who red flag no it is when who red flag now. What about the yellow flag? You didn't see the yellow flag. I mean, sometimes who can fall on the behavior and the issue get you thinking why is it a timmy banisa, but this time I said getting back to the original. I mean, to say me no, I wouldn't teach my children to masturbate. Okay, masturbation. Some people I argue on who say yes sing and I say yes sing. Like, you know, that's people's personal decision, but I'm not going to teach my children to masturbate. I need to let my children know, say, when they get to a certain age now, they're going to be having sexual urges, and it's normal. When they, as they get older now, they're going to have feelings for another person, not towards their mom or towards their father. And whoever, like, you know, they have feelings towards, you know, they need to make the decision, you know, if there is a point that they want to have sex or not, they need to make sure that they practicing safe sex. And because me ba won't free a fear, men konkwanyim obia, and don't men ya wadwin say wokwanyim me ba me ma kwanyim oba either so by more by now, man, you are doing say woman, abortion. If
Okay,
you were not ready for that now, you shouldn't have entered. And I don't even want to hear it.
So
and
the question that I was going to ask, no, you've answered. I was going to ask, so if they go for it, either of them, the male, female, and if the male gets somebody pregnant and the female gets pregnant, what is going to be your approach to that? I think that is another thing that, of course, especially in Ghana, some of our parents have not really tackled properly. And others probably will not still tackle it properly, because I think fairly recently I saw a video where there was this girl who either went to throw that. There's one that a baby had been put in a bin full of toilet papers and dumped in a public toilet. Thankfully, the child was still alive. The baby was still alive, fresh baby. And then there's another video which I don't remember the details of it, but I think either the girl had given birth to twins, to twins, or giving birth to a baby and had equally gone to throw the baby in the bush. But they were able to. I'm not sure if the baby was dead by the time they recovered or not.
Hospital, she had a baby, and then within 20 minutes, they were saying she ran from the hospital with the baby. And then the nurse, they came to the house and saw the girl with not the baby. My mom sent me.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah.
And then they asked her where the baby is, because they need to know where the baby is. And then they asked the mother, "You didn't know your daughter was pregnant?" And the mother was like, "I asked her, she said she wasn't pregnant." So at some point they started talking about, she can go to jail and everything. She went to the bushes and picked up the baby, and she had the baby in a plastic bag. And then the young boys around wanted to beat her, but the nurse was like, "No, you can't touch her, because she just had a baby. She can breathe internally." But sometimes that's part of the pressure. If you're not ready to be a mom, then don't have sex. But because of lack of sex education, because a lot of parents, they are on the offense when it comes to some schools teaching sex education. And let's get, like back Ghana, your crew, my teacher for any, and yes, or sex education or children practically. One is I just want to, because me mommy free me teenage years to my adulthood, she gave me all the necessary information, because when we were teacher mommy, nurse mommy, they are more inclined to educate you when it comes to sex. They will tell you exactly what you need to know, what you need to do. And my 11-year-old and 9-year-old, 26, no, so when you penny, and he knows better. They know all their body parts, area. They know that, and to say they know not to be left alone, to find themselves alone with an adult by themselves, because there are a lot of predators and pedophiles all over in every profession. And to say nobody can tell me anything different. And my man so any sleepover. What? Never. No. It's not happening, because we nipa nadam for chrono honum no. Nipa bi wo honum wo fie honum wunim baby a nipa no na adwen wonom ne ade. But to say awofo ni bebre on bebre kran ni honum a omo krampo no munim nothing about sex education. Enti obey den akire ne ma no what is what. And the more information you give it to them at appropriate time, especially when they themselves come and ask, and 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 a baby kwana ma no etimi ni o makasa Yes, there should be a limitation because to say I'm not going to say I'm not going to do that. But there are basic information, other important information we should provide it to our children for them not to become a victim out there. So to say, I think say in every situation, depending on because a teacher's for almost to me the nsa so nkwalaa mu nom ne ade bi wɔ hɔ nom asɛ wɔ boa no nso na or catching the feelings nom ne ade mpanyinfo no bi wɔ hɔ nom ɔde ne ho twi ɔbaa ɛnofo ho krampo na etimi ɛma no ɛpepe so mmarima mo pepe mmaa ne yɛ ho fo nti no to say like in anyway no saa na tie na yenua bɛma brother George Finn say please some of the women pussy is dead oh na to say when it's dead now it means say wo bɛma no wunya wadwuma yi because I say who says sometimes in the situation bi wɔ hɔ nom with wo yira wo bɛma no nso no wo play part in it ɛde nti na wo yire anaso ɔbaa ɔne ne wɔ hɔ nom ne tonga ewu kura. How?
And Richard, what you're saying, you're right, because at the end of the day, I think this is part of the discussion that we're having. Basically, is for us to know, but how do we know when to be proactive or how to be proactive? If we don't have that relationship with the children, we're not going to be able to have or to be able to ascertain the exact time or the appropriate time to have those sort of conversations with them. So we need to try as much as possible to build that relationship with our kids so that they can easily come to us and either ask us questions or tell us things. And we have to try and be actively listening to what they're saying, because sometimes they might be talking a load of rubbish but a lot of information. So we have to be actively listening. And like you're talking about friends, school will teach them a lot of things. Friends will bring. When I was in high school, some of my friends were coming to school on their phone. They had pornography and everything. So they are gonna be exposed to that. But we as parents, when we face with such questions, sometimes we may have to probe. We may have to probe and ask some of these questions, like, so when you went to school, what did you do? What did you see? What did you talk about? And and then sometimes you have to ask a direct question. If you don't ask that direct question, you may not get, an answer, for instance. So me, for instance, what my mom did with me was, I think I might have been at the age of 18 or 17, one of them. And then she sat me down and we had the talk. It was my mom that spoke to me about, sexual education, spoke about, what's it called? Condoms and everything else. So I knew, but I already had my information before she came in anyway. However, because she also discussed with me, I felt a little bit more at ease. So whenever I had a girlfriend, my mom knew about her. I wasn't hiding anything from my mom. At the end of the day, you can't really hide much from my mom either, because she's gonna ask you. She's gonna ask you. So if she asks you, then unless you lie to her, but because of the relationship that I have with my mom, it was difficult for me to lie to my mom, especially when it came to relationship stuff. I may lie about maybe going to play football or whatever, but when it came to relationship stuff, I was, at ease going to her. So we need to try and build that relationship with our kids, be it male, female, or whatever.
We exactly. Have to be more proactive, because most of Ghanaian parents are more reactive than being proactive.
Yes.
But why can't we be proactive? You give your children information. We need to educate ourselves first. First of all, if you are a parent, before you even go talk to your children about sex education, you need to educate yourself first. what do you know about that? You know, because then yes, there's a whole lot of things in there. Yes, we're explaining to Obaba, and a lot of things I also explaining to Obaba. And Mema, you guys are more inclined to speak to your sons because Mukita the same thing. Oh, but and a man so no by my meaning Mema name and man in Kasa, but sometimes so it's equally important say papa ni maami ni nyinaa are in a marital home now, and I say they're living together now. Some conversation, you know, it needs to be as the family, you know, with the father and the mother there. Until maybe maami na no do no, papa no betimi asom, and then maybe papa na no do no, maami ni betimi asom, and no that oneness, you know, and I say teamwork, you know. Which is really bad because when we work together now, we are more able to accomplish more. And then to say, I will follow any you raise to be fearful of us because so we'll go through some stress and also some peer pressure because
they'll not come to you.
As my brother Richard Kyan. And could almost spending more time at school, right?
Yeah.
Any with their friends. Even when they talk on the phone, some conversation, you can't be sitting there listening into their conversation because you don't hear what is coming from the other end. And, you know, I mean, sometimes our children are being bullied by their own friends on the phone or during school time. And to say, we papa. Now ma wo besro a anasa wo ye maame now ma besro anasa mo ya wofo na mo ma mo mesro mu wo fie ho no ma when they going through difficult hard times academically, emotionally, psychologically now you won't be the first person or the first people that they will come to. They will go to their friend and their friend may not be the right person to give them advice. So we need to make ourselves available for our children because we are our children's first teacher. And you know, I so hard. Like, give your children room, okay, and make sure that you empower them so they will make the right, rational decision. Sometimes when they are put in a difficult situation, because you have groomed them and teach them right and taught them right, you know, giving them as much information as necessary, you know, even with a lot of pressures coming from them, you know, they will be able to make the right decision without anybody allowing anybody to force them to do anything. When we don't educate our children now, we allow them to give their power away to other people, and then they end up listening to foolish fools.
But I think we also have to come to a realization that empowering somebody also means allowing the person to make mistakes.
Most definitely.
So if we try to call our children in a bubble, then unfortunately all we're doing is making those mistakes for them. Exactly. So when they get out there and they're seeing the bigger world out of that bubble that you put them in, then they're going to struggle because you didn't allow them to make mistakes. Now there's this I think there's this saying which I heard or somebody said that we say scientists are geniuses because they discover new things. But then we don't realize that children are also geniuses because they're discovering new things. We say children are, no, I think it's more like we say children are naughty when they're trying to discover new things, but a scientist is a genius when they're trying to discover new things.
Definitely. And also, like, you know, in terms of allowing our children to, because when you put them in the bubble, it's going to burst and it's going to make things worse. Because we also have to teach our children when they make mistake to accept their mistake, identify that, and hold themselves accountable for it. Because a lot of, like, there's so many things now, even as adults, you know, whatever standards that we expecting our children to be able to, like, do, we also need to do the same thing, because you have a lot of parents, they make a lot of mistakes, they don't admit to their mistake, it's lie after one lie, they don't take accountability, they blame it on somebody else, they give excuses, they give reasons. I mean, what kind of a role model are you? What examples are you setting? So it's like, nobody's perfect. People will make mistakes. Our children will make mistakes. We will make mistakes, but we always have to go back and accept our wrongs, and also try to do better next time. But like, at times you have a lot of teenagers and we have a lot of like teenagers and the youth, some of them, they have not been given enough information, and some of them, they have to grow up on their own. They're taking care of themselves because both their parents are married, but they hardly in the house. So you have some kids that have to be adults on their own. And I mean, all that plays in it. I mean, our kids, there's always someone in the home with them. My husband and I work opposite each other. So like, when I'm not home, he's home with the kids. When he's not home, I'm home with the kids. Our children have not gone babysitting. The only places that they've been to is at my older sister's place, my younger sister's place, and their grandparents. They have not been with anybody outside that those people I mentioned. My parents, my older sister, her husband, and my younger sister and her husband, like nowhere else. Because my older sister, when she had her last born, I was in school. My mom was working at the time. So she has to literally bring her daughter for babysitting. And we got this Ghanaian lady that we thought, okay, somebody from our country. So this is a good thing. Boy, ɔno yɛde akwaraa no akɔgya no no wagya akwaraa no ama ne ba ketewa na ɔno ɛkɔ adwuma na akwaraa no a wagya no ama no no wɔdi me niece n'aduane enti no te sɛ wɔmfidi me niece no enti no na afei deɛ me niece ne lose weight me maame nurses wonim sɛ ne ɔmo te sɛ akwaraa yi she shouldn't be losing weight like that. Ni free babysitting. We all have to chip in to help. Ye feedi akwaraa na not just easy. Akwaraa yi we have to, like, it took months and months and sana akwaraa wu feedi na not na hodin no wodi nom ni ade. Omoja ne ma akwaraa ne ba na ne ba na ebo no. Enom ni ade. So ahunti no me no, like, and yet all babysitters normal bad, but ye may found any stranger, and I said gun and ni be a 1 year bushini. They not they will not go. Omunana almost anti penny, auntie ketwa, and you muku, Hong Kwana, omuko. Beside that, no munko baby, ya baba no 9-year-old and if you on man waba. Oh mommy, I want to go do a sleepover, and I'm saying whose house? Oh yeah, I was talking, can I have her come here? And I'm saying I'll put up. Me fear na bibi be happy to a plan. I'm not taking that responsibility. I don't play with that, because obi wo ho no ma ebi akora no kro wo fie no de being abused. Oba wo fie na ma beka so akora ne ba wo si obi atouch ne ha. I don't want no trouble. I deal with my kids, you deal with your kids. I don't do that. That you sleep over no me ade no there be me. I don't do any of that. When it comes to like stuff like that, I'm very protective of them. I don't let them go to other people's house, because those pedophiles and molesters, I'm not doing that. And Obama no nya 15 no ba no enya 13 I will teach them taekwondo because me Chinese no I kick minim kakra.
Hey. Omutu power pa.
Yeah, my friend is saying Misha no na me ta hwe Jackie Chan pen ti do ha na yi na me practice na me try me ho one time pa yi me fi wo pa chale no be small thing after that best kida me na na chese me nine ni me sisi nyina ya me ha me tu si wo pa o chale me twist ya no boom na no Wouldn't my own matter bia uti TV anim na wo karate kick get there no and to say when it comes to because sometimes and your madam for no ebe your madam for no adult to be a wo fie honom because most of the time no papa for especially papa for ni binom Ubehu se ne badam for baba honom no obehye da no ma no poggy ubehu ote wa no akoyi poggy ana se ice cream bia bro.
Oh, but these days in Podia, it's not just male on female. These days it's male on male. Male on male crampo has become more.
Predators,
Yeah, recently, male on male has become more, and because male on male is more or less unorthodox, means they don't tend to talk about it as much. Whereas in the past few, especially in the UK anyway, there's been quite a fair few revelations of male on male rape cases, or child molestations. So, and these days, you can't predict.
That boys schools no me but their first nam ye adwuma no you carry janam wona ye mema nko a se na me ka say akora ba ko me kopie ni so be penetrate another akora no enti no most of the time no to say nkola ni bi wo ho no ma omo ye sexually active for kransa na omo ba system nim enti opa de wonim no what the sansem phone in some time no ba beto aso nti no one time bi sada no ma anya adwuma enkola miensa na that sada anim na me staff ye nyina ye adwuma wo ho nyina ye ka so wunim sa na akora ba ko da bi opeso obi di ne to enti ye so okay boys mienu bi a omo no mu free Brooklyn omo de wudi nsamfo ombebo. Until we were so sure says our boy and there says our clan did not some corner so obey channel so throw me and I were better. Wouldn't him say dear young feel say a clan decide in a bar a bay say weekend no coffee or coffee no now we'll free fear by and on the bear may say swear and staff back on the nkran ba almost snack no copy bi di na akran so board snack ba enya snack ne kranka staff tete hallway wo munim say boy yi di akula trum enti okopie so eno ebe ye big case sada no manya adwuma no mo frame na msi wait a minute that's impossible there is no fucking way like sa akran no debi any bia na nice staff na catch them and say there be sakran dem nyini because I was dumbfounded. I was shocked say because sakran the way of carrying itself you wouldn't even think say because no o chin some phone so and I say bia you're talking about stuff like that na no thing say no the worst thing and sometimes to say it's a problem because a bit me crab I send a down for no crampona, mommy, baby girl, you can sleep with your glasses. Take it off. Here, thank you. Sorry, no, put it in there. I'm not doing your job for you. Put it in there. Our glasses nishe we say in man san wada. Thank you. And you know, to say ebi mu wɔ hɔnom a n'adamfo no ɔbɛka sɛ oh I mehyia biribi foforɔ nti no ma menkyerɛ wo thank you ma menkyerɛ wo sɛneɛ ɛyi saa nneɛma wei ɛbɛma woafeeli good nom ne ade nti no sɛ ebi a wo ba yɛ innocent of something like that na wobɛhu na wasɛn no nti no sɛneɛ ɛyi sister yɛ ato brɛka no yep the world has changed nti no womba esa womba eda omufie sa sleep over nom ne ade no ekofefa nsem bebreba. I don't care if I trust you, a family friend, long time whatsoever. My son, my daughter is not coming to sleep in your house. I'm no channel me, and I want so madam fee because me nonsense bia and kolani bit me chantro. Yes, some of the kids, you know, almost me chantro pa. They can create a drift between families and stuff. Into no man, I don't. We can go and visit them with me there, and then we have fun and everything. But it's not happening.
Which is understandable because of, like you say, you know, a lot of the revelations that has happened recently, and partly what you've experienced in your workplace.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, you know, there is no right or wrong answer to that particular one in terms of sleepover, because somebody might believe in the sleepover strongly, might go, nothing will happen. Somebody might believe in it, will go, something will happen. Somebody might not believe in it, allow their children to go, nothing will happen. And equally might not believe in it and allow the children to go, something will happen. So there is no right or wrong answer to it.
Yeah, it's a trigger effect because aklana me copy almost no. The other boy ni penetrating no. Ne mame. Oka tell mame what I walk in on. Mame ne be fa no mame da bia o cancel o date. Saa da no ade achi mame ne ba be fa ne ba na afide ne ba no free abonten by akra ne say ne roommate a rape no. Yes, wash it. Wasn't just say utimi who says send na akra ne kasa utimi who say he has been coached because mame no Oyobia a basic asema because she wanted to I saw person see you not to Nyeska. But police officers ne detective no mobile no kana me penny so come when near police station when I'm call statement. That me call statement the moment I me call statement me penny ni frame me catch and say when ya serious you know. And I know say he did that purposely. He didn't want to go with me. I walk them through. And I almost can't say boy no didn't share a closet to what anymore. And no man you two honum na or two punum na or didn't bear my share it. And the police detective can say that's impossible. Because it's in your closet in it, you know, say, well, yeah, Nessa, won't mean to a punim. Say, or can say, oh, yeah, Nessa, no, be a closet now, and no, dear Metia, say, it's likely possible it happen. But say, or can say, oh, me and you share one no more, what kuntum ni more, what way you there, that's impossible. Whichever way they stand, though, it's not gonna happen. The detectives, you know, almost catch them and say, to me, anima kona chromu, a dankuna, assem any closet, noon soon or match rom. I'm say for sure, why not? We knew munina by a campus, and I'm a coacher of my fiddy, both detective from your medi a closet nature no move here almost said this is impossible. It's obviously that this child and his mother is lying. Because say okay say man to mudia the mistake in say yes it wouldn't try at some point no be can sembia it will give you away because it's in your closet in it no say mujina muka say mujina mu na mo yes it's possible. And like I said, Ubuntu mu ukuntu mu and obi opone to honoma. It's possible. But so he locked it because no person staff will be able, and the both of you were in it, and you bend down and he enter you now. That's impossible. Not just a kuntu one. Make a detective ni say any kuntu ni more. Ebe say ni body no. Nay say ye be just say it's impossible. It's not gonna happen.
Contusionist.
Yeah, and if you do a mobile and on be you know, and no me the close case, you know. Because it is say I mean be a roommate nenche and that day no akola no am penetrate no. And for him to say he was raped, you know, that came about ne maame be fa ne kwa abonten no. And no back here we can asem no to say metro incident report to Troby bia everything that happened the omun kan and adwo the night before no. And no back in so asem obeka you know I follow up and wrote it into a statement, you know. They saw a lot of like, you know, inconsistency in his stories. And then Nima Menebeka who send your story need change it drastically, you know. And also a factor no you know, sometimes, you know, and you know, saa nneɛma no ebie m'ani paa because nkwadaa ni bi anaasɛ awofo ni bi tumi kookyi wɔn mma ma wɔn ka asɛm bi especially sɛ wɔn fie yɛ dysfunctional wɔn betumi abɛka asɛm ato so na akɔfa nsɛm a ɛnsɛm fata nti no I don't receive anybody in my home to spend the night, no, and I don't allow anyone to take my children for them to spend the night. They have a home to sleep in, and you know, I'm good with that. And as simple as that. But I will be a different. I mean, no, and new mammy di many who any new mammy where what idea CC no. No way. Papa baako maame na ama ne ba nkɔda hɔ nom ba maame ne maa ne ba ɛkɔ papa no efie awia because girl no yɛ friends with the other girl. Wunim said the next day a girl no kɔ school. Debi ane maame walking into bus stop. Saa da no nko a maame no chose, I don't know what happened. She chose to have her daughter walk by herself to the bus stop. Odru ọfa papa ne fie ni mo duru hɔnom na papa ne ba kɔ school na ɔfrɛ girl no ɛsɛ ɔmɛgye ayi wɔ kraman girl no nso ɔpɛ kraman asɛm paa ɔde ɛno na ɛyɛ ayi ɛna girl no kɔɔyɛ no he raped the girl, killed the girl and put the girl in the freezer ice pop gum, right? Awia na girl no papa ne ɛba no police detective ne kasa ɔho say awia no mbae no mo pɛ we say no ice pop no papa da bia omo no omo koyi basada no nko papa ne na yi ma omo ka cho omo se omo nkotena ase onu no be ya papa ne ma mienu enti no se na waku girl no e de na hye freezer ni nti no freezer wo de dead body ahyem no pocky e na oyi ma ne mma edi. Enti anwumre na omu nyina dai na okoto barrel. One sa barrel na ye hihye neoma de ko Ghana. Yeah. Or this small girl no shame e na odi kosi ne garage. One nipa bonesam. Omo hwehwe gay, this guy was part of the search party. Hwehwe girl no. And so no nim so akun girl no de na hye ne garage. So enti akire na neighbor bi no ka say wahu say I say U-Haul truck bi si honom na I say generator ne wire free U-Haul no mo kɔ akwa na yi honom enti na neighbors ni bi are suspicious detective ni ko bi ne garage honom the scent it came no they knew right away said there was a dead body there. Omokoye actors in a small girl na no. He killed her.
Yes,
and you know what? He had the opportunity to do that because the mother exposed her daughter to this monster. Yeah. She allowed her to go to his house. So the fact that the girl knew him and knows her and a down for the classmate Papano, she didn't think nothing of it. Okay. That's okay. Auntie Bradobi, let's close up and
Yeah,
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 Margarita, you're right. I know, right? I'll be watching that ID. Like, that's the channel I watch in this house. ID channel, Investigation Discover channel. Why not that be get to the point, scrap me see one thing, I make car, me I see make you sure so bien far. A bomb bien conscious. Or said you go for neighborhood. They just pick people randomly. They just put whatever underneath there. It's crazy. Some people are just pure wicked.
Wow.
And like me could catch them say me or say a wosi musro moja uko hospital no be a prayer near you. So you watch this channel will be a cool then I'm see this is different. It's not like happening right in front of me. I can't deal with blood. Like so be especially be prana say blood ne gashi out. No, I took nursing for 2 years and I dropped out and I took psychology because I couldn't handle the blood. It was like my mom said I would get over it, but I couldn't handle it. I was like, no, I'm good. And maybe in the future I'll go back and finish that. But it wasn't like I just don't like blood. Well, I can just give medications and stuff, but anyhow,
Okay.
your last words.
Good night, everybody. Or good morning. My bread. I don't know. Well, I think for me, just like you've already said, to summarize it, we should all endeavor to build a relationship with our children, build a relationship with our partners. Because at the end of the day, look, there's one thing that half of the time us husbands and wife, parents, we tend to not realize is that when you've got issues with your partner now, with your wife, with your husband, the children are affected quite a lot of the time. We don't realize. They pick up on it easily. Into if we've got issues with our partners, where we can solve them amicably, do so quickly. Where we cannot solve them, there are different reasons depending on what the situation is. I cannot say what you should or should not do, but it all depends on your, the circumstance behind whatever issue you may have. So at the end of the day, the major part of it is work on your relationship with your partner, work on your relationship together with your partner on your kids. Because if you do so, 9 times out of 10, you might get, the results that you're looking for, the outcome that you're looking for from your children. Not necessarily what you want them to do career-wise, but then maybe the knowledge that you're looking to impart in them, the knowledge that you're looking for them to pick up, the wisdom that you're looking to impart on them, the wisdom that you're hoping they'll pick up. In I think Proverbs 22:6 says, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he grows, he will not depart from it. I didn't realize that till I think later in life when I thought it through and I remembered that they literally the teachings that my parents gave, the discipline my parents gave, and everything. It's now that I am actually appreciating the fact that yes, I did go wayward at some point in my life, but I always came back to those teachings, and those teachings were fundamental even when I was doing what I wanted to do during my teenage years or my early 20s. I still had those fundamental training, fundamental discipline as part of me, which manifested throughout my life anyway. So I think if we impart the right knowledge, the right wisdom, the appropriate practical skills, it will go a long way for them. And hopefully, no, they'll not look to be a burden onto somebody, be a burden onto themselves either. Because if they lose self-respect, that's one. That will then also lead to losing self-esteem. Then they cannot climb up the Maslow hierarchy of needs all the way to self-actualization, I think is what it is. So it's the basics. We need to try and put those fundamental training there, knowledge, wisdom, skills, provide them with all that we can, and then hope for the best and keep praying.
Most definitely. And I mean, you said it all. As parents, like we all learning, right? And we learn as we go. But we've been kids before, so we know how it is. When you get some type of urges, if you are given the tools, you should be able to know which tools to do what with, right? Being able to identify our weakness and then our strength, right? Learning to take accountability, building self-confidence, self-value, self-love, being able to do self-assessment, right? Having developing self-discipline, and be honest with yourself and people around you. And, having our children, being the bridge for our children. Like, a lot of times as our children grow older, they're not going to be as close to us as they were younger, because they make new friends. And then once they started, like, feeling attraction towards other people, like some mothers, we can't let it go. And then we start putting restriction. Sometimes, when you put too much restriction, or you a parent who is too strict, you actually going to like end up pushing your child away to doing things. I mean, most of our children, I should say, are very smart. They're intelligent. They have a lot of things, and they know so much that some parents don't even know 1/4 of it. But because, like, the Ghana attitude, I'm the adult, so whatever I say go. Oh, please, spare me with the I'm adult, whatever I say go. Some adults, some of the things that you say does not make sense. It doesn't value anything. It's not effective. So we need to acquire knowledge, and we need to empower ourselves and our children. We need to be a positive role model for our children and be an example to them, and also give them room to breathe. We can't put them in the bubble forever. And some of our children become timid because Africans, we are too protective of our children. We don't allow our children to exploit and do other things. But when we find new things, we tend to want to exploit, right? Yɛsi panyin na obiara nyɛ bi da, akwadaa de obiara yɛ bi da. Yɛn nyinaa yɛdi nsɛmɔ ne pɛn. I remember to say me hyɛ aseɛ ɛkɔ tasty ayi bi hwɛ. Me maame ne papa mu ada no, ne ma fɛ ntokua mu koraa esi adɔfo mu mekɔ baabi. Okay. You can't stop me now. But I learned my lesson. Once you get older now, like, you become wiser. Well, some of us become wiser, and others, they just become foolish fools because they listen to foolish people.
Okay, so this is how I take it. You started off with rice water, and you ended up with omutu.
Yes.
I like that one.
Yes, most definitely. Rice water, you're not growing near Didi.
Who's it? Obi obenya mu bia onim mu nya bia no ya na rice water first.
Oh, this Abby, Yami Shira, this Abby said, wow, well done, guys. Very insightful and educative. God bless you both. God bless you as well. Amen and amen.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah, you know, I try and one day in 2 bending. I mean, I say, a young program, yeah, and then dear, wow, my like 2 hours, 5 minutes, sister, you're going to abandon us just because I came on late. No, you just left us.
Did she just leave?
You so when you made channel. I said, bro, I said, brother, oh, be just a walk crowd there when you chew crowd there. I say, what is my crowd?
Some catch him say, I'm picking up her strategic approach.
Most definitely. It's here for Brother Richard. Leave me be, okay? My pong me kwa mpem nkomodie. Enti no ye da tie for na adofo mu nyina se mu a mu join ni mu a mu tune ni ene mu nso a mu contribute
Dr. Jamal ne Sister
those are like very productive for a contribution. I mean, I enjoyed it and everything. And brother Richard, like one of your questions, and you say man that's a different topic. So I didn't want to bring that in there. So in the future, no Sister Amadeba asked for us to talk about it. Now I'll be more than happy to give you my insight. But to say I can give you a little bit. You know, I was raised in me say me mama me papa and she I wouldn't exist. And to me, that's what I believe in.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good night.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, guys. And you know, hey, brother Obi, no size IY. Sister Amma, you disappear. Sad way say dear. I can't think far. And yet here for your free so I think that you will see Sister Amma's logo on it. And then I'm going to maybe tell why her time will be turning off. Not just say what the honum or no once watch thank you so much. And to what the honor night. Oh, brother Richard Busao will call for no. Also, earlier no Busao will call for no. Describe what your neighbor with me my way.
Mimi cough.
I see you didn't explain your cough. Also, now we made example earlier. Be now can say now we bore for some time. And to quite not doctor and say stress and
Oh no. The Dr. Nanka said espresso. So basically, this was back in November. So it was, let's say, autumn time. That's when I had a cough. It was a niggling cough.
Oh, so was it an allergy? Because I know it wasn't.
I don't know. I don't know, but yeah. So basically, it went on for just over a month, and it was a bit. It wasn't like a cold cough, if you get what I mean. I know any cold cough, but it wasn't a tickling cough either. I check Accra. It's about 7 months now, so I can't really remember.
Oh,
okay. But medical, this is the thing. Medical, now me explain each other and say, look, I've had this cough for about 2 months. Yes, it was just over. It was just under 2 months or so, but I said it was over 2 months. So I said, okay, fair enough. To be honest, saying this, the doctor I went to meet, did say, yeah, she did refer to the X-ray for an X-ray to be done. So I had the X-ray done, and then waited. I didn't hear anything, and usually, if you don't hear anything, it's good news.
That's nothing.
So I rang her, and they said, "Oh yeah, it's all clear." So that's about it, really. But I just wanted to make sure, because at the end of the day, when something is quite persistent, now you don't know what the underlying issue could be.
Brother Richard said, did you produce any fluids or watery, yellowish, etc.?
Right. So basically, I had a proper cold for maybe the first 2 weeks or so. And during that time, yes, I did produce phlegms and all that, but it went.
Okay.
It went. Those effects not went, but the cough was still there. The cough lingered on, basically.
Oh, Brother Richard, I had a dry cough like a couple years back. Me call Ghana 98, and I'm call 2000. 2000 maybe no. Ghana Airways. No AC no. I say we plane. And you know, I went from AC into no AC into AC into no AC again. Into the bedroom US, you know, baby, I'm here, there was AC, you know. Now for the every summer beer for 5 years. Every summer beer, na me catch a dry cough. Minya cold, but it says summertime, you know, I was like so pissed off. 5 years, but then it went away.
Oh, so you're asking if it was dry or
Like in the
I
summertime,
can't remember if it was dry or if it was a dry cough or a wet cough. Like I said, it was 7 months ago, so I can't really remember for definite. So I don't want to just say something that I can't remember.
Yeah, yeah, pong. We will continue.
But yeah, thank you for the concern, though.
Yes.
That one there.
I don't know then. Who will pick your me and make me see a papa that pong. Sister Ama, you me will beef with you.
Oh, with the new beef, with the new beef. When you beef as with the cow and casa. Cow, and you beef.
Why?
Cow. Beef is a cow. You have a cow nina.
What? What's meat? I'm not talking about meat. Me see, I have beef with you. I have beef with you, Sister Ama. That's all I know. You know, like, good night, guys, or good morning, because Sister Ama hold the adiachi be more round. Oh my gosh. But I have fun, Brother Obi. I have fun, like, you know, of us talking about so many things when it came to the sexual aspect with the children. I mean, but I'm sure say you brain so I pick something I bet me edit. I can't near the abo near ma because we are seeing my way all across the world. There are to say nipa bi wɔ hɔnom a ɔmo adwene na ɛnyɛ papa ɔmo yare paa wɔ mu tirim because te sɛ papa panyimu na maame panyimu sɛ otumi ne 1 year old to 10 year old kɔda a anaasɛ 11 year old anawo no you are sick in your head.
Oh yes, it's a form of mental illness, but we don't know exactly what because we can't diagnose it, unfortunately.
Now your friend is saying, Brother Richard, and he found out. I think said, okay, I see. Are you in New York or you in upstate? Let me know. Oh yeah, I see. Okay. All right. So bye guys. Take care of yourself. Make baby. Why? Brother Obi. You guys have a good one, all right?
You too.
Bye.
Bye.